قال لي انتظر بالوين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن سواه. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. أنا أخوكم محمد الوادعي، رئيس اللجنة العلمية وعضو اللجنة التنظيمية والإشرافية للمؤتمرالدولي الرابع المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى، تحت رعاية صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير الدكتور فيصل بن مشعل آل سعود. تشرف بافتتاح الجلسات العلمية لليوم الأول. أشكر لكم حضوركم، أشكر للجان التنظيمية والعلمية الجهد القائم خلال الأشهر الماضية، أشكر القيادات دعمها، أشكر للرعاة دعمهم السخي لرعاية المؤتمر. برنامج علمي ثري على مدى 3 أيام، ابتدأ ب6 ورش عمل متخصصة، مجموع متحدثين 36 متحدث، 24 محاضرة، 8 جلسات حوارية، 8 جلسات رئيسية، 19 ورقة علمية، غطت أغلب الجوانب التي تتعلق بسلامة المرضى، مع التركيز على أحدث الممارسات وأفضل الأدلة العلمية في تحسين وتطبيق سلامة المرضى. المؤتمر يقام تحت عنوان من التوعية إلى التنفيذ، تمكين المرضى والممارسين للرعاية أكثر أماناً، لإيماننا بأهمية دور المريض والممارس لرعاية صحية أكثر أماناً، مع التركيز على السلامة التشخيصية، التقنية ودورها في سلامة المرضى، بالإضافة إلى دور القيادات في تحسين سلامة المرضى. Good morning, everyone. I am Mohammed Al-Wadi. I am the chair of the scientific committee, member of the organizing committee and the supervisory committee for the 4th International SPSC Patient Safety Conference. This year, the theme is From Awareness to Action, Empowering Patients and Healthcare Providers for Safer Care. This conference is being supported by His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Mashal Al Saud. With his support and generosity, we'll be able to do it here this year in Qasim. We have an amazing scientific program for the next 2 days. Amazing experts from all over the world, local and international, from different systems, that covers the most important topics in patient safety. The conference is held over 2 days. Yesterday we had the pre-conference workshops. We had 6 workshops from human factor engineering to improving the objective assessment of recommendations related to sentinel events. We had patient safety culture improvements. We had just culture improvements. We had our colleagues from the WHO and IHI talking about co-design and an importance of patient safety improvement. The next 2 days carry a huge amount of science that all of us should go, again, from the theory to implementation. What we will discuss in the next 2 days, hopefully, will be transmitted and translated into implementation, where impact hopefully will be seen in the patient care that we deliver to our patients and caregiver. I would like to thank the scientific committee for endless support, the organizing committee, the supervisory committee, Dr. Ali Asiri, the Director General of SPC, the Director General of Health Directorate in Qasim, Mr. Ayman Al-Gheba, for their endless support for this scientific program to happen. Special thanks to our guests, speakers, moderators for their dedication to patient safety and knowledge transfer. They came with their schedules stretched. It was really, really difficult for some of them to make it on time. It's amazing to see these experts here in Qasim connecting with the quality director, the patient safety advocates, talking about challenges in patient safety that is shared across the healthcare system, no matter where are you from. It's the same challenges. We hopefully go out with this conference with a lot of knowledge that impact patient safety. This morning we'll have 3 keynote sessions and a panel discussion that I think it is one of the pillars of this conference. And then we will split in 2 tracks. Track A will stay here, track B will be in the other hall. Just few housekeeping observations. Emergency exits are at the sides and here. The entrance for delegates and attendees at the back, speakers and VIP will come through this door. Please, we need to cooperate and help our colleagues in the Governor office in the arrangement for the protocol at 12 o'clock. So His Royal Highness will have a smooth arrival. Our first speaker is going to be a friend from Netherlands, Dr. Peter de Vieter. He is an oncologist, an oncology surgeon and intensivist. He is a QI expert across the various roles that he had held in the past, whether as a chairman of the National Quality Assessment Intensive Care and his also other roles as a clinician. He's affiliated with the Impulse Institute at Amsterdam University Medical Center. He will be talking about adverse events and the recommendation improvement matrix. Is it possible or not? And we'll see. Welcome aboard, Doctor.
Well, thank you for the nice introduction. Good morning, everybody. Thanks to the organization for the invitation, for the warm welcome, and the nice evening. And thanks also for the technical staff. I made some changes in my presentation because of the workshop we did yesterday, and it felt good to put the things we learned yesterday also in the presentation. I sent it at 11 this evening, and they managed to make the changes for right now, this first presentation. So thank you very much. I have no conflicts of interest, and I want to start my talk with a story that truly happened a year ago. It's a story about a 69-year-old patient with an urology problem. He had a nephrosis, and in his medical history, he had a valve injury. For that reason, he used anticoagulation. So that's the key of the problem and the sentinel note that I want to start with my talk with. Because there was an indication for drainage of his hydronephrosis, there were made verbal arrangements with this patient about this anticoagulation. And in a nutshell, the arrangements were that he had to stop 3 days before the intervention with his coumarin derivatives, and when his urine was normal, that's to say without blood, he could start 24 hours later his anticoagulation again. Written information in that hospital was not provided simply because it was not available. Okay, well, intervention went well and the patient went home within a few hours. But then a sad thing happened. 3 weeks later, August the 11th, he was brought to hospital again because he unfortunately had an ischemic cerebrovascular accident with severe symptoms. And the case was analyzed, and then it appeared that the anticoagulation therapy was not started again after the drainage. And that was analyzed. And then it appeared that the patient had read in his file that he only had to start with his anticoagulation at the 20th of August. That's strange, isn't it? Well, let's make it a bit more strange. Because the 20th of August, that was about 2 years earlier, the 20th of August 2020, not 2022. So that was connected to an earlier problem, for what reason he also had to stop temporarily his coumarins and to start. And that message the patient saw without the date in a year. So, this is what really happened not so long ago in a good hospital, I can say, in the Netherlands. But I will ask you, is it thinkable that this also happens somewhere else in the world? You think it can happen in Saudi Arabia, in your best hospital? You think it can happen tomorrow again? I think so. We are all familiar with this kind of problems that deal with anticoagulation therapy problems. And why is that? There must be a reason that we can't control these situations. It is indeed a persistent problem worldwide. And despite repeated analysis and recommendations formulated all time on and on, it will occur again. And there is some research about this subject. And the research indicates that partly this may be due to the quality of the recommendations we create after analyzing these problems again and again. So, let's take a look to the recommendations, the original ones in this analysis. And then I think you're as not surprised as I was when I read that report. Let's take a look. So, I give you the top event, and the top event was anticoagulation treatment has not been adequately resumed. 4 recommendations. Let's take a look at the first one. Okay. Include an instruction on restarting acinocumarol in the discharge ladder. Will this really prevent the next sentinel event on this subject? What do you think? I doubt it. I doubt it. Why I doubt it? Who read this letter? And when is this letter read? After a week, by a general practitioner perhaps, but not by the patient. So this information will not reach the patient. However, I asked the original analyzing team what they thought in retrospect about this recommendation. And as you can see, they were quite familiar with it. Okay, another one though. Make a note in the patient's file to if discharge medication has been discussed. Will this prevent the next trouble? Again, I don't think so. Okay, let's put a slash before the made arrangements. We've done it. But will it help the patient? Will it prevent the next event? Again, I don't think so. And I think you agree with me. But the analysis team, they rated, again, this recommendation quite high with a 4. Okay. Let's do another. We let the nurse be involved. And the nurse helps the patient at discharge to reminding that patient need to restart his exenekumeral. That's good, that's good. Let's talk about the patient again. But will this help? What will be discussed? What will the patient remember when he is at home? I don't know. Can he read it again at home? Can he call somebody? Etc., etc. So, perhaps this recommendation also is a bit weak. And again, the rating of the analysis team was more than neutral. The last one. Include instructions on restarting exenekumeral as part of the patient instructions that must also be visible in the patient's file. All right, now we're getting somewhere, huh? We talk with the patient, we put it in a file on a place that is visible for the patient. That could perhaps be helpful. Okay, so in the end I asked the team, how do you look back on this analysis? And they said, well, I think we did pretty well, it's okay. And to be honest, that's not an exception. We did a workshop yesterday here in this beautiful conference, and I think it was more or less the same. We feel comfortable about the work that we do, the advice we gave, the recommendations we write down. But I assure you there is space for improvement. That yesterday was not an exception. That is what I want to show you on this slide. We did an analysis in the Netherlands, July 2017 until July 2018. And it's all about all the academic hospitals in the Netherlands. And we analyzed a total of 115 perioperative sentinel events, and 76 of them, 66%, resulted in major injury. 39, that's 34%, resulted in death. So we're talking about serious problems. And the first things we could conclude from our analysis is that there was a large variety in handling sentinel events. So we can't talk about it in our own medical performance because we don't speak the same language. Everybody makes his own analysis and uses his own methods. So that's a thing we can improve. Selection of recommendations is the same. Standards were lacking, and analyses were done all in different ways. Okay, so there is a problem. Let's look at the goal of our analysis. It has to be that we report sentinel events, then do a good analysis, formulating recommendations, implement these recommendations, evaluate the effects, and that all together we call quality improvement. However, sentinel events again and again do occur, and research, say it again, suggests that the quality of recommendations might be partly responsible for that. So perhaps we can do a better job. Well, if I did not convince you at this moment, let's look at a few recommendations we recognize all from several analyses. reconfirm working agreements. Again, draw attention to. Discuss the case once again in your department, etc., etc. Do I need to say more that improvement? Yes, we need it. And is it possible? We think yes. What we first have to do to create improvement is join, work together in a transparent way with objective assessed recommendations. And then define further strategies for implementation. So if you do that and you select high quality recommendations for implementation, then that has the potential to lead to a decrease of the number of sentinel events and the number of recurrent sentinel events. That's the hypothesis. We did some research on that subject too. And we looked at, again, a number of sentinel events analyzed in the Netherlands. And we could conclude that there were several methods already available. However, these methods are most of the time not user-friendly or not validated or don't prioritize recommendations based on objective features. So we have 3 problems to deal with. Can we do that? Yes, we think so. We are convinced that we did it. So what we did is develop a new user-friendly validated method to assess recommendations based on objective figures. And yes, we tested the system and it was validated and it works. So, first step to do is look at all the concept recommendations and then look for improvement to distinguish the effective ones from the rest. How can you do that? We did it by creating quite simple as it is filter criteria. 3 ones. First, you have to create a system with recommendations that are well defined and clear. It sounds simple, and yes it is, but be aware of it. You write it down, read it again, and you have to recognize if it's really clear or not. Okay. Have you specially described what you want to modify in the future to prevent the next sentinel event? And third filter criteria, your recommendation needs to describe how it will reduce the risk or limit the consequences of a next sentinel event. So if you pass these 3 criteria, you go on for the next level. So for an example, purchase a new instrument. Let's say there is a problem and you want to solve, your advice is to solve the problem with a new instrument. So your advice is purchase a new instrument. Is that smart enough? Is that describing what you want to modify and how you will reduce the risk? It's incomplete, I think. Eh? So more adequate could be you not only purchase the new instrument, but you train the employees in the new instrument. You replace afterward the old instrument by the new one. So make it complete. Okay, let me do the next step to convince you for the necessity of improvement. Again, we had 115 reports in the Netherlands that we analyzed for the problems with the analyzers. 442 recommendations. 64% of the recommendations failed to meet all 3 criteria. That's a lot. 28% of the reports did not contain a single recommendation that met the criteria. So, think about that. I told you before that it was dealing about a lot of patients with serious harm after the sentinel events, and 1 out of 4 died from this sentinel event. And we could not provide sufficient material, sufficient recommendations, 1 out of 4. So it's not only a matter of can we improve, we must. Okay, So, just we took the first crucial step. We created 3 selection criteria. Good. But we can do better. And that's the next step I want to go with you, creating high-quality recommendations. And the third step, I come to that later. So we think further improvement, that's possible by using the Recommendation Improvement Index. And the hypothesis again is that the measures that do not pass the filter criteria, or the measures that pass the filter criteria, but they score very low in our Recommendation Improvement matrix, they have little chance to make the difference for the future. Okay, let's show you how it works. We create an X and an Y-as, and so we come to 4 levels of recommendations. First thing to do is to ask yourself, for all the recommendations that pass the filter, what have I recommended? Have I recommended something that intervenes before the next sentinel event occurs or after it? That's the first. Then the second is, let's wonder if the recommendation that we created eliminates the hazard for the future or only controls the hazard. And to make it more easy for you, you can, on that axis, create 5 subcategories. So, for a good understanding, I put the 5 subcategories: elimination, substitution, control, administrative and personal protection on the right side of the diagram and the matrix. But it is also usable for the left side. So, this is what we created in the end. We define a top event, and if after we define the top event, we start creating recommendations in concept. After that procedure, we reflect them with the filter. Will they pass the filter or not? If the answer is no, it stops with the red cross. If you pass the 3 filter criteria, you can put them in the 4 quadrants of the matrix. It's no rocket science. So, perhaps it's good to show you some examples. Let's say our top event is a fall out of bed in the geriatric department causing severe neurotrauma. And our first recommendation in this analysis was point everyone to the existing protocol, prevention fall incidents. I used this one yesterday also in the workshop. So what do you think? We have a protocol, and I assumed that everybody was familiar with that protocol. So then we have a sentinel event, and our recommendation is look at the protocol again. You did not do a good job beforehand. So what do you think? Will this recommendation pass the filter criteria? I don't think so. What's your intention? What do you think will make the difference? And in the end, if you rewrite it, you try to rewrite it so that it will pass the filter criteria, I think we can quickly agree that it is only a formal administrative procedure. It will not make very much difference in the future. Okay, let's do another one. We purchase high, low beds for the geriatric department. Again, we look at the filter criteria. You have to rewrite it a bit, because the way it's defined right now, it will not pass the 3 criteria. But imagine that you did it, and you make it more smart, so that it's better defined, so that it's describing the intended change, and describing how you want to reduce the risks in the future. Well, it can make a chance. And what then? Look at it. Then it's becoming a quite high-level recommendation. At least it will create substitution before the next incident, sentinel event will appear. Okay, another one. A patient dies due to severe kidney failure after prescribing a nephrotoxic antibiotic in a high dose. I think you can be, some of you maybe are familiar with this recommendation. Create a warning pop-up during drug prescription. It's quite good, perhaps. Okay, it could control, but in most of the systems, you can skip it. Huh? I don't know how it is in Saudi Arabia, but we are smashed with a lot of pop-ups in our digital medical histories and status. So I don't read them anymore. When you have every 5 minutes a pop-up, yeah, it's okay, I want to go on. So you can skip it. So perhaps it is a control system, but I'm sure it's not an elimination. So we scored it on the level B, under control. Okay, more rigorous. We stop with prescription of nephrotoxic antibiotics. That's a good one, huh? Yeah. If you can prescribe it anymore, it cannot do any harm in the future. Okay, we need antibiotics, but we don't have them anymore. So perhaps the damage of that problem is more major than the nephrotoxic problem. Okay, we can monitor the kidney function after prescribing that antibiotics. We can do. Will it help? No. Damage is already done when your results enter on your screen, and then it becomes only more than an administrative procedure. Once again, a serious event. Child dying due to blocked airway during an adenotonsillectomy complicated by a bleeding. And our first recommendation is train all anesthesiologists. That will do a good job. Huh? If you work with trained people that know how to do it, that know how to manage, that know how to reduce the risks, well, it will be a serious reduction in the complications. But will it prevent complications? No. That's the reason that it is after and selected under the category substitution instead of elimination. But it is a good one. So, we should not perform an adenotonsillectomy without securing the airway. What do you think about that? Well, that's good, huh? I think it's nearly always level A, and it's under the elimination category. So, this team did well with these recommendations. What we actually did in this one-man show practice with you was creating a sphere of there's no good and no right, or no good and no wrong. What I tried to create is a sphere in which we talk about the recommendations. And that's the third step, and it's a very good step. So we have the filter criteria, then we have the RIM, and we use it to talk in the teams about improving our concept recommendations. And perhaps that's the most important thing. It was the same in the workshop yesterday. When we started, some people asked me, but what is the specific category? And can I pass this test? And I said, you will all pass, because you are talking on your table about creating the best recommendations. And this is a tool that helps you. It shows you a bit the way. It will not give you the answers. You have to think as a team yourself for the best recommendation. I think it can help. So, see it as a starting point to objective-supported dialogue in determining which recommendations will and will not be judged, to optimal formalization of your recommendations. And yes, of course, sometimes you can also discuss the risks you are willing to take. Risk about allocation resources, risk about procedures, risk about safety culture, etc., etc. So, I come to the end of my talk, and I was wondering, what's your opinion? Will this help you also as it did help us in the future? I put the barcode under my talk, so please feel free to give comments on our website. And then I come to the last ones. I asked the audience yesterday in the afternoon the same. And this is what they said. Is it feasible to use this system? Yes, they said. And I asked them, is it usable? Yes, they said. And for the last, I asked them, have you some recommendations for me? There was one thing, they put it nearly all on the formula. Please give us more education. Thank you for your attention. I hear there is some 5 minutes for Q&A. I think I don't see any hands. It's difficult to see the audience because of the lights. What are we going to do without questions? I don't know. Where's the organization? There is one.
There is a question. So, you know, when we compare what we do in healthcare to some, you know, HRO organizations, that the language that they use is even different. You know, they so nuclear safety, aviation, etc. The language that they use is how can we engineer in solutions? How can we engineer out problems? I guarantee you that the majority of the Sentinel events exercise across healthcare will be focused on, you know, training, and changing a policy. And I think my question is, how is your solution going to really help eliminate Sentinel events in the future? Have you done any work on that to see, you know, the uptake by institutions and whether or not that resulted in elimination?
Okay, thank you. It's a very good question. First of all, we had a nice talk yesterday in the morning, and I want to compliment you and your complete staff for all the work you did in only a few years on patient safety here in Saudi Arabia. And I noticed yesterday in the workshop that you did a good job, because everybody in my workshop started the analyzing tools. They knew them all. I saw all the things like the fish bones, etc., etc. It's perfect in only 4 years. I think we can learn in the Netherlands a lot from you. And the next thing is that you have a database with all the Sentinel events in Saudi Arabia. I think you told me numbers like 600,000. That's amazing. So our problem with the diversity, maybe you passed that station already. So that's very good. And now I come to your question. In our opinion, there are 3 problems. And the first thing we have to deal with is to discuss the top event. I don't know if you agree with me, but if you choose the wrong top event, your complete analysis, trained, etc., is worth nothing. So that's the starting point. And I don't know how it is in Saudi Arabia, but we are used in the Netherlands, in the hospitals, to talk about, well, let's say 1 hour, 2 hour max, about what shall we choose as our top event. We do a lot of research together with people from the safety departments from other industries, oil industry, airway industry, railway industry, large industries with high risks. Sometimes they talk about top events decisions more than a week in a large team. So that's thing to realize. So that's one. Analyzing your Sentinel event, you can train it and choose a method, and then it's okay. And then the last thing, the implementation. That is, I think, what you are interested in. That's a very complex situation. We are thinking about starting research at that subject. And I think we have to talk after this presentation together for perhaps more research on that field. That's the next step.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks very much. This is Ali Al-Shahri. It's really a very interesting and useful presentation. Thank you. I take the opportunity to thank the organizing committee for a wonderful conference, and I think this is an opportunity where we can share experiences, and certainly this method is very interesting and worth considering. When we consider also the workload of healthcare workers, particularly physicians, and add to them utilizing these tools and tinkering with it, is there a possibility of using artificial intelligence here to help?
There is an echo in my ears, so I hope I understand you right. You asked about workload for the teams.
In order to utilize this tool, this beneficial tool, is it because it's going to be a burden on healthcare providers? Is there a possibility to use artificial intelligence here to assist us?
Is there
using artificial intelligence?
Sorry? Sorry, now I understand. Sorry, you talk about artificial intelligence. Sorry, I couldn't hear it.
To help reducing the workload in healthcare providers.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't think so, because the most important thing is that you have the right discussion in your analyzing team. And artificial intelligence can create some concept recommendations for you, but for me, the most important thing is you have the right discussion about the concepts to create the best.
Good morning. صباحكم الله بالخير جميعا. Wonderful presentation, and I liked it. And a few weeks ago, we had a meeting in our institution discussing the outcome of our RCAs and looking into sentinel events. And interestingly enough, 60 to 80% of the recommendations focus on three things: improve communications, emphasize the policy adherence, and more awareness. So it's a very interesting, and you see things happening over and over. And I like what you proposed. It's a very interesting, but I have two questions for you. One is, still we are very subjective when we judge the recommendations. So the subjectivity is a major issue. And that's even becoming more problem when you know the outcome. So knowing the outcome before getting into the table change the people judgment. I wonder if you actually show the recommendation to these people without knowing the outcome, and how that will change the decision of people around the table.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question, and I'm pleased to answer that. There are a few things. First of all, you started your question with an introduction actually about human factors, I think. That's one of my favorites. When you can kick out the human factors, you have automatically objective features and objective tools for your recommendation. But that's not a solution for the whole problem. The next of your question is more important. And then we talk about culture. We talk about human factors that you just need. And that's interesting. because I don't know how you do your analysis and your creating your recommendations. We are used to ask in a large interview the participants in the incident. So I did as a surgeon with the good intentions a job with bad results. And they asked me, okay, you did your surgery, but something unintended went wrong. And what do you think? How would you prevent it next time? That's interesting. So it's interesting because I'm the only one, perhaps, that can have the broad view of what went wrong and what are the best possibilities given my theater, operating theater, surroundings, etc., etc. But it's also looking only with your own glasses on your head. Because you don't ask other people from other institutions what should they see as the best solution to prevent the next event. There is one initiative in the Netherlands, 8 cooperating hospitals. They are called the Santion hospitals, and they took the next step already. They introduced their sentinel notes to the other 7 hospitals and asked them, what should be your solution? I think then you make progress in the subject you asked for.
We have to stop. Thank you, Peter. Thank you for the audience for the questions. We have to stop because of time. Tomorrow we have a panel discussion with keynote session speakers for Q&A. We made an exception for Peter because he has to travel tonight. But keep your questions. The experts are staying. Tomorrow is an hour of Q&A with our keynote session speakers. I was told by the hall managers that they're requesting the one at the back to just, sorry for the inconvenience, to just come to the front seats. Can you please come to the front seats? I'm saying I was asked, I was directed actually, so thank you very much. Sorry for the inconvenience. So those who are at the back, can you please come at the front? The front seats, the middle seats, please. اللي ورا لو سمحتوا ممكن تقدمون للمقاعد الأمامية بس عشان الإضاءة والتصوير. شكرا لكم. Our director has no reliable process. He just told me now they shouldn't move. So, so in the meantime, I'm gonna present the next session. Our second keynote session is gonna be about maximizing the benefits of family and patients empowerment in healthcare. Dr. Don Berwick unfortunately couldn't make it because of his travel commitments, and the IHI forum is going to be in the next week or so. For those who don't know Don, he needs no introduction. He's one of those who his concepts, principles, and work has affected hundreds of millions through the work of IHI. And I will just introduce him as he likes. Don Berwick, pediatrician, President Emirates and Senior Fellow of the IHI. Enjoy the session.
Hello, friends. I'm Don Berwick, a pediatrician and President Emeritus and Senior Fellow at the Institute for Healthcare Improvement. Let me thank you for the chance to join you for this wonderful event and express my disappointment that I cannot be with you in person. But it's a pleasure to join you this way. I'm going to be exploring with you the topic of patient safety, of course, but also its broader context, its connection to the overall theme of quality itself, of excellence in healthcare. And I want to begin with the story of excellence. My wife, Anne, is a bit of an athlete, and anytime she can will swim half a mile or bike on her remarkable electric tricycle 20 or 30 miles. She loves being out of doors. She suffers from a weird neurologic condition that impairs her walking somewhat for the past 30 years, but she's done very well. That was until about 1 year ago. Over a period of about 3 or 4 months, Anne's capacity to do what she loves to do, to exercise and enjoy the out-of-doors and our grandchildren, suddenly deteriorated until finally, at its worst, Anne could not even walk across a room without stopping. A very extensive evaluation at a wonderful teaching hospital at Harvard ended up with the diagnosis. Anne had a tricuspid valve that had been destroyed by a pacemaker. The pacemaker wire, over the decade since her pacemaker was inserted, had torn apart the valve, so she had no functioning tricuspid valve. We were fortunate enough to discover one of the experts in tricuspid valve replacement was right there, right in our own city, Dr. Tor Sunt, and very rapidly, emergently really, Dr. Sunt got Anne into the hospital and replaced her tricuspid valve in open heart surgery. Anne says open heart surgery is not for wimps. It was a very difficult journey, and that is putting it extremely mildly. There were hours and days walking on the edge of disaster. Post-operatively, Anne spent 96 minutes on cardiopulmonary bypass, and then 10 days in the intensive care unit and an equal amount of time in recovery units. What Anne and I witnessed, though, was a miracle. Not just the technological miracle that her heart could be repaired, but the miracle of a system that worked, I'd say nearly perfectly. Over that entire period, we saw teamwork and respect and dedication to scientific excellence. We saw deference to the expertise, no matter where it was, even in the lowest ranked person on the team. Everyone worked together. It was like watching a symphony work or an opera proceed. And as a result of that remarkable, miraculous work, Anne today can, again, bicycle 40 miles and swim a half a mile and enjoy her grandchildren and look forward to a normal rest of her lifespan. I could not be more grateful. Why did it work? Well, that's a little more subtle. Coming up with a description of the nature of excellence in something as complicated as cardiac surgery, which involves dozens and dozens of people and hundreds of machines and technologies, people of all rank, from the surgeon himself down to the housekeeper, it's an epitome of a complex system in which no hero can help. No heroes are welcome. No heroes are effective. It's everyone working together as a great football team does, as a great crew on a ocean voyage does. Here is some interpretation of what I would say would be the success factors. They include common systems. Everybody knew what to do. There was a template for action which everybody bought into, and it didn't matter if it was the surgeon or the nurse or the pharmacist or the respiratory therapist. Everyone was working from a common playbook. Everyone shared common knowledge. What anyone knew, everyone knew. And it was remarkable to us to see how the handoffs of knowledge flowed all the time, back and forth across all the boundaries. And unconditional teamwork. I would say deference to others, respect, hierarchy did not stand in the way of people speaking up when they saw something wrong or had a suggestion to make. By the way, this triad, common systems, common knowledge, and unconditional teamwork, I learned long ago from a superb chemical company of all places, which was winning on the global marketplace because of its excellence. And I think that triad is something to store away as a set of rules for behavior for all of us that want to achieve the best possible. We saw transparency and communication everywhere, including to us as the patient and the patient's spouse, me. Ann and I could know anything we wanted, and were constantly asked what we thought, how we felt, what ideas we had, what we saw that might be wrong that we would hope others would correct. We were part of the team. And Ann's values dominated. Whenever she could participate, Ann was constantly asked what matters to her, what's important to her, and the whole team, that whole common system, common knowledge, unconditional teamwork system worked toward what really mattered to Ann, which might not have been the same had I been the patient or you'd been the patient. There was deference to the patient. Technical skills were amazing, and it didn't matter who had those skills. If they could help, they could be used. So we saw constantly people of high social rank defer to people of far lower social rank if they could help, and they did. And all the time roadmaps, all the time orientation, despite the urgency and the sense of emergency and the sense of risk, everyone was on the same map. These are formulas for a successful work system in an arena of complexity. And for Ann, it saved her life. Here we are together at the Thanksgiving dinner for our family, thanks to the amazing privilege of seeing a miracle at work. Nothing matters more than teamwork. And I could stop this whole lecture right there. If you could take away the message that cooperation is above all the most important feature of behavior, systems, and interaction in pursuit of excellence, I would be done. Common systems, common knowledge, unconditional teamwork. But let's broaden a little bit. I want to take you back into a bit of a history lesson in the whole area of safety. Now, I am speaking to you from the United States. That's where my career has been. That's what I know the most about. Luckily, I get to visit many other countries. But the story I'll tell you is rooted in the United States. Whether it applies to the kingdom or to other countries that I might be in, I don't know. You have to decide for yourself. This is an American story, but I think it's pretty universal. And it involves a kind of trajectory of understanding, a trajectory of, I might say even wisdom, around what the nature of excellence really is. Because in the world of quality that you and I are working in, everything depends on aim. When I give lectures to students about quality improvement, I say there's really only two topics: aim, what would I like to accomplish, and method, how will I accomplish it. Now, I could give you a whole conversation, and would love to, about methods. Here, the lesson I learned in my career is that the methods widely used, exhortation, accountability, targets, measurements, incentives, don't really work. That's just like, beating up on the system and the thought it might do better. But I learned long ago in a trip to Africa, weighing a cow doesn't make the cow heavier. Measurement isn't the answer to improvement. What is the method that works is, I will call it learning, or quality improvement, or some constellation of activities which allow continual learning. Like we saw in Ann's heart surgery, the constant search for knowledge and information that could be then brought to everyone's use. It wasn't everybody yelling at everybody to try harder, or some incentive program that paid more if Ann survived, or authority in which the great man told everybody else what to do. Not at all. It was a learning process in which everyone was constantly contributing to situational awareness and raising ideas and trying things out. That's the method. But we're not talking today about method. We're talking about aim, and the aim is quality. Well, what is that? What does that mean? Well, here the trajectory of understanding has been developing over the decades that I've been at work. Around the end of the 20th century, around I guess around 1980, or 85, the National Academy of Medicine in the United States became interested in quality thanks to the leadership of its president, Dr. Kenneth Shine. And Dr. Shine in the mid-1990s eventually formed a roundtable on quality of care to define quality, to kind of come up with a set of ideas about what excellence was in healthcare, and then importantly to offer some objective ideas about how we were doing. The roundtable consisted of very prestigious leaders in American healthcare, and when they came back with a report, which was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, it was a devastating report. It said we are doing poorly, despite our expenditures, despite the dedication of our workforce, despite the knowledge base. We are not serving the patients of the United States the way they need to be served. The roundtable created a triad of dimensions of unquality, dimensions of defect. They called it overuse, underuse, and misuse, and that was the way that they talked about the gap between quality and the current performance. Overuse was doing things to patients that couldn't possibly help them, according to science, behavior driven by payment systems and fee-for-service incentives. Underuse, the failure to do things for people that could help them. We had around then the wonderful research of Dr. Beth McGlynn, who showed to everyone's horror that only about 54% of the procedures and care that people should be getting in the Medicare system, they actually got. Half the time, we weren't providing what was scientifically needed. Underuse was especially prevalent among people of disadvantage, people of lower income, people of other ethnicities or races. So there was an equity issue here. And then misuse. Misuse was the word the roundtable used for errors. We call it today errors, or in your case, safety, overuse, underuse, misuse. And this became the initial try at designating, we'll call it the dimensions of quality. What do I mean by that? Well, if you think about anything you use or buy, say an automobile, and I say, what's its quality, you'll tell me a story. You'll then begin to describe not the quality, but the qualities. You'll describe its fuel economy, its how much fun it is to drive. You'll describe its serviceability and its repair rate. You'll describe its comfort to sit in. You'll give me a set of characteristics which together constitute the quality of the car. Quality is a multidimensional concept. And so here we have the National Academy of Medicine saying that the multidimensional concepts for improvement of American healthcare would be making sure people don't get too much, making sure they get everything that can help them, and not erring in their care. The roundtable also gave us a legacy definition of quality that's more expansive, and what they wrote was that the quality of care is the degree to which health services for individuals and populations increase the likelihood of desired health outcomes and are consistent with current professional knowledge. Now, that's a kind of obvious statement. It makes a bit of sense, but if we go back to Anne and her cardiac surgery, it's not quite right, is it? Certainly, the desired health outcome for Anne was to live a long and healthy life, to have a cardiac function that could support her vigorous lifestyle and allow her to have Thanksgiving with me and our children and their children. Are consistent with current professional knowledge? Well, kind of hope so. I mean, hope people are using the knowledge available, but that's not a dominant characteristic of what we wanted. You know, when I buy a car, I don't want to know that I buy a car that is made consistent with current professional knowledge. That's not a quality dimension. It's a way to get to what I want, maybe fuel economy and safety, let's say. So there's a little suspiciousness that arises when one looks at this definition. It's okay, but something's missing. It reminded me of the writings of probably the most important medical sociologist of the 20th century, Dr. Elliot Friedson, Professor Friedson, who wrote a book that I read when I was a medical student, actually, called Profession of Medicine, and it changed the way I think. Gave me a new lens to look at what was happening. Friedson wanted to understand professions, and he chose medicine as the archetype. And he began to ask questions about its sociology, the way medicine works. Now, it's a complex book. It's well worth reading still now, 50 years later. But in it, Friedson talks about quality, and here's one of the things he writes. A profession is a work group that reserves to itself the right to judge the quality of its own work. That is quite a remarkable thing to say about a work group. If I stay in a hotel, the hotel doesn't reserve the right to judge the quality of its work. It asks me how it did. I'm the judge. If I buy a car, the car company doesn't reserve to itself the right to judge the quality of its own work. I do. I buy the car. It's me to say so. And by the way, your judgment when you buy a car and mine might be quite different, and we're both right. If I like speed and the sporty drive, and you like comfort and a large interior, we're both right. Neither of us is wrong. And from the point of view of the car manufacturer, we are both right. They don't get to say what good is. And Friedson says, what's going on here? How does it happen that a profession, in this case medicine, reserves to itself the right to judge the quality of its own work? And Friedson's explanation is, well, because there's a tacit social contract. Because, he says, the work group, physicians, for example, medicine, agrees or is judged to adhere to three characteristics. Society says, okay, medicine, you get to judge quality. You tell us how it is. Those three characteristics are beneficence, that the confidence that you will put my interest of the patient ahead of your interest as the guild. Technical mastery, that you do know things that I can't know, that I am unable to access knowledge that you have. And third, it's self-regulation, which is if something goes wrong, you'll set it right. It is maybe evident already to you that by the 1990s, by the time that this Institute of Medicine was doing its work under Ken Shine's leadership in the United States, these conditions of the social contract were a little bit suspect. Beneficence? Well, we had evidence then, and even much more now, of tremendous investment in greed, in profiteering, in healthcare, not putting the patient's interest first, but putting the budget first, or putting the authority of the profession first. A little bit suspect. Technical mastery? Well, already by the turn of the century, we had the internet, and now Google and Chat GPT, and you name it, in which the patient, the family, the citizen can search for knowledge that the profession might not even have. Often now, patients come in to see doctors and say, by the way, doctor, did you see this? Look what I found. And there's been a shift in the mastery level to some extent. Now, there's also an adverse shift, which is more suspicion of science, misinformation, and that's a different topic. But definitely the public no longer assumes that the doctor and the system have all the mastery that they cannot have. And then self-regulation. Well, really? We had, by the end of the century, research all over the world showing patient injuries and errors in care, pressure sores, hospital-acquired infections, surgical mishaps, and on, things that went wrong in healthcare that healthcare was not fixing. And sadly, in my country, and perhaps yours, we had evidence also that a lot of people who should not be doing medicine, incompetent physicians, for example, were not being properly corrected or brought into line. The profession was protecting itself, not the patient. So the social contract, through Friedson's eyes, no longer is quite as strong as it was. And again, by safe, effective, patient-centered, timely, efficient, equitable, I began to realize that they're not all equal. In the old style, a professionally dominated definition of quality that Elliot Friedson had written about, the keys are safety and effectiveness. That's outcomes. That's what we care about with patients. The rest of it, patient control, timeliness, efficiency, even equity, those were regarded as secondary. They're mechanisms. They're en route to safety and effectiveness. And by 2009, I no longer saw it that way. I came to believe that there was a key to all of this, a key to the castle, a secret sauce to achieving overall systemic excellence, and it was what we were calling patient-centeredness. I began to believe strongly that patient-centeredness, and we'll talk more about what that means, is a dimension of quality in its own right, not just because of its connection to other aims like safety and effectiveness, that we don't try to prove that patient-centeredness is desired because it produces safety and effectiveness, but in its own right. And the more I've thought about it and the more I've written about it, the more I become convinced, maybe I'm wrong, that it is in fact a route to everything else we desire in the performance of health and healthcare systems as a whole. Now, if the chassis is broken, if we can't get to safe, effective, patient-centered, timely, efficient, and equitable care through the current system, that raises the scientific question as to what the design of a care system could look like that might be more likely to perform. In the National Academy's report, Crossing the Quality Chasm, we laid out 10 what we called simple rules for design of healthcare. These would be like if a builder is coming to you to build a house for you, and he or she would say to you, "Tell me about the house you want." We would describe its quality, but then we would also say, "Well, we want a house that has the following features, the following design features." And here were the 10 we proposed. The first, that care is based on continuing healing relationship, not on visits. Care is not visits. It's continuity of relationship through whatever mechanisms could be achieved. Now, of course, we have maximized, or not maximized, we've entered onto the possibilities of virtual relationships, but care as continuity, number one. Number two is care customized to each individual patient's needs. If I want a car that's fast and you want a car that's safe, we're both right. And the car manufacturer needs to understand for each and every individual what their needs are. And this sounds crazy, but it's quality to build a system that can respond to every individual's needs and values as an individual. The control belongs to the patient. They're the ones who are determining the destination, where we're getting, the modifications that might be needed en route. Now, of course, there is knowledge that the doctor has, the patient doesn't. Anne could not have replaced her own tricuspid valve. It took Dr. Sun's skill to do that. But overall, in the configuration of the pattern of care, we were recommending a system which the patient is much more the driver. Today, we would say community, because as our consciousness has been risen about the generation of health and well-being, we now understand that it's much more than the patient, even much more than the patient and the family. It's the community as a whole, in part, that need the control. Knowledge is shared and flows freely. There's no barrier to access to knowledge. Decision-making is evidence-based and shared. Safety is a system priority. This one, I will say, especially given this conference, we're not doing it. Safety has fallen off the screen as a priority in too much of healthcare. And in many, many countries, systems are fretting about financial viability and new payment models and workforce shortages and pandemic preparedness and a long list of concerns. And I believe personally that safety, which is a very high priority dimension of quality in healthcare or a car, is not in the boardroom, not in the executive suite the way it really needs to be. Transparency is absolutely necessary. You can't learn. You can't drive without windows. You have to have a sense of openness and sharing, common systems, common knowledge, unconditional teamwork. Needs are anticipated instead of reacting. Instead of fixing the bullet wounds, figure out why people are getting shot. If there are injuries, figure out how people are getting injured. If there are infections, figure out how the infections are spreading. Waste is continually decreased, which is, as I said, the best approach to cost containment. And cooperation among clinicians is a top priority. When I was trained in medicine, I was sort of trained to be a hero. Doctor's orders. It's my operating room. It's yes, doctor, yes, doctor. No, that doesn't work. Cooperation is the number one priority. A system like that has not been thought of before. Here are some things I've heard way back in the 1980s from people that were teachers and colleagues of mine. Mayo Clinic has throughout its entire ethos the phrase, the needs of the patient come first. You can't be at Mayo Clinic 5 minutes without reading or seeing or hearing that. Nothing about me without me, I heard from a colleague named Diana Plamping in England. My colleague Arthur de Baraducci was the head of a hospital in Boston, and he put in front of the hospital a stone with this etched on it. On the stone it said, "Every patient is the only patient." I love that. And then Susan Edgman-Levitan and Michael Barry and Ms. Maureen Bisignano have been leading an international effort on what matters to you medicine. There's in some ways nothing new under the sun. This implies a different definition of quality, and this is my draft, somewhat less professionally dominated than that National Academy of Medicine one. I say equality and patient-centeredness is the experience, to the extent the informed individual patient desires it, of transparency, individualization, recognition, respect, dignity, and choice in all matters without exception related to one's person and circumstances and relationships to healthcare. This is what being centered on a patient really means. A hospital or a clinic designed around these principles would have characteristics that feel a bit foreign to those raised in a professionally dominated environment. There would be, for example, no restrictions on visiting, no restrictions of place or time or person except the ones that are chosen by and under the control of every single individual patient. Visiting hours to me are a legacy of inappropriate distribution of power from the point of view of quality and probably healing. Patients would determine what food they eat, what clothes they wear in hospitals to the extent that their health status allows. Patients and family members would participate in rounds. They have knowledge. Why should they not be part of the active team talking about what the plan is and what the next step is? Patients and families would participate in the design of healthcare processes and services everywhere as we build and rebuild our healthcare facilities and systems. Medical records would belong to patients. Clinicians, rather than patients, would need to have permission to gain access to them. The medical records, my book, not yours. And I'm happy to let you use it if you're using it on my behalf, not the other way around. Shared decision-making technologies, which are now well developed, would be used everywhere. Operating room schedules, designs, architectures, schedules of all type would conform to ideal queuing theory designs aimed at minimizing waiting times instead of maximizing the convenience of clinicians. We need to honor clinicians, make sure their work is easy as possible, as delightful as possible, but that doesn't come from territoriality. It comes from using the sciences of queuing with respect to flow. Patients physically capable of self-care would have the option to take care of themselves, not just home-based care, even in the hospitals. It always amuses me that, a patient comes into a hospital who's taken, let's say, a statin for 20 years, and we take the bottle of pills away from him or her, and then we give it to them in little paper cups instead of saying, just take your pills as you normally know how. And all institutional boards, governance boards, boards of trustees, and I would raise this to government oversight, would have a majority of patients and clinicians on them. Governance, in other words, would contain the voices of the people served. To do this, we'll need to affirm that patient-centered care and family-centered care is a dimension of quality in its own right, not just through its effect on health status and outcomes, technically defined. If you want to see an example of this, study the work of Dr. John Wasson at Dartmouth a couple of decades ago. Wasson began trying to find a single question that you could ask of patients and families that would tell you the overall quality from the viewpoint of patient-centeredness. And here's Wasson's inquiry, which I helped him write. You would say, to what extent do you agree that they gave me all the care I needed and wanted, exactly when and how I needed and wanted it? And then make that a 1 to 5 scale. Wasson, when he did this research, by the way, was able to discover clinical practices in the state of New Hampshire, where he was doing his work, that scored off the charts high. Every patient said They gave me all the care I needed and wanted, exactly when and how I needed and wanted it, and whereas others were very low. We would firmly vest in patients' and families' control over decisions, using shared decision-making techniques, but it's their choices, not ours. We would extend transparency completely. That would transparency about science, about costs, about outcomes, about processes, about errors, and we would definitely be transparent when things go wrong. Apologize, offer just compensation, and promise patients that that error will never happen to another patient. We would learn and use individualization and customization. Every patient is the only patient as a design target, and we would train our young professionals in these values. In such an environment, people worry that clinicians would feel burdened. I mean, every patient's the only patient, the patient's in control. I think just the opposite. My experience and my intuition tell me that in a system where patients are so much more thoroughly involved in designing and conducting their own care, the burden is lifted among clinicians who are today spending a tremendous amount of energy enforcing restrictions when they have better uses for their time. I kind of summarize this in a paragraph in that paper I showed you, which I'll read it. It says what I think. What I said in that paper was, what chills my bones is indignity. It's the loss of influence on what happens to me. It's the image of myself in a hospital gown, homogenized, anonymous, powerless, no longer myself. It's the sound of a young nurse calling me Donald, which is a name I never use. It's Don for him or her, or better, perhaps, Dr. Berwick. It's the voice of the doctor who says we think instead of I think, and thereby placing a very small verbal wedge between himself as a person and myself as a person. It's the clerk who tells my wife to leave my room, or tells me to leave her room without asking if we want to be apart. It's a close friend of mine called the clinic for her mammogram report, and they said, you have to come here. We don't give out that information on the phone. And my friend said, no, it's okay. You can tell me. And they said, no, we can't do that. Well, of course they can do that. They choose not to do that. And their choice trumps her, period. That's what scares me, to be made helpless before my time, to be made ignorant when I want to know, to be made to sit when I wish to stand, to be alone when I need to hold my wife's hand, to eat what I do not wish to eat, to be named what I do not wish to be named, and to be told when I wish to be asked, to be awoken when I wish to sleep. You can call that patient-centeredness, but I suggest this is the core. This is that property of care that we must commit to and assert, that asserts my humanity and my individuality. If we be healers, then I suggest that is not a route to the point. It is the point. Colleagues and professionals who've heard me spout these thoughts have raised concerns. If patients are in control of decisions, will that lead to overuse? Well, here we have very good research by scholars like Annette O'Connor in Canada and the Cochrane Collaborative there on shared decision-making, which show time and again that overall, when patients are more involved in decisions about their care, rates of use go down, not up. Professor O'Connor showed a 23% reduction in surgery when patients were involved through shared decision-making, and better outcomes. Will patient control overwhelm clinicians? Well, I said earlier, I think the opposite. If we set ourselves up in combat with patients and families, a tug of war, constantly trying to control, we use energies that get released if we begin to involve and welcome communities and families and patients into our hallways. And will patient control undercut evidence-based medicine? Well, it could. That depends on how we do it, how we approach it. We would need consistent, honest, trustworthy efforts to continually explain to the public at large why science matters, why misinformation hurts them, and over time build back trust in science that will allow patients to join us in our respect for evidence-based medicine. In the U.S., moving in this direction is difficult. One of the reasons is what my colleagues Naomi Oreskes and Eric Conway wrote in this very important book this year, The Big Myth. The subtitle is How American Business Taught Us to Loathe the Government and Love the Free Market. This may or may not be dissonant with the directions the kingdom's headed, but I think that our belief in markets is way beyond what the evidence supports. When there are social agendas to be achieved, like health for ourselves and our communities, a carbon-free economy, justice in our criminal justice systems and healing, proper development of our children and their talents, proper support for elders and their potential loneliness, we must act together, and markets don't help, they hurt. And nonetheless, in this country, due to very interesting history that Oreskes and Conway report, we have sold ourselves the myth that the solution is marketization. It is not. In the particular case of healthcare, I fear that if we move toward financialization, marketization, competition in healthcare as the solution, we will produce far more damage than good. It's cooperation. Cooperation is number one. We are in it together. We will either save healthcare or our planet or our children or our elders together, or we won't do it at all. I just returned from Australia, and I attended the Gathering of Kindness, a day annually convened by Dr. Catherine Kroc, an oncologist at Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne, Australia, and it was what it sounds like. It was a gathering of people in healthcare talking about the feelings of kindness and what it does to work, to effects, to patients, to ourselves. And it, to me, is so much better than a gathering of competition or a gathering of winning and losing or a gathering of defeating others. That's not going to work. You can, by the way, study the Gathering of Kindness on the web. Dr. Kroc has set up tremendous resources for that. I know what cooperation can do. My wife is alive today because of cooperation. And in the marvelous work achieved by that hospital, it wasn't by people defeating each other. It was by everyone joining hands to defeat the threat to someone I love. We need to do the same. We need to do the same for the well-being of the communities and families and nations that we care about. Thank you very much for the chance to share these thoughts. I wish you well, and I hope I can join you in person sometime soon.
We're privileged to have Don speaking at our conference. His speech is always inspiring. His work is amazing in healthcare. I recommend everyone to have a look at his papers or book in healthcare quality. It transforms QI, and anyone who is doing QI at this point, he is applying some of the concepts, principles that was developed by Don and his colleagues. Our next keynote session, someone who is a mentor to me. He's someone who aspires me, I learned a lot from him. Not because he is my boss, but he's a true leader. Dr. Ali Asiri will be speaking about Saudi Patient Safety Center from vision to reality. Dr. Ali is a pediatric GI consultant, subspecialized in hepatology and nutrition of children. He has held various roles in academic leadership positions, whether in King Fahd Medical City or in the Riyadh Cluster 2 as the Vice President of Clinical Excellence. We're lucky to have him at Saudi Patient Safety Center as our Director General. Welcome, Dr. Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. سعيد جدا برؤية هذه الوجوه الجميلة حقيقة في هذه الفعالية الرائعة. وشكرا لحضوركم ومشاركتكم. أستعين بالله سبحانه وتعالى وأبدأ. Thank you everybody for participating with us in this event. I'd like to really take the opportunity and thank our great speakers for taking all the time and efforts to join us, and for you personally to get with us in this scientific activity. It was told that the time is probably, we are tight on time, so pardon me for just trying to, is this working? Yeah, so I may skip some slides just to keep up with time. So I'll go through the why Saudi Patient Safety Center was established and what's its role in the healthcare system. And I wish I will be able to convince you that the system in Saudi Arabia was so sensitive and responding properly to the needs of patients in the country, and also was aligned with the international needs to improve patient safety, and this is one of the initiatives was establishing Saudi Patient Safety Center. Let's try to answer this question. Is healthcare, now talking globally, is healthcare safe? Who believes it is safe? Show of hands. Is healthcare safe? Probably less than 10%. So is it unsafe? Oh. So there is an issue that we agree, and this is why we are gathering here today. If healthcare was safe, probably will not need to meet and discuss the safety issue. So the safety is not only, it is a priority, we agree on that. It is an ethical mandate. There's a contract between us as healthcare providers, as healthcare system, and the consumers, patients, families, and so on. Part of that contract, when they come to us, they expect that we'll do our best efforts to heal them, but at least to make them, safe. We will not harm them. Now, is that, and this is also by patients. This is, as I said, what's expected. The famous say, don't harm me, heal me, be nice to me. It takes about safety, clinical competence, and patient experience. Now the question is, back to the same question I asked initially, is our healthcare system globally safe or not? The first call of action was a 1999 report by Institute of Medicine that first alerted the healthcare systems in general that patients, they are really being harmed. Not only harm, death. Death is happening in high numbers, significant loss and economical burden in healthcare systems. Years after that, the same problem is still happening. Medical errors is the third most common cause of death after heart disease and cancer in a report in 2016. That was in the US. So is it solved? No, still. In 2021, a report showed that still many patients are being harmed. And death is around 3 million deaths per year globally, which translates into one death every almost 5 to 6 minutes. Alarming numbers. So patient safety is a major global challenge that requires bold and innovative solutions. We cannot use the solutions that we have been using in the healthcare system like 10, 20 years ago. We have to be innovative. We have to adapt to the current needs and challenges. So one of them was to initiate, this is in Saudi Arabia, to initiate an entity in the healthcare system that will try to collect and put all patient safety initiatives and sort of driver of the system to improve patient safety under one umbrella. So we agree that a major change has to happen at a macro level, micro level, and you need to tackle every part of the healthcare system when it comes to structure, processes, and we expect that if those are done properly, outcomes will be also ideal. So the SPSC, when it is initiated or established, and I take the opportunity to thank my colleague, Dr. Abdullah Hussaw, who's sitting here, and he's the one who really started the initial steps for the center and has done great job. So it is part of the transformation process that's happening in the country, and it serves the improving quality and efficiency of health services as part of the vibrant society, which is one of the 3 pillars of the National Transformation Program. Our vision is to have safer healthcare system. Why we didn't say safe? Because probably we will not be able to reach to a really safe healthcare system because errors will continue to happen. But we want to challenge ourselves. So every year we want to be safer, we want to be better. So this year will be better than the last year, and next year will be better than this year, and so on. I will not take you through all those details, but we have really a vision, mission, and values, and the major goals. And we are positioned in the system as part of the healthcare regulatory bodies. However, our mandate that I will come to soon gave us sort of an umbrella or wide scope that covers the regulatory part, and also probably also the education and improvement aspect. So there is part of the operation in our mandate that will help us at least in the initial phases of establishing the center to ensure that what's happening in the front line is really will reflect in improving patient safety. So this is the summary of the mandate that has been, so as I said, the center was established 2017. 2020, the mandate from the Royal Court has been passed or released with these 12 points that covers the mandate of Saudi Patient Safety Center. So quickly, we are assigned, or we are mandated to set and lead the National Patient Safety Strategy. And it is in the final stages now, and probably next year, 2024, it will be released. Then we need to collaborate and share knowledge with the local and international bodies. And also we need to have international presence representing patient safety. We need to disseminate best practices, patient empowerment projects, and measurement like patient safety indicators. We don't have a national measure for patient safety. So we cannot say that is our healthcare system in Saudi Arabia safe with a clear indicators that everybody agrees on. And this is why we are working on a project that hopefully first quarter of next year we'll have the Saudi patient safety indicators to help us to address how safe is our healthcare system. We have also an electronic platform to receive all the patient safety incidents, sentinel events, or even adverse events that will help us to address and learn from them to address the system failures. We do surveys and studies and research. We have initiatives that will come to them quickly, and we have to develop mechanisms of reporting, policies and guidelines, training and education. All of those items on the mandate help or should help us to work on eliminating preventable harm in healthcare in Saudi Arabia. We are at the blunt end of the system, but we are not also ignoring the sharp end, and we are trying to create safe environment not only for patients but even for healthcare providers. So we are close to the providers, and we are working with them hand in hand to ensure that the patient safety is being implemented and across all parts of the system. I'll just go quickly on some of the initiatives like Sentinel Advanced Medication Safety Reporting Platform, and the others will have like one slide for each. Now we have in the reporting system, we have 1,200 Sentinel events through SPSC. Mind you, this platform is almost not more than 2 years old. We have about 400,000 medication safety incidents, reported. So our job is to go through those and produce reports that will be shared with the healthcare providers, leaders, to tell them where are the defects in the system and ensure that there will be work to address those failures. We released some of the policies and guidelines nationally. Some of them, one of them, for example, is the disclosure of patient safety events to patients, and the Saudi Healthcare Sentinel Event Manual. We are also trying to help healthcare providers know what are the best practices. This is one of the famous reports released by the center talking about safe staffing, about nursing and midwives. Patient and family education and empowerment is important, and we are working on producing some videos, digital campaigns, and some projects, and also established the Patient Family Advisory Council that covers patient safety, and we had one meeting last month. We believe that, healthcare providers, they need to know what and to know how. So we are trying to address that gap, knowledge gap and skills gap, by training healthcare providers on basic and also specialized training. And the last 2 years, we trained more than 20,000 through in-person and virtual training. We believe that you need to incentivize systems, organizations, and individuals, sort of a healthy competition. And we have the National Patient Safety Award. We had so far 5 cycles with 1,500 submitted projects and 30 winners. And the competition on this award is huge between healthcare providers and institutions. This is a busy slide, but one of the first initiatives started in the center is to measure and help to improve the culture, because we believe that unless you really create and improve the culture of safety, probably you will not be able to achieve much. So in short, you could see the engaged hospitals jumped from 90 to more than 400. The last month, we concluded the 5th cycle. So more than 5 times increased in the engaged hospitals. Individual participants, healthcare providers, professionals, from 43K to 169K, which indicates that people are really interested and trying to get their voices heard. And the other thing, so we are sharing reports, we are giving accessibility to the report through those who are interested. We believe that this is one of the important drivers that helped us to improve patient safety in the country. This is one example that we used. We piloted one improvement work in one of the hospitals in Eastern Province. Based on that culture measurement, leadership were interested to improve because the hospital management support for patient safety was low, about 63. So the team from the center worked with that center for almost a year, and they trained leaders, they did document review, they started some of the best practice like safety walkarounds and so on. Then it was measured at the end of the year, and there was a significant improvement. Another project is the Choosing Wisely, and I'll just refer to what Dr. Don Borwick said about overuse. It is a risk because about 30 to 40% of healthcare is a waste. So from economic point of view, yes, it is a waste in terms of money, but at the same time, it is bringing a risk to patients of harm to patients. So Choosing Wisely started 2012. Now it's gone viral across many countries, and Saudi Arabia started 2019. And significant improvement or growth has happened for the last 4 years in terms of the organizations or hospitals involved and initiatives, and the harm avoidance that has been shown through some of the initiatives. Number of X-rays that were, let me show to you. This is initiative covers almost all the regions in the country. Majority or good number of the scientific societies and associations are working with us through this initiative. I want to show you this slide that, imagine that 50%, 55% reduction of the unnecessary radiology requests. That was in one of the initiatives in one hospital, and also about more than 6,000 reduction in the lab requests in a month. Yani in every month, more than 6,000 is reduced unnecessary tests, and so on. So even in the medication requests, more than 2,000. This is only in few initiatives in some of the hospitals. Imagine if this has been done across the board in almost all the hospitals. A huge number of unnecessary resources will be saved, and patients will be saved from harm. This is again how the growth of the initiative has happened. I'll just go quickly over the slide. A scope of work, as I said, 12 points in the mandate. So we cover from operational till the legislative and regulatory. But we are trying now to focus on the system level and push the operational parts to the front lines and the providers. And we will be helping them with national strategies, national policies, measurement, and so on. That will give a sense of ownership to those who are really in the front line to ensure that they are contributing to the improvement of patient safety. In global perspective, the center has been active in that aspect. And like the fourth Patient Safety Global Ministerial Summit has taken place 2019 in Jeddah, and that has resulted in Jeddah Declaration. 2020, for the first time, patient safety was introduced to the agenda of G20 Summit, and one of the recommendations to establish Global Patient Safety Leaders Group, and we are co-chairs with WHO. 2020, we have been recognized as designated as WHO Collaborating Center for EMERO region, and we are really active trying to help low and middle income countries to improve their patient safety practices. That is not without challenges. A lot of challenges are faced and being faced, and we are aware of them. One of them is data availability and accuracy, and it's not easy to get sort of free access to data, and this is one of the things that we need to keep working on. Transparency at individual level, at the system level, is an issue, especially talking about harm or deaths. And people, they don't want, or systems or sectors or organizations, they don't want to have their data published. So probably they will lose trust of the community. And this is something we are aware of, but at the same time, you cannot improve without sharing data to the concerned parties. Competing priorities. The country is going through a major transformation. Healthcare is part of the whole transformation in the country, and a lot is moving, a lot of moving parts, and this puts on the table of leaders a lot of priorities. So we need to prove to them that if you work on patient safety, you will be able to address many other priorities in the same time. Resistance to change. People, they tend to, and systems tend to stay in the comfort zone, and pushing them out of comfort zone is not easy, and this needs a lot of action. This is the last slide, and our future directions is, I think myself and my colleagues and the center, we see ourselves as partners to everybody in the system. And we need to probably update and change our operating model, as I said, and focus on the system part, ensure that we have a measurement, we have data, we have sort of necessary policies and strategies and so on. and leave, or not totally leave, but push the frontline healthcare providers to take the lead to improve. However, to ensure that this is really working, we need to get aspects in the system that will monitor what's really happening at that level. Are things improving? Patients are getting safe care, and so on, reducing the harm. So this is something that is a work in progress. And training and education is important, especially to the healthcare providers in the making, in the medical colleges and healthcare colleges in general. Measurement, so we are working on patient safety indicators, and hopefully that will be released in the first quarter of next year. And probably we need also, I think we need to have the rating. We need to know, as it happens in many other countries, as a beneficiary of the system, I need to know how safe is that hospital or that healthcare provider to decide if I will go to that hospital or will allow that healthcare provider, a surgeon, for example, to do a procedure on myself or on my close relative of mine based on safety, which is a very important measure. This is being done now from experience point of view in some other countries, but I think from safety point of view is not. So we're trying to work with other colleagues in the system, healthcare system, to find the best way to help system and also beneficiaries to use that. Last is the, as I said, to push the business outside. We will have what's called local collaborating centers in the peripheries, and those collaborating centers will be helped by the SPSC to elevate their level of knowledge and practice in patient safety. So they will be able to be working in their region. I'm talking here about the peripheral regions. They will be working in their region as the driver for patient safety improvement, instead of the SPSC trying to cover all areas in the kingdom which cannot be done, and this is really cannot be achieved. So we're trying to nudge the major hospitals in the regions to. I'm sure they are doing a good job, but we need to work with them and also push them to get things done in a better way. This is my last slide. Thank you very much, and I hope that I just give a glimpse quickly on the SPSC, and we are welcoming any idea, any support, any concept to improve, because we are aiming to achieve a common goal for everybody, which is safe patient care and safe care for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Asiri. Our next session is something that the scientific committee has been looking for to make this happen. It was a dream come true. We'll have an interesting panel discussion between experts that represent different healthcare systems in the Gulf countries that addressed measurements of patient safety regionally. We're honored to have them here. I'll call them to the stage with the moderator. We have Dr. Hisham Kalendar from Ministry of Health, Kuwait. We have Dr. Amina Malik from Ministry of Health, Bahrain. We have Dr. Aisha Al-Adb from Hamad Medical Corporation, Ministry of Health, Qatar. And we have Dr. Zakaria Al-Attal from Ministry of Health, UAE, Dr. Gamra Sariri from Ministry of Health, Oman. Mr. Faisal Al-Ataibi will be moderating this session. We have 45 minutes to 50 minutes, and then we'll go to the coffee break. Can we have the speakers and the panelists to the stage, please? I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce the one and only Dr. Abdulillah Housawi. He will be representing Saudi Patient Safety Center.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you all in this panel discussion titled Benchmarking Patient Safety Regionally. My name is Faisal Atebi. I'm a patient safety specialist at the Saudi Patient Safety Center. I'm honored to moderate this session with an expert in the GCC region. We know to make healthcare safer, we have first to assess and measure the current situation of patient safety. And it's been said, you cannot measure what you don't, or you cannot improve what you don't measure. So our first step in the journey of improvement is to start by the measurement. So the whole panel discussion is going to be about the measurement and benchmarking regionally, and we're going to see different healthcare system. We have the privilege to host an expert in the field of benchmarking patient safety from different country, from different healthcare system. So without further delay, I would like to introduce those speakers to you. First, Dr. Abdulillah Housawi. He's accomplished, resourceful patient safety leader with many years of experience in healthcare system, well-rounded knowledge in both clinical and administrative aspect of healthcare, energetic self-starter, team builder, able to promote patient safety agenda within national and global level, well-networked healthcare leader with a strategic relationship. His life mission is to be a vital tool in a global healthcare system transformation. He's currently the CEO of Novo Genomics, and he's a patient safety advisor in the Saudi Patient Safety Center. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Abdullah Housawi. Our next speaker is Dr. Gamra Seririya, is a public health senior consultant specialized in quality management and policy research with more than 20 years experience between primary health care and tertiary care in utilization, quality and healthcare management. She is posted as a Director General of Quality Insurance Center in MOH Oman since 2018. Dr. Gamra received her Bachelor of Medicine from Sultan Qaboos University and her CBHQ from University of Oklahoma, and her Master with distinction and PhD from University of Surrey in the UK. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Gamra Seriri. Our next speaker is Dr. Zakaria Al-Attal. He's a senior consultant for organization development and international accreditation at MOH in the UAE, and the Director of Quality at Emirate Health Services. Before joining the MOH and EHS, Dr. Zakaria was the Director of Quality and Performance Management at Dubai Health Authority. He's a recognized trainer and certified professional in healthcare quality, certified professional in patient safety by Institute of Healthcare Improvement. And Dr. Zakaria trained more than 3,000 healthcare professionals on CBHQ and CBBS and other programs. Please join me in welcome Dr. Zakaria Al-Attal. Our next speaker is Dr. Aisha Al-Adh. She's a senior consultant in medicine specialized in pulmonary allergy, sleep medicine, and she's a fellow of American College of Chest Physician in 2013. She's assistant professor in quality in Qatar University Medical College and Weill Cornell Medical College. Dr. Al-Adb has many years experience in managing micro and macro level healthcare improvement initiatives, either inequality improvement, risk management, quality improvement, patient safety, collaborative improvement, and she's a mentor and coach for quality training program. Please join me in welcome Dr. Aisha. Our next speaker is Dr. Amina Malik. She has completed her medical degree from Charles University in Prague. She has a master in public health from Boston University in the US, an MBA with distinction from the University of Oxford in the UK, where she was awarded the 40 scholarship. Currently, Dr. Amina is the consultant advisor in the accreditation and quality at the National Health Regulatory Authority in Bahrain. She has been instrumental in successful of the implementation of national accreditation program in Bahrain, has played key role in strategic planning, program development and evaluation, and performance improvement in the authority. Please join me in welcome Dr. Amina Malik. Our next speaker is Dr. Hisham Kalendar. He's a physician by proficiency. He's received his Doctor of Philosophy degree in Healthcare Management and Leadership with a focus on improving service efficiency using lean management from the University of Bradford in 2021. He also studied different programs at several levels in the UK. He studied public health at the University of Stirling in Scotland, and he's currently work as Assistant Undersecretary for External Health Service Affairs, in addition to being a head of the Health Economic Department at Kuwait Ministry of Health. Please join me in welcome Dr. Hisham. Okay, Dr. Abdillah, I will start with you. Our first question is, how do we currently measure the patient safety at our healthcare system here in Saudi?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a pleasure and honor to be with my colleagues from the GCC countries to discuss this very important issue. Saudi Arabia's healthcare system is a big system. We have around 500 hospitals, and we have thousands of ambulatory care centers and primary care centers. We have different sectors, and every sector, in a way or another, has their way of assessing and measuring the healthcare system. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well? Okay. So 70% of the providers in the healthcare system in Saudi is government, and the 30% is a private. Within those 70%, we've got the Ministry of Health, which is undergoing this transformation with initiatives. We've got the Ministry of Defense, we've got the National Guard. So each one of those sectors have their own corporate level that oversees safety, and they have specific indicators for safety as well as for quality that they oversee. The private sector is different, so it's a variable way of assessing the safety. A few years back, the Saudi Health Council came up with an initiative which was around this strategy, a national strategy for quality and patient safety, and brought some, at least guidance to having similarity in those indicators. But hopefully now, with the efforts that Dr. Ali mentioned about, how the Saudi Patient Safety Center is pushing the patient safety indicators, I hope that in a year's time or so we can come back and say that we've got a standardized way of measuring safety with those set of indicators.
Great. So, Dr. Gamra, how is the situation in Oman healthcare system? How patient safety is being measured?
Yeah. Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Very good morning to all of you, and pleasure to be with all the distinguished speakers from all around the world, and also with our colleagues at this very important panel discussion. Actually, we have similarities in the GCC in the establishment of the patient safety. However, we started actually to place patient safety high in our national agenda in the Sultanate of Oman. Actually, we started to, first of all, to do maybe a similar approach with the patient safety culture survey since few years. And actually, the actual implementation of the patient safety happened in the Sultanate in 2016. So for the last maybe 7 to 8 years, where we had actually the analysis of all the incidents in the system in that time, and it was actually in thousands of incidents. Some of them it's electronic, some of them it's manual. So it was an alarming region to measure the risk in the country. So that was actually the start point in 2016 to establish a full system of the patient safety. And actually the framework or the methodology that we have used is the patient safety friendly framework adopted from WHO. And within that framework, we had to implement more than 130 standards in all the hospital and in all the, not just in the government, actually, even in the private sector. We have a very huge private sector in Oman, and we have similar demographic distribution of governorate, similar to Saudi Arabia also. So it was a very complex also to start, but however, we started and we placed the patient safety actually within our national agenda in Ministry of Health. And actually we have a 5-year health plan where we place also patient safety within the decentralization of the services in all the governorates. So we have the aid not just at the central level within quality assurance, we have the patient safety implemented within all the governorates, all the hospitals through the framework in Oman. Maybe another milestone that happened in terms of how we initiate also when we measure the risk in the country, that time we are lacking of the proper documentation of the incidents in the country. So we developed an electronic notification system called AMAN in 2019, and that actually system, it links the primary care with secondary care and tertiary care. So we have now a full electronic system that links the 3-tier system, and we do the analysis through that system. We conduct the root cause analysis, the notification, the sentinel events, even the notification, it comes to us immediately within seconds. So also that will help to build a safer environment in our healthcare.
Thank you, Dr. Dr. Zakaria, how is the situation in UAE? Yeah, it will work.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جميعا، وأشكر اللجنة المنظمة على الدعوة. في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة unique situation again مثل ما ذكر الدكتور بالنسبة للمملكة العربية السعودية وفي سلطنة عمان. في شغلات أو في بعض الأمور. Why I'm speaking Arabic, sorry. In United Arab Emirates we have unique situations where we have I can say positive things. Very promising and very unique in a positive way, and we have some challenges. The positive thing, we have one regulatory documents where all authorities in the United Arab Emirates, they have to follow. And another important thing, we have one electronic medical record, which is standardized across the country, where patients, they can move between different authorities in different healthcare organizations, and there is an access to the medical record. So these two infrastructure help to potentially improve the way we measure patient safety performance across the country. While the unique situation in a way that requires some improvement, that every authority, including the public and private sector of 4 authorities, they measure the patient safety performance in different ways. So they have their own measures, they have their own benchmark, they have their own targets, and they have their own process. So I see this is one area where maybe we need to work together, and this is a very good initiative, I can say. We can work with you to standardize, because we believe if we have a national program for measuring patient safety, definitely we can consider the unique scenario in each country and then at the GCC level to improve the performance. The private sector in United Arab Emirates contribute to more than 80% in the ambulatory care services and up to 60% in the inpatient services. So these components together, it will help us to work collaboratively, because there is no other option to work on improving patient safety. In the four authorities, there is an automated system which is integrated with the electronic medical record to capture data and to compare the data with the manual reported or initiated by healthcare providers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zakaria. Dr. Aisha.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Alaikum assalam.
Thanks, everyone, in the organizing committee.
You have to return, Dr.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thanks, the organizing committee and my colleague. Just to add for you, I mean, if you are experienced with the Qatar, we start our journey since 1990, when we collaborated with the GCI, and by like 2014, we have gotten initiatives work with the IHI, when we start to implement the quality in my sectors and departments. So as maybe Dr. Ali have been explained, very nice how the journey coming through Saudi Arabia, maybe we have the same things, and we go through measuring so many standards. One of them, which is initially have been started to collaborate between the government and the private sectors when by initiate the patient safety initiative friendly, which is started since 2014, and this was engaging the private to follow certain standards, which we will have like 139 standards, including patient safety, reporting, incidents, and also beside that, we were also collaborating with the primary health care to all of us like follow the same framework to report and also give the best standard for patient care. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha. Dr. Amina, how patient safety is being measured in Bahrain?
Can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum. It's an absolute honor to be back here in the Saudi Patient Safety Forum again. I was here two years ago, just before COVID, and it was just as spectacular, and it's absolutely our pleasure for me to represent Bahrain, the Kingdom of Bahrain. We might be a small country. We're usually known as the younger brother of Saudi Arabia, and a lot of our research initiatives follows on from what Saudi Arabia does, so we're really honored whenever Saudis include us in their initiatives. I don't know if everybody knows, but we implemented the accreditation, the national accreditation in Bahrain in 2016. Since then, we have accredited 100% of all the hospitals, and we're on the way to completely finish up all the medical centers as well. Our accreditation started off with a little bit of a challenge, but alhamdulillah, we were able to do it, and we were able to get a lot of stakeholder involvement. And one of the key things that we had that helped us to really further our message was the fact that we promised everyone that we would help them in many of their patient safety initiatives. So I work for the National Health Regulatory Authority, and we have an unusual situation. We do licensing, inspection, and accreditation under one body. Accreditation is kept distinctly separate. We do not share any kind of reports with each other, just so as to keep the bias as simple as possible. And the accreditation entire program is very much led by peer review, and we do have independent committee members who are part of the judgment. In terms of patient safety, of course, the regulatory authority has patient safety sentinel event reporting, which are mandatory according to our definition of incident report of an incident. In addition to that, we have patient safety metrics that are on our accreditation standards. Those are actually monitored by the survey teams. And then we have, which I think everybody is subject to, social media. Social media has really drawn patient safety into the limelight, and a lot of facilities are looking at social media and seeing what patients are speaking about, what they're complaining about. So not everything is always an incident, or not everything is always a never event. Sometimes it is a near miss, and unfortunately, these are discussed in open forum. So we do monitor all of these platforms, and our main aim is for those events that are reportable. They go through our complaints department at the regulatory authority, and those work closely with the prosecutor's office. And then we have a separate section where those events that occur that might be a near miss, in the accreditation teams, we are mandated to go and review the root cause analysis that was done on any events, and to see what were the actionizable items that were implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amina. Dr. Hisham.
Sorry. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee for this wonderful conference. It's my pleasure to be with you today. Talking about patient safety, I remember in 2009 I was responsible to implement the 9 patient safety solution. This was the first experience for me about patient safety when Kuwait Ministry of Health decided to establish a patient safety department. At that time, it was a good experience to implement patient identification, control of concentrated electrolyte, medication reconciliation, and so on. After that, we started to implement root cause analysis for incident reporting systems. Coming back to the question, Mr. Faisal, how do we measure the patient safety? In Kuwait, we organize a visit by auditing teams. They do it on regular basis. We have a certain indicators for different patient issues. So they measure it and they try to benchmark it with the different care service providers. And we believe that patient empowerment and involvement of a frontline people to making the patient safety as a habit and embedding with the daily work is very important. And I think the slogan chosen for this conference, where empowerment of patient and care provider, is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hisham. Back to you, Dr. Abdulillah. How do you currently benchmark either in the system level or in the organization level? You have mentioned the measurement effort is fragmented. Each sector is measuring their own indicator. Is there any benchmark for those facilities and even in the system level? Yeah, it's working.
So what I talked about was the efforts of the sectors or the organizations. But then when you go at the national level, Sibahi, which is our national healthcare accreditation organization, provides a very good benchmark, just because accreditation is about improving quality and safety. Sibahi also, within its standards, has something called ESR, the Essential Safety Requirements, and this was an effort to really improve, not only just to do the benchmark, but also to improve the safety across the kingdom. So that would be a very good benchmark to start with. Again, I mentioned the Saudi Health Council strategy for quality and patient safety, and that was a great effort that pushed us as a country towards standardized patient safety indicators. I hope that as we're moving forward, that we will end up having a national benchmark that not only depends on these standards, on these indicators as I mentioned, but also it would have into account the performance in accreditation. Hopefully it would also have into account some input from patients and families as well.
And it can be benchmarked with other healthcare systems, like in other countries.
Well, in terms of safety, I can't think of us now at a national level benchmarking. I sit on some of the WHO committees, and there is the Global Patient Safety Action Plan that started in 2021. Hopefully, as we're moving towards the implementation of that plan, we can say that we have an international benchmark. But as we speak, I can't think of an international benchmark when it comes to patient safety.
Great. Dr. Gamra, you talk about the framework and you have been developing the standards. Is there any benchmark to the Omani healthcare system?
Yes. Actually, yes, since we did the implementation, as I said, for all the patient safety-friendly framework standards, we are doing two methods also in terms of the benchmarking. The first one is we left the first assessment to all the hospitals and the institution to do the assessment, and then we do it at the central level. And then after the first and second wave of assessment, we do the benchmark of the hospital to see the progress throughout all the standards, and then we can benchmark the institution, the hospitals. Again, also we use the artificial intelligence because in our setup we have the Shifa system, where we link all the, as I said, the primary, secondary, and tertiary care through a full health record system, so through the patient's file. So what we did through the artificial intelligence, actually, we extracted all the information and we translate that into a live dashboard where we do measure all the patient safety indicators through the dashboard. And then we generate the reports that we share with all the institutions to see the progress of the indicators in the setup in our healthcare.
Thanks, Doctora. Dr. Zakaria, the measurement system in Saudi is similar to UAE. How do you benchmark?
We do benchmark through, in some of the measures, through our participation in database of certain authorities related to certain function. So we do benchmark with American Heart Association for something related to acute myocardial infarction and others. And we do, for example, with the HRQ for patient safety culture, and with IHI and some other published data from certain authorities. And we do that based on a drive of some mandate from the regulatory body or sometimes from the accrediting body. However, we do believe that the most important thing to do with our benchmarking process is to look at our baseline data and to encourage our healthcare providers to work together on the improvement and meeting the target, individual target of the organization, more than just looking at the benchmark for so many reasons. And one of the reasons is we see like there is differences between the benchmarking or the suggested benchmark figure from the authorities and international authorities and our performance. We found sometimes that the benchmark, for example, we found a benchmark related to CMS Center of Medicare and Medicaid in US in relation to readmission to the hospital after discharge is much higher than our performance. So we found that our performance, for example, is something below 5%, while the suggested benchmark is more than 15%, which we were surprised. We validated the data, we did research, etc. So we found that that is not an appropriate benchmark for us. So benchmarking sometimes with international organization is not always the option, and it's not always the solution. I suggest that each organization, they need to challenge and ask difficult questions about why we really need to do benchmarking with international organization when the process totally different, the structure is different, healthcare providers, maybe with different backgrounds, different than the benchmarking suggested organization, maybe the process, maybe the definitions, etc. So we focus on do some calculation internally and take the average of performance over 1 year, and we use that as some of, let us say, direction for our benchmarking. It's again under discussion in the different authorities. We meet with each other, we discuss, but I see having a national, let us say, direction when it comes to benchmark is maybe one of possible initiative to improve the performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zakaria. Dr. Aisha, I would like to ask you specifically about the performance indicator related to the patient safety. How do you benchmark the performance?
Okay, thank you. So we have like 139 key performance indicator, and all these we match them with the standards and benchmark internationally. What we have been found that we was able to do like internal benchmarking when we are comparing internally our hospitals with other hospital or private. So this was give us an estimate how much we perform regularly, and this is we conducted every like 3 to 6 months, and every 3 years this indicator either we start to say we need to keep them or we need to change them, and put them through a matrix to find out it is really really indicated, it is mild or it is low indicator to be started. The most important thing is that also through our indicator, we also having a regular visit from GCI to do an accreditation from them to us to accredit our hospital. We finished it just recently, the last month, where we pass it and we're getting like a high mark, even like a governmental hospital with, with a lot of challenges we faced, with, like leader commitment, physician competency. I mean, like we have also a regular meeting or conducting learning initiative. One of the interesting things when we was started, we do the value improvement, especially during COVID when we had about it, and there is a challenges with the cost. And during that time, when we just observed the cost and the equipment, we was able to reduce around 30 million riyals, to reduce it to 18 million riyals of the consumption used during COVID, just by playing a role how we initiate the quality in our initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha. Dr. Amina?
Yeah, so benchmarking. When we first started, we went around to hospitals, and now granted we have only 23 private hospitals, and then we have 4 very large government hospitals. We found that a lot of the times the hospitals were punishing themselves by internationally benchmarking themselves to an organization like NHSN. And NHSN is a sophisticated way in which they assign you a group to be compared to. And then you would see a private hospital with, 60 beds. They've not counted the acuity, they've not counted volume, nothing like that. But they're comparing themselves to, organizations within NHSN, which was sort of a disservice to them. So what we did recommend to them is to do an internal benchmarking. So you would basically compare yourself from your previous performance of the last quarter, last year, or even the last time we came for accreditation. So this was the sort of baby steps we took towards benchmarking. Subsequent to that, we upgraded our standards before we got the International Society for Quality in Healthcare accreditation to our standards. We realized that we're going to have to put in some form of not only KPIs, but even a form of, a data repository that helps us with benchmarking. So in our newer standards, which we just implemented, we do have a dashboard where we collect KPIs. We have almost 75 KPIs. Granted, at the moment, they're not all mandatory. There are certain mandatory criteria, but not all are mandatory. But what we are doing is we are collecting this kind of data. Some of the issues we face is that, hospitals don't want to share this kind of sensitive data. Private hospitals are in competition with each other, and they're afraid that their data will be misused. So what we do is we blind the data and we collect it into a database. And then, in the coming months, as we get more and more data within our database, we should be able to get a form of a benchmark that can be compared across the hospitals in Bahrain. For most of the type of patients we get is very similar. The acuity is not, is not much different from hospital to hospital, and the quality is very high. So we are looking at this kind of internal benchmarking that we are building. So that'll be, the first step towards that. The other thing is that, within our standards, we of course do have like international patient safety goals, and we do collaborate with Joint Commission sometimes, and we do look at some of their data. But still, I don't believe that that's the way to go. I think that still we need to figure out how we're going to do benchmarking for this region. And I think in time, probably Saudi will come up with a good system for all of us to share, or we can collaborate and come up with a system for this region, specific to this region, and based on, the kind of patients we see, the volumes, the acuity. So a similar system to NHSN, for example.
Thank you, Dr. Amina. I hope we will reach to a system that we can benchmark on the regional. Dr. Hisham?
Yes. In Kuwait, we benchmark ourselves at a national level and international level. So we have 6 health authority areas. So we develop a set of key performance indicator, and we try recently to embedding these quality indicators in the national accreditation programs. So what we did that we do a baseline assessment, and after that we do a multiple round about these key performance indicator concentrating on patient safety. So this is what we are doing now in Kuwait.
Great. Back to you, Dr. Abdullah. I know Dr. Ali Asiri has mentioned the unifying patient safety indicator, but give us like the future plan of improvement effort in measuring and benchmarking patient safety.
So, I subscribe to the saying that the best way to create the future, to predict the future, is to create it. I hope that we have someone here from the Saudi Health, the Gulf Health Council, because amongst all of us here on stage, we belong to the Gulf Health Council, and I hope that in the near future we could see the efforts of implementing the Global Patient Safety Action Plan resulting into a regional benchmark. I know from my work with the Global Patient Safety Action Plan that there is all the interest and the enthusiasm from the WHO to really see innovation in the way that we implement the Global Patient Safety Action Plan. I think that could be a way forward, something that we can discuss out of the ideas, if you will, or the recommendations from this conference.
Yeah. Dr. Gamra, what's your plan for improving the measurement, and what do you think about what has been said by Dr. Abdullah?
Yes. Again, maybe we have integrated the patient safety within the Oman 2040 vision and the second strategic plan. So we have actually a commitment towards a better improvement for care. So through the benchmarking also we adopted the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030. So I do agree with Dr. Abdul Ilah that if we just have the roadmap towards the proper implementation of the Global Patient Safety Plan, that also will have another a point to be added in terms of the benchmarking. And I think because we are in a fast-moving sector, again, we need to have a lot of artificial intelligence and innovative way in terms of benchmarking the sector. It's a very complex environment, and if we want really to avoid the harm, we should really get the aid for the artificial intelligence and innovation in terms of the technology and the solutions. The other thing I think, before just I close, I think that the future to shape also the healthcare and especially the patient safety, I think, and in terms of benchmarking also, I think we should empower more not just the patient, the community, and we should really engage them more in order to have a better shape and for safer environment for our healthcare setup.
Thank you, Dr. Gamra. Dr. Zakaria?
I add my voice to the colleagues working together on setting a bundle, if we can say, or a list of patient safety measures, which is comparable, that we can benchmark with each other, is very helpful. His Excellency, our Minister, after he attended the WHO Patient Safety Conference last February this year, he gave us the direction to work together at different authorities in United Arab Emirates to set a strategy, a national strategy for patient safety. Part of the strategy talking about certain measures, how we measure patient safety. And we see that as a very good opportunity where we can standardize the measures. We can maybe work on the targets at individual organization level. And then we can look also at national level for benchmark. Personally, I have a passion about your initiative to benchmark together as a GCC countries. And we put our hands with you. We'll be very happy to cooperate. I have humble recommendation is to have a serious and very effective follow-up on this initiative. We had a lot of initiatives before, but it's very important to make these initiatives happen. We measure the effectiveness of it. We keep working also on some regular meetings. With the technology, we can make it happen, maybe virtually, to follow up on this meeting, because, you know, I see that our unique environment, unique culture, unique healthcare systems, you know, all of us, we describe a structure which is really unique. It's not happening in different countries. So I think together we can start, and maybe we can be the benchmark globally.
Yes, sure thing. Dr. Aisha, what's your plan for the improvement, and what do you think about the regional benchmark?
I thank my other colleague about their feedback. One of the most important things we started, like we call something patient-centered care, when we engage the patient for decision making. This is really make a huge challenges even to give the right voice for the patient to decide about the treatment. This was one of the challenges we faced when we implant and we go over it to do like a benchmarking. I think we have the data, we have everything, but the problem still we don't have anything published to the others to see what happened here in Qatar or compare it to other regions. This is one of the challenges we face through working in the Ministry of Public Health. One important thing which I like, the initiative. I think us as a Gulf, we all have the competency and the power to start something regionally, you know, like all the Gulf, we have to work together and started, and this will be like a good initiative for the future, even for the next meeting, you know, each one will share his perspective, what have been happened, how we unify our tools and a framework, because most of us, we follow the same, so why not to do it through regional instead of each one will give his perspective in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha. Dr. Amina?
So in Bahrain, the National Regulatory Authority and the Minister of Health both report to the Supreme Council of Health, which I think you have a similar system here as well. The Supreme Council of Health has a quality committee that has representation from all of the entities in Bahrain, the governmental entities. So I'm a member of that, and I recently wrote the national quality strategy for the country. And in that strategy, we have put in some mandatory KPIs. The mandatory KPIs, granted, there are geared more towards the public hospitals only because of the volumes of patients that they see for now. But there will be also some mandatory KPIs for private hospitals, and then there will be a time where we will combine them, especially when the national insurance rolls out. In terms of that whole initiative, we have a system that we are currently in the process of building. It will be an online system that every hospital would have to subscribe to, and they would have to incorporate, or they would have to enter in their KPIs for that quarter or that month or that year. And then this is sort of gives us an overview of the healthiness of the healthcare in Bahrain. And based on that, decisions can be made going forward. However, the KPIs that we have picked, the mandatory ones, what we thought would be a good way for us for the implementation is to also incorporate those KPIs into the accreditation program. So right now in the accreditation program, those are not mandatory, but we are trying to get them ready for when the national strategy is approved through the Supreme Council of Health, so that everybody can get on board at the same time and we will not have a time lag. Having said that, it's great to have the system, but in Bahrain we have 1.6 million people, and that is a comparatively smaller population, but it is, I think, time for the GCC countries to come together and build a repository of data that can provide us with benchmarks. Every country in the GCC has the similar demographics of population. You have the local population, and then even the expat demographics are so similar in each GCC country, and I think it's high time that we came together and we shared some data, and we actually came up with an organization that is able to provide benchmarking for the rest of the region.
Thank you, Dr. Dr. Hisham.
Yes. So my colleague covered most of the point. I just want to add one point. In Kuwait, we are trying to develop what we call it patient-friendly hospital, where we have a set of indicators and domains that we encourage the hospital to achieve to be recognized as a patient-friendly hospitals, and these cover all the aspects from the beginning, from the building of the hospital, from the structure, the policy, and so on. So we hope with these initiatives we encourage the people to be involved in such important topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hisham. I believe from what we have discussed that we see benchmarking regionally is a common challenge. And one of the gains of this conference is to come up with a collaboration to establish a regional benchmark. Having this said, I will give the mic back to Dr. Mohammed because we have a tight program. And I would like to thank the speaker for joining me in this panel.
Thank you, Faisal. Thank you, dear panelists. It was an informative, enlightening session. Now we will have coffee break, and then we will split in two tracks. Track A will stay here. The entrance for the attendees are from the back. Speakers will come from these two doors. Coffee break for 10 minutes, and then we'll reconvene. Track B will be in Hall 3 next to the exhibition for the rest of the conference. Let's try to get back in time. I know the schedule today was not timely met, but for the sake of the governor office and the security check that will happen, we need to be exactly on time today. Thank you very much.
So 1 2 1 2 أيوه good خلاص finish 1 2 3 4 1 1 2 3 4 1 minute Mike 1 2 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 بسم الله شوي بسم الله حق شوي بسم الله 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 test my 2 1 3 4 1 2 test بسم الله ايوه سوي سمسمه سمسمه سايز سمسم 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 جين كولايزر سمسم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله بسم الله واحد اثنين ثلاثة فهد وين فهد؟ تعال هنا بسم الله تسمعن واضح؟ واضح؟ زين هذا جود ونمبر 210 210 جود close. 19 good بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله فوق شوي أب شوي بسم الله بيز زيادة بيز 1 2 3 4 هذا good this good اوكي هذا مزبوط خلاص سوي تيست نمبر 2 19 good A 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Good. A F good. A F good. A F 1 2 3 4. دقيقة أنا يجي قدام هنا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. خلاص.
راح نبدأ خلال 60 ثانية بإذن الله. خلال دقيقة راح نبدأ إن شاء الله. شغال. السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم. اعتقد بنبدا ان شاء الله، اذا تفضلون مقاعدكم، الله يعطيكم العافيه. دائما السيشن اللي يجي بعد بريك كذا فجاه تقول الناس وين راحت. ينقص العدد كذا 3-4. لكن السيشن القادم انا اشوف انه واحد من اهم السيشنز اليوم. طيب اذا اطلب من الجميع فضلا بس عشان نبدا، اذا تفضلون مقاعدكم اخوان. Okay, so I'd like to welcome everyone for this session. It's always nice to come to Al Qasim. It's actually my first time ever, and I'm 41 years old. I really feel ashamed that Al Qasim is just 3 hours drive from my city in Riyadh, and this is my first time here. I always hear about these farms that have been converted to places where you can go and have breakfast and coffee and tea and lunch, and I'm looking forward to visit one of these farms. So let me introduce myself. I'm the moderator for this session. My name is Nasser Al-Jihani. I serve you and the nation at the Council of Health Insurance. We are the regulator of the private health insurance in the kingdom. I serve there as the Executive Director of Enablement and Supervision. I have really deep passion for medical quality and patient safety. It was not a long time ago when we lost my father in 2010 in the hospital. I was with him at that time, and I was able to see few medical errors that probably contributed to his death. It really hurts. It really hurts when you see someone you love that, passes away because of medical errors. When it happens to your patients or something you care for, it really, touches you. But when it happens to someone part of your family and someone you love, it touches you in a whole other level. And I think since 2010 till today, it really changed how I think. I then did my fellowship in quality and patient safety and pursued a medical board in medical quality in order to fulfill that kind of desire to improve the system. But we don't need to lose our loved ones in order to really understand what patient safety means. And that's why this conference and this forum is very important to advocate for patient safety. And we need and we must continue to advocate for patient safety all the time. This is very important. At the Council of Health Insurance, we are very committed to patient safety. We are working very hard to link payments, insurance payments, to health outcome measures. And one of the health outcome measures is patient safety. And this is a work that we do currently in CHI. We have a conference that's going to be happening on December 11th in Riyadh. It's called Value in Health. It's a one-day conference, free registration. It all talks about value in health and how we're going to link payments to health outcomes and experience. I really encourage all of you to attend this conference. So let me introduce our speaker today, Dr. John McGay. He's the Director of Policy and Knowledge at Value in Health Center. He's responsible for the development and management of the center's policy, advocacy, and research initiatives. Dr. McGay joined the center in April 2020. Previously, he worked with multiple consulting companies, including A.T. Kearney. Dr. Bagay graduated from the University of Oxford with a master's in politics, philosophy and economics. He also holds an MBA from Cranfield School of Management. I hope I pronounced this correctly. And a PhD from the University of Birmingham. Please welcome with me Dr. John McKay.
A very good morning, everybody. So I'm not a clinician, and I'm not, I would say, a patient safety expert, although I share a passion for the topic. I think what qualifies me to be standing here in front of you today is that I spend all of my waking hours thinking about healthcare policy and talking with experts and stakeholders and policymakers about healthcare policy. So in preparing for today's session, I was wondering the link between patient safety and value-based healthcare. Have I come today here for you with a challenge, or is it with a oh no? Hi, can you hear me okay? Yeah? So do I come here today with a challenge? Is it another thing for you to worry about? Is it a warning? Is it something that value-based healthcare will get in the way of what you're trying to do? But I think I'm going to try and frame it as an opportunity for those of us who have a passion for patient safety. How can we use what's on policymakers' minds around value-based healthcare to enable us to do that? So I'm pressing buttons and nothing is happening. There we go. I'd like to thank the organizing committee and the organizers for inviting me to come and speak on this topic. I'd also like to thank you for attending track A rather than track B. I hope by the end of this short talk you will feel you've made the right decision. In this brief talk, I'll mention three things. So first of all, I will describe how in Saudi Arabia and in other countries there has been a very measurable turn in healthcare policy towards thinking about value. I'll then link the concepts of patient safety to value and how policymakers are thinking about value. And then finally, I'll try to arm you with a way of thinking that will help you to get your patient safety initiatives off the ground, implemented and embedded in the context of value-based healthcare. So I'm the Director of Policy and Knowledge for Value and Health, which is a Riyadh-based thanks. So I am the Director of Policy and Knowledge for Value and Health, which is a Riyadh-based think tank on value-based healthcare and high-value health systems. If you want to find us in Riyadh, we're on the up in Digital City, co-located with the Ministry of Health and the Health Sector Transformation Program. It's worth mentioning that our Chief Executive is Dr. Reem Banyan, who you might know is a consultant neurologist who works in Easton. Dr. Banyan is also the head of the Global Innovation Hub for Improving Value and Health, which is a G20 initiative established during Saudi Arabia's presidency that looks to share lessons between different countries around how best to implement and get the most from value-based healthcare. So I mentioned this here maybe for two reasons. One is in the context of the presentation that we've just seen. The Global Innovation Hub produced a report, I think maybe 18 months ago, which maybe not benchmarked, but it was a comparative study of the policies in different health systems in the Gulf region together with the Gulf Health Council, in terms of the extent to which they were aligned with value-based healthcare. So in the, looking at that and thinking about how we might build an initiative to share measures, including patient safety measures, that might be an interesting report to look at. But also because it's an illustration of the point that I'd like to make next, which is that many health systems are turning towards value-based healthcare and thinking about high-value health systems in terms of what they are looking to achieve. So as Don Berwick described in his talk, there is an aim and there is a method. And value-based healthcare, we in the centre see a little bit as both. So I'll talk about the aspiration, the definition of value that we seek to achieve in the Saudi health system in a moment. But in broad terms, the approach to value-based healthcare is a patient-centric model. The intent is to incentivize or at least remove the barriers to delivering high-value healthcare in terms of delivering what matters most for patients at a cost or in an efficient way that enables that patient to receive high value and high quality care, and every other patient. So we have a sustainable system that makes the best possible use of its resources to deliver what really matters for patients. So value-based healthcare in health policy is a relatively new term, and I'm not sure I can call it a new term when we've been using it for maybe at least a couple of decades, but certainly patient safety, I think, has a longer history. And as the evidence builds and as our understanding improves, we are beginning to see and converge upon a model of what we think a high-value health system might look like. So again, the Global Innovation Hub produced this report. It was launched at the Global Health Exhibition, actually, back in October, which looked at many major economies and how well they were delivering the elements of a high-value health system. This framework we produced in collaboration with the Health Policy Innovation Lab at Harvard, and you can see that the drivers or enablers of a high-value health system look to deliver both value for money with individual patient contacts and services being delivered at the micro level, but also value for many in terms of how we develop the system as a whole to ensure that we are consistently delivering high-value services. It's worth picking out maybe a couple of these enablers just to think about how they might impact in terms of patient safety. So again, in high-value health systems, as in many areas of health policy, there is a real drive towards measurement, but not uniquely measurement of quality or of safety or of finances, but of all the things, the multiple elements that contribute towards value. So establishing transparent, comprehensive cost measurement systems, outcome measurement systems, and performance benchmarking, I think, is in tune with the conversations we've been having so far at the conference. Where it potentially becomes a little trickier is what's already been mentioned around things like value-based payment models, value-based procurement, understanding to what extent does changing the incentives lead to better outcomes and better use of resources. We'll maybe talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But I think it's fair to say if these 10 things were in place, we may feel confident in describing ourselves as having a high-value health system. The WHO in 2019 produced a report trying to interpret value-based healthcare at a system level and describing the different actions and activities that each different kind of stakeholder should be looking to carry out in order to deliver better value. And I would maybe point attention towards the role of practitioners, the role of payers and providers, I think, as being the most well-rehearsed elements of what people need to do in order to deliver a high-value health system. I think, I don't think there'll be anybody in the room who's not familiar with ideas of cost-conscious care and of evidence-based practice, of providers driving for clinical improvement, of payers being really specific about what they want to buy and buying it from the best quality and the lowest cost providers. I would also emphasize the role of citizens and patients, which I think is an area we don't talk about sufficiently, but also in the context of many of the conversations we have in the centre, it's like, what can national policymakers do to either actively create the conditions for high-value healthcare to be delivered, or at the very least get out of the way to help you deliver the care that you know you need and you want to deliver. So, in terms of value-based healthcare as a goal, so this definition of value, we're really clear in the centre that each country is different. Health policy is incredibly context dependent in terms of historically where you've got to and the specific demands of the patient groups that you have, the specific nature of the structure and organization of the supply market. It's not unreasonable to expect that each country would have its own definition of value. And in consultation with senior stakeholders, policymakers in Saudi Arabia back in 2020, we produced this definition of value. If you ask somebody in crude terms to define value, they might say costs and outcomes. Here, we go into a little bit more granularity in terms of thinking about outcomes that matter most to patients, specifically, as being what we're interested in, but also outcomes at the individual level, the population level, and perhaps uniquely for Saudi Arabia, the community level. There's the steer we were provided by stakeholders within the Saudi system was that community element, the caregiver, the family, was particularly important, and it would be missing if we didn't include it in the definition, try to understand outcomes at each of these different levels. Similarly, we don't take a narrow perspective on resources and resource use. So when we say resources, we don't just mean financial costs. We mean things like, non-financial things like the effective use of the time of clinicians might be a sensible thing to think about. Certainly the time and burden placed of medical practice on patients and their families. We would want to think also about not just the non-financial elements in terms of human resources, but also carbon, natural resources. Again, we are missing something in our models and in our understanding if we don't capture those things. So I'll reflect just for a second in terms of where the centre is in its thinking and its conversations with stakeholders nationally and regionally, where we are in terms of establishing a high-value health system. So the feeling is we're making some good progress in terms of clinical services, the service specifications, the understanding of what better services should look like, I think is improving. Clinical engagement's not too bad. In terms of governance, I think there's been some useful strides since 2016, 2017 in terms of the establishment of new bodies with clear mandates in order to take some of this work forward, the establishment of the patient safety organization, the establishment of the public health authority, the recent announcements around the health holding company and the public payer, the CNHI, I think can be considered steps forward. And then we would say that, again, certainly coming from my experience in European health systems, the Saudi health system does seem to be making really good progress in terms of adopting technology for health informatics on one side, but also technology for the delivery of healthcare services such as telemedicine. But where are the gaps? So, again, no surprise to anybody who was in the session earlier this morning that measurement is a gap. So we rehearse, I think, a number of different aphorisms we've heard already today that the cow doesn't get any heavier by measuring it. I'm sure we're aware of that. I would throw in, any measure that is used as a target typically ceases to become a good measure. But underlying all of that, we've already had, I think, you know, if you don't, you can't measure, you can't manage it if you don't measure it. So measurement is really, really important. And we did a paper last year looking at a measurement framework for high-value health systems. And what was clear was that although there was a requirement for measures at the macro, the meso, and the micro level, these things were foundationally different. And the needs and the drivers, the users of that data are different. So let's not place the onus on us of having a full and comprehensive measurement system. Let's not wait for that before we are able to put some really tangible improvements in place at the different levels to answer questions and provide actionable data that we need at those different levels. So secondly, implementation. So I think I would stand by this. I don't think there is a health system transformation design in any health system that has been more scrutinized and more worked over and thought about and tested and refined and documented than that of the Saudi health transformation. You know, we've had all the expert advice I think we could ever possibly take on the design. What is lacking, or what is at least variable, is the implementation of those plans. So we have a multi-year work program within the centre looking at the pace and the scale of clinical transformation, because we feel that's the really the critical thing, that we need to understand what the gaps are in capability, but also what the gaps are in communicating and understanding what needs to change. We feel there's an implementation gap. And then finally, and again cast this in the light of Don Berwick's presentation earlier, what's been spoken about so far will only take us so far. Without ultimately and foundationally changing the relationship between the health system, the patients and the citizens that it serves, we will not achieve high-value health systems. So patient engagement, patient-centered care is really, you know, it's a starting point, it's not an end point. So high-value care and patient safety. So the first thing to say is they're not the same thing, but they can be the same thing. So because patient safety typically looks to improve outcomes, one would often see value improvement initiatives that would also deliver patient safety improvements. And similarly, one might expect that delivering a patient safety improvement, you would have some form of measurable improvement in outcome and potentially also in costs or costs avoided. So whilst the two things aren't the same, I think they are very closely connected. And if you look at some of the different definitions of value within value-based healthcare, sometimes safety is nested within process measures or outcome measures. Sometimes it's a separate thing. But I think the point that I really want to make here is that the prevention of harm and the avoidance of waste and inappropriate use of care and inappropriate delivery of care is a really important part of delivering a high-value health system. So, at the risk of saying something that I think every speaker has said before, and probably every speaker after me will say before, is that although it's not costless to pursue safety, patient safety, in the main one would expect there to be both an outcomes improvement and a financial improvement or an activity improvement as the result of improved patient safety. There is care that we do not need to deliver. There is care that we should not deliver in the way that we are delivering it. We will see the impacts of those things cast in terms of value. But we could do more, I think, in terms of presenting the impacts of patient safety initiatives using these terms. So, and the reason why I say this is because if you speak with policymakers in many health systems, not just in Saudi Arabia, they will feel that over an extended period of time, they have invested quite a lot of resource and attention into their health systems, particularly during and after COVID, the necessity of making really substantial fiscal commitments to strengthening the health system is something that's very much on their minds. And again, in many health systems, perhaps in Saudi Arabia, I'm not saying necessarily yes or no, policymakers are asking, well, what have I got for my money? You know, made these investments, what have I actually achieved? So now, and also, and increasingly into the future, if we are able to describe and quantify, and then evaluate and test and evidence improvements in outcomes that matter most to patients, and at the very least, the ways in which financial and non-financial resources are impacted by that change, not necessarily cost-cutting, but at the very least cost-constraint, the more likely it is that we will be able to gain the attention and approval of policymakers for these initiatives. And that could be at the national level, could also be at the organizational level. I think one of the speakers said earlier that the patient safety has dropped off the boardroom agenda somewhat. Well, talking about it in terms of high-value care could be an opportunity to bring it back into that discussion. Really interesting 2017 OECD report that I would direct your attention towards around the value of patient safety. Talks about a paucity, a lack of evaluations that directly link the changes that are made to improve patient safety with the downstream impacts. So, you know, I'm not standing here saying that you know, a huge stack of cost-benefit analysis is necessarily what any health system needs around patient safety, but at least inculcating at least some of that thinking into how we describe and define, implement, and ultimately evaluate patient safety initiatives, I would suggest to you it would be a very fruitful direction in which to go. So, much like courage is not the 100% absence of fear, patient safety is not the 100% absence of risk. With a last slide. It's last slide. Okay. So yes. You know, courage isn't the absence of fear. Patient safety isn't the absence of risk. Ultimately, everyone in this audience understands the probabilistic nature of healthcare delivery. But you need to be aware that there are policymakers who see things in different ways. And the lens through which many policymakers are looking at healthcare at the moment, I would argue in a massive society-wide economic and social reform like the one we're going through at the moment here in Saudi Arabia, it's not just that there are many moving parts. Somebody earlier said it's like every part is moving. And having a broader understanding of that political context in which you're operating, I feel will enable you to do things that are, to enable you to gain the support and the resourcing, what's required in order to make the changes to improve patient safety that you would like to see. Thank you. So I'm incredibly delighted to have the opportunity to respond to any questions anyone in the audience might have. There's a question over there. Could somebody provide her with a microphone? Sorry, just 1 second.
I think we're going to steal your mic and you can use the podium.
Thank you very much. You have a very interesting background in economics and politics, and your PhD, I was Googling you to understand where you're coming from, and I'm very interested in value-based model. If you want to give one recommendations to the politicians, because economically you can justify it much easier. But if you want to give one recommendations to the policymakers on how to pursue effective, value-based models and to implement it, what would be that one recommendation?
So thank you for the question. I would draw not on economics or politics, but on philosophy, ultimately, in that for value-based care, it's about, somebody mentioned earlier, ethics. It's ultimately an ethical question that every clinician feels the ethical responsibility towards the patient across their desk, quite rightly. That's where value is created. We also have an ethical responsibility to the patient who's not in the room, and to the community, and to the broader population. We serve those who are ill and those who are not ill, those who may become ill. We also serve future generations who will judge us for the decisions that we make today. So I think maybe 9 out of 10, 99 out of 100 conversations I have with people, typically we talk about data, and typically we talk about economics, we talk about demand and supply. If only a few more of those conversations had a little bit more of the ethical dimension, I think that would be to our benefit.
Okay, I wish we had time for one more question, but unfortunately we have because the Amara here, so they need to do the work to receive the prints. I'd like to thank Dr. John McGay for this great presentation.
Thank you.
And I would like to thank you all for your attendance. Thank you so much, and I'll see you for the coming sessions. Thank you.
You can utilize the coffee break, making John not to eat and asking questions. So he'll be available at the coffee break. Now we ask you kindly to exit the hall. The governor office for the security check will start working. We'll be back here at 12:30, 12:40 max. I don't think that someone will be allowed after 12:45. So, and our entrance is going to be at the back for attendees. Speakers will stay same entrance. دكتور أنت من هنا.
السلام عليكم. الله يعطيكم العافية جميعا. ممكن بس نفضي القاعة شوية لبعض التنظيم 5 دقائق بس. الله يعطيكم العافية.
1 2 3 أيوة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أيوة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. كويس 100. خلي السمسم مايك ها. ليفل السمسم.
ما في مشكلة. السلام الملكي.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم.
وقل اعملوا فسيرى الله عملكم ورسوله والمؤمنون وستردون إلى عالم الغيب والشهادة فينبئكم بما كنتم تعملون.
الحمد لله الذي علم بالقلم، علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم، والصلاة والسلام على النبي الأكرم نبينا وحبيبنا محمد صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. سيدي صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير الدكتور فيصل بن مشعل بن سعود بن عبد العزيز أمير منطقة القصيم، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وفي قصيم العطاء والنماء أهلا وسهلا بكم. اعتدنا وتعلمنا من سيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز بأن صحة الإنسان وسلامته في طليعة الاهتمامات ومقدمة الأولويات، وتقدمنا واعتلينا برؤية سمو سيدي ولي العهد الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز، وبمبادرة ومتابعة أمير القصيم نسعى دائما للجودة في الرعاية الصحية في المنطقة. تكاتفت الجهود وتوحدت الأيادي للوصول بجاهزية تامة لهذا اليوم وهذا الحدث. يأتي هذا المؤتمر الدولي الرابع للمركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى بالشراكة بين المديرية العامة للشؤون الصحية بمنطقة القصيم والمركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى، باحثاً عن التوعية والتنفيذ والوصول لتمكين المرضى والممارسين لرعاية أكثر أمانة. أستأذن سموكم الكريم بحديث لسعادة مدير عام الشؤون الصحية بمنطقة القصيم الأستاذ أيمن بن علي رقيبة، محتفياً ومقدراً وشاكراً لكم وللحضور الكريم.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير الدكتور فيصل بن مشعل بن سعود بن عبد العزيز أمير منطقة القصيم حفظه الله، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، قيادات الرعاية الصحية والقادة المختصين بسلامة المرضى، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في ظل السعي الدائم للوصول لأفضل الممارسات في الرعاية الصحية، وتحقيقا لتطلعات وتوجيهات سمو أمير المنطقة حفظه الله لإقامة مؤتمر يعنى بسلامة المرضى، استضافت صحة القصيم المؤتمر الدولي الرابع للمركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى، وذلك إيمانا من سموه الكريم بأهمية تلقي المستفيدين من الخدمات الصحية لأفضل الممارسات الصحية المعتمدة والحديثة، مواكبة للتطور في علم الجودة وسلامة المرضى، والتي تمكن من تحسين الخدمات الصحية المقدمة للمستفيدين في المنشآت الصحية. الحضور الكرام، عملت اللجان المشكلة للمؤتمر على استقطاب خبراء وعلماء متميزين في علم سلامة المرضى وقادة الرعاية الصحية من مملكتنا الغالية ومن دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي والمنظمات الصحية العالمية والمتخصصة والرائدة عالمياً في ذات المجال، لتحقيق رعاية صحية ذات جودة عالية وأكثر أماناً وتعزيزاً لسلامة المرضى والحد من الأضرار التي ممكن أن تواجههم خلال تلقيهم الرعاية الصحية. بهذه المناسبة أتقدم بخالص الشكر والعرفان لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير الدكتور فيصل بن مشعل بن سعود بن عبد العزيز أمير المنطقة حفظه الله على ما يشهده القطاع الصحي بمنطقتنا من متابعة ورعاية كريمة من سموه، تحقيقاً لكل ما يسهم في تحقيق توجهات قيادتنا الرشيدة حفظها الله ولتحقيق مستهدفات الرؤية 2030 وبرنامج تحول القطاع الصحي بشكل خاص. أخيراً، خالص الدعوات بالتوفيق والسداد للمشاركين في هذا المؤتمر للخروج بنتائج وتوصيات تكمل ما وصلنا إليه في بحثنا الدائم ورؤيتنا المستمرة لخدمة المرضى وتحقيق الرعاية لهم بالجودة والأمان العالي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
طموحنا في المملكة العربية السعودية عنان السماء، لا تتوقف أحلامنا ولا أمانينا. بالأمس القريب تسابقت الدول على اختيار المملكة العربية السعودية لاستضافة الرياض لإكسبو 2030، وفي سابقة تاريخية بحسم الاستضافة من جولة واحدة، وهذا لا استغراب فيه، لأننا ننتمي لوطن قادته لا يتوقفون عن العمل، وشعبه مرفوع الرأس منتمياً محباً وفياً لوطنه. فيما مضى كانت الخدمات الصحية في حال، وأصبحنا اليوم في حال، وغداً بإذن الله سنكون في حال أكثر تقدماً. لا نتوقف عند نقطة أو حال، نبحث عن كل ما يخدم المريض ويضمن له الرعاية الأمثل. أستأذن سموكم الكريم بعرض مرئي.
مرت أزمنة قاسية شديدة كان فيها الوصول إلى العلاج صعب المنال، وفي عصور المدنية وتطور الحياة ظل الوصول إلى الخدمات الصحية في الوقت الصحيح مطلبا قد لا يتحقق إلا بعد فوات الأوان. توجت عهود وعقود متواصلة من التطوير والتحديث في عهد خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز، وباهتمام ومتابعة سمو ولي عهده الأمين الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز، حتى بات الوصول إلى الخدمات الصحية الفائقة يتم بضغطة زر عبر الحلول الرقمية الشاهدة على مدى التطور الذي بلغه القطاع الصحي في المملكة العربية السعودية، بالتوازي مع المضي قدما للوصول إلى أهداف رؤية السعودية 2030 في تعزيز الوقاية والصحة العامة والاستدامة لتمكين حياة صحية عامرة وتشجيع القطاع الخاص للاستثمار في المجال الصحي وتمكينه من تقديم خدمات صحية شاملة ومتكاملة. وفي القصيم وبمتابعة حثيثة من أميرها صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير الدكتور فيصل بن مشعل بن سعود بن عبد العزيز، شهدت الخدمات والمرافق الصحية نموا وتطورا مشهودا، فتجاوز عدد المؤسسات الصحية 1000 مؤسسة صحية، منها 25 مستشفى. ولتحسين جودة وكفاءة الرعاية الصحية للمواطنين والمقيمين، اعتمد مجلس الوزراء في عام 2020 تنظيم المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى ليكون الأول على مستوى المنطقة العربية والإقليمية، ويتمثل دوره ومسؤوليته في إنشاء إطار عمل لتحسين وتعزيز سلامة الرعاية الصحية، وإيمانا بأهمية الابتكار والبحث العلمي في القطاع الصحي، ودعما للتعاون مع الجهات الدولية والإقليمية، وتحقيقا لأهداف الرؤية الطموحة في الريادة في الطب والتعليم الطبي، وامتدادا لاهتمام وزارة الصحة والهيئات والمراكز الصحية، انطلق المؤتمر الدولي الرابع للمركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى بالتعاون بين المديرية العامة للشؤون الصحية بمنطقة القصيم والمركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى. يتناول المؤتمر العديد من المواضيع العلمية في مجال سلامة المرضى، حيث يناقش 36 متحدثا من جميع دول العالم، أكثر من 30 محورا علميا، بالإضافة إلى ممثلين من المنظمات الدولية مثل منظمة الصحة العالمية ومنظمة تحسين الرعاية الصحية، وكذلك ممثلي وزارات الصحة بدول الخليج العربي. كما يتضمن جدول أعمال المؤتمر عرضا للأوراق العلمية وعددا من المسارات العلمية والجلسات الحوارية، فضلا عن ورش العمل المتخصصة. هذا المؤتمر يتجسد واقعا اليوم على أرض القصيم، بعد أن كان مبادرة لمعت في ذهن أميرها الكريم، تضاف إلى سجل مبادرات سمو أمير القصيم تحت عنوان أثر دقة التشخيص على سلامة المرضى، لتواصل أياديه البيضاء العطاء على طريق الخير والنماء على خطى الوالد القائد الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز وتوجيهاته الدائمة حفظه الله، أن تكون صحة الإنسان أولاً، فهو أساس البناء والتقدم والازدهار.
يعتبر المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى الأول من نوعه في المنطقة بأسرها، ويفي بمبادرة من مبادرات رؤية التحول الوطني لعام 2030 وبرنامج تحول القطاع الصحي، وتم اعتماده من قبل مجلس الوزراء في عام 2020. نسعد بحديث لمدير عام المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى الدكتور علي بن طالع عسيري.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على خير خلق الله صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير الدكتور فيصل بن مشعل بن سعود بن عبد العزيز آل سعود أمير منطقة القصيم، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تعتبر سلامة المرضى أحد أهم الركائز للتميز في الرعاية الصحية، وتعني حصول المريض على رعاية خالية من الأذى والضرر. على مدى السنوات القليلة الماضية شهدنا خطوات كبيرة في تعزيز الوعي والمبادرات المتعلقة بسلامة المرضى في جميع أنحاء المملكة العربية السعودية، ومع ذلك فإن السعي لتحقيق هذه رعاية خالية من الضرر يعد رحلة مستمرة ويتطلب التحسين المستمر والابتكار. كان المحفز لانطلاق هذه الرحلة صدور عدة تقارير أشارت إلى أن سلامة المرضى أولوية قصوى للأنظمة الصحية على مستوى العالم، وكان أولها تقرير معهد الطب في أمريكا عام 1999 والذي أشار إلى أن هناك ما يقارب 98,000 وفاة سنويا في أمريكا وحدها كان يمكن تلافيها. في عام 2016 أشار تقرير صادر من أمريكا أيضا إلى أن أحداث سلامة المرضى تمثل السبب الثالث الأكثر شيوعاً للوفاة بعد السرطان وأمراض القلب. كما أشارت دراسة حديثة في عام 2021 أن هناك ما يقرب من 3 ملايين وفاة تحدث على مستوى العالم بسبب أحداث متعلقة بسلامة المرضى. كل هذه الوفيات كان من الممكن تلافيها أو تقليلها بإذن الله باتباع السبل وممارسات تحسين سلامة المرضى، ناهيك عن العبء الاقتصادي على الدول والأنظمة الصحية والتي تصل إلى عشرات المليارات من الريالات. استجابة لهذا الوضع وهذه الحاجة الملحة للتحسين أنشأت حكومتنا الرشيدة المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى عام 2017 كمبادرة تحولية، ثم صدر عام 2020 تنظيم المركز من مقام مجلس الوزراء، وأصبح للمركز بموجبه حوكمة واضحة واستقلالية وصفة اعتبارية. ومن ضمن مهام المركز الواردة في التنظيم عقد المؤتمرات واللقاءات العلمية لنشر الوعي وتعزيز الممارسات لدعم جهود تحسين سلامة المرضى. ومن هذا المنطلق انتظمت الجهود وتكاملت بين المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى والمديرية العامة للشؤون الصحية بمنطقة القصيم لعقد المؤتمر الدولي الرابع للمركز، تحقيقا لتطلعات سمو أمير المنطقة الذي سعى ويسعى لأن تكون منطقة القصيم رائدة في هذا المجال، والذي تكرم بتقديم كل الدعم والمساندة لنجاح هذا الملتقى الهام، فله منا كل الشكر والعرفان والامتنان. هذه الشراكة الفاعلة مع المديرية العامة للشؤون الصحية بالمنطقة تتوائم مع خطط المركز بأن يعم تطبيق ثقافة سلامة المرضى في جميع مناطق بلدنا الغالي بدعم وتوجيه من معالي رئيس مجلس الإدارة وزير الصحة الأستاذ فهد الجلاجة. صاحب السمو أيها الحضور الكريم، يمثل مؤتمرنا لهذا العام الذي يحمل عنوان من التوعية للتنفيذ تمكين المرضى ومقدم الرعاية من أجل رعاية أكثر أمانة، حلقة في سلسلة تحسين وتعزيز سلامة المرضى وخطوة محورية للأمام في رحلتنا الجماعية نحو تحقيق نظام رعاية صحية يعطي الأولوية لسلامة المريض وحافزا لهذا المسعى المستمر من خلال برنامج علمي مكثف وبمشاركة نخبة متميزة من العلماء والخبراء وقادة الفكر في المجال الصحي بشكل عام وفي مجال سلامة المرضى بشكل خاص، والذين يشرفون مؤتمرنا بخبراتهم وتجاربهم ورؤاهم. ولا شك أن مساهماتهم ستثري هذا المحفل العلمي وستكون ذات قيمة كبيرة لتعزيز ممارسات سلامة المرضى في جميع أنحاء المملكة. يحظى المؤتمر بتواجد 36 متحدثا من أمريكا وأوروبا وأفريقيا ودول الخليج والمملكة العربية السعودية من خلال 6 ورش عمل متخصصة و24 محاضرة علمية و19 ورقة علمية و8 محاضرات رئيسية و9 جلسات حوارية يتم بثها الآن عبر شبكات التواصل الاجتماعي إلى الممارسين الصحيين والمهتمين بسلامة المرضى من القصيم إلى أنحاء العالم، إضافة إلى اعتماد المؤتمر ب 22 ساعة علمية. سيتم خلال المؤتمر تسليط الضوء على مجموعة من المحاور تشمل السلامة التشخيصية وتمكين المريض والأسرة ودور القيادات الصحية في تعزيز ثقافة سلامة المرضى والاستخدام الأمثل للتقنية في سلامة المرضى وغيرها من المحاور المهمة. كما سيتم التأكيد على أهمية تمكين المرضى ومقدم الرعاية ليصبحوا مشاركين نشيطين وواعيين في الرعاية تحقيقا لرؤية المملكة 2030 التي أكدت على تحسين جودة الحياة وجودة الرعاية الصحية. وسيكون هذا المؤتمر بداية لعمل مشترك بين المركز والجهات ذات العلاقة في المنطقة لتحسين السلامة في الرعاية الصحية. صاحب السمو أيها الحضور الكريم، نؤكد بأن سلامة المرضى لا تنحصر ضمن أسوار المستشفى أو جدران العيادة، وإنما هي فكر يغرس في المدرسة وفي البيت وفي كافة مكونات المجتمع. ولن تنجح خطط التحسين دون وجود إعلام داعم وتعليم شامل وبيئة نظيفة ومجتمع واعي، وقبل ذلك قيادة حريصة وممكنة. ونحن نبدأ هذه الرحلة، دعونا نتعهد ونلتزم بتحويل سلامة المرضى من مجرد التوعية إلى عمل ملموس على أرض الواقع في الممارسة اليومية في جميع مراحل رحلة المريض التشخيصية والعلاجية. عملنا معا سيمكننا من إحداث تأثير عميق وبالغ الأهمية على حياة المرضى ومقدم الرعاية، سواء حتى تصبح الرعاية أكثر أمانا هي القاعدة وليست الاستثناء. ختاما أتقدم لسموكم الكريم بالشكر والتقدير على دعمكم ومساندتكم، ولمعالي رئيس مجلس الإدارة على الدعم اللامحدود لكل ما من شأنه دعم وتعزيز سلامة المرضى، ولأعضاء مجلس الإدارة ولشركائنا من كافة القطاعات والمراكز والهيئات الصحية. وأشكر زملائي في صحة القصيم على جهودهم في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر وأعضاء اللجان، وأثمن للرعاة ورجال أعمال المنطقة دعمهم السخي، وأشكر المتحدثين والمحاورين على تفانيهم في نشر العلم والمعرفة، وأشكر الحضور من الممارسين الصحيين هنا وعبر البث المباشر الذين يمثلون خط الدفاع الأول في سلامة المرضى. وأشكر زملائي العاملين في المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى على جهودهم وتفانيهم. قال تعالى: ومن أحياها فكأنما أحيا الناس جميعا. أستأذن سموكم الكريم في كلمة مختصرة للترحيب بضيوفنا الأجانب من غير متحدث اللغة العربية. شكرا طال عمرك. Dear speakers and non-Arabic speaking colleagues, it's an honor to welcome you today to Al Qasim region in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your participation and contribution to this scientific event will help improve and enhance patient safety, not only in our country, but on a global scale. We appreciate and value your commitment and dedication to saving lives and making healthcare systems safer. Please make yourself home and enjoy your stay. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
أدعو سمو أمير منطقة القصيم الأمير الدكتور فيصل بن مشعل بن سعود بن عبد العزيز للمشاركة في الجلسة الحوارية بعنوان أثر دقة التشخيص على سلامة المرضى وبمشاركة مدير عام الشؤون الصحية بمنطقة القصيم ومدير عام المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى، وبقيادة الإعلامي الأستاذ عبد الله المديفر.
السلام عليكم، مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. دائما القصيم جميلة، ولكن في هذه الليلة تزدان بضيوفها وبعنوانها وبجوهرتها سمو الأمير فيصل حفظه الله. سمو الأمير، لن أدخل في الديباجات المعتادة وسأدخل إلى صلب الموضوع. أنا عندي تساؤل. عندما أتيت قبل حضور سموك وأسأل المنظمين، في داخل أروقة المنظمين كانوا يقولون أنه فكرة هذا المؤتمر هي فكرة ومبادرة من سمو الأمير، وأيضا أنه سموك عنده اهتمام شخصي بسلامة المرضى بشكل عام وبدقة التشخيص بشكل خاص. أعطني من القصة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، الصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. في البداية باسم قيادة هذه البلاد المباركة وباسم شعب المملكة العربية السعودية أرحب بالضيوف الكرام من جميع الدول الذين حضروا لمثل هذا المؤتمر الهام للغاية، والذي لا يهم فقط المملكة العربية السعودية وإنما يهم جميع دول العالم إنسانياً وطبياً ومهنياً في هذا الجانب. الحقيقة يعني بعد ترحيبي بالجميع، ولكن أريد أن أقول كلمة في غاية الأهمية. أنا الحقيقة لست بطبيباً ولست باستشارياً لكي يعني أصل إلى مثل هذه النتائج، ولن أتصدر المشهد وأفتي فيما لا أعلم، ولكن من خلال تجربتي مع الوالدين، رحم الله من توفي منهم وحفظ الله من بقي منهم. كنت مرافقا معهم الحقيقة في مرض الوالدة رحمة الله عليها وغيرها ومع الوالد، ولمست بأن دقة التشخيص في غاية الأهمية. إذا كان هناك الحقيقة تشخيص دقيق واستشارة بين الطبيب المختص وبين عدة تخصصات، وصلنا إلى العلاج. إذا هناك الحقيقة تفرد واستفراد بالرأي من الطبيب أو الاستشاري، ولا هناك استشارة ومؤتمر كما نعرفه دائما بين الأطباء، فربما أقول ربما له ما هو بحقيقة، ربما يكون هناك تشخيص غير دقيق. بدأت الفكرة من خلال تجربة، ويقال الحقيقة يعني المثل اسأل مجرب ولا تسأل طبيب. فنحن اليوم في مثل هذا المثل، المجرب يمكن هو يعني المحك الأساسي. فأنا جربت حقيقة ووجدت أن التشخيص في غاية الأهمية، ولمست الحقيقة من خلال تجربة فيني شخصيا أن كان هناك تشخيص غير دقيق، وعندما يعني عالجت في مستشفى آخر خارج المملكة وجدوا التشخيص السليم والعلاج السليم. كان هناك عملية سوف تجرى، ثم وجدوا أنه مجرد التهاب بسيط وعولج وتم ولله الحمد. والكثير ربما الدكتور قبل قليل تحدث عنه، وتحدث عن الأخطاء الطبية، وتحدث الحقيقة عن السبب التي تؤدي إلى وفيات الكثير. فهل يعني الجانب أنا أعتقد أنه في غاية الأهمية، وأنا بعت الفكرة من تجربة، هي ليست أكثر من تجربة، وأحببت أننا نكون يعني في المملكة العربية السعودية موطننا ووطننا وبلاد المسلمين والتي ليست لنفسها. يعني دعني أقول بأن المملكة ولله الحمد يعني أصبحت رائدة في المجال الصحي والطبي بسبب تجارب كثيرة في مواسم الحج والعمرة. يفد إلينا ملايين الجنسيات من جنسيات متعددة، ملايين البشر من جنسيات متعددة، ويجدون الرعاية الصحية المتكاملة من استشاريين ومن أطباء ومن متخصصين. هذه يعني التجارب في مواسم الحج والعمرة أعطتنا حقيقة قوة بشكل لا يوصف، والدليل على ذلك ودعوني أكررها مرة أخرى ما حصل في جائحة كوفيد-19 أو كورونا، وكيف ولله الحمد تجاوزناها بكل اقتدار. ولا أنسى كلمة مولاي خادم الحرمين الشريفين عندما خرج أمام العالم وقال: لقد وجهنا بتأمين الغذاء والدواء، وأصبحت المملكة ولله الحمد تعالج حتى الوافدين وتصل لهم في بيوتهم وتعالجهم وتقوم بدورها على أكمل وجه. فهذا ولله الحمد يدل على أن المملكة ليست لنفسها وليست لشعبها، وإنما لعموم العالم وكل من يطأ على أرضها. هذه حقيقة بداية القصة في رغبتي في عقد مؤتمر لأهمية التشخيص في علاج المرضى.
جميل سمو الأمير. دكتور علي، حضرتك مدير عام المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى، عندي فضول أعرف أكثر عن هذا المركز وعن ما هو الدور بالضبط الذي يقوم في المنظومة الصحية.
الأخضر أمرك.
بسم الله. شكرا على السؤال. المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى هو أنشئ في عام 2017 كأحد المبادرات التابعة لرؤية 2030 التي تسعى إلى تجويد الرعاية الصحية بشكل عام، وهو تحديدا يركز على العامل أو المستهدف تحسين جودة الحياة وجودة الرعاية الصحية. ثم صدر التنظيم كما ذكرت في كلمتي في عام 2020 من مقام مجلس الوزراء ليعطي للمركز صبغة رسمية أو يعني صفة فيها استقلالية وفيها حوكمة واضحة. التنظيم في ثنايا التنظيم كان في توضيح واضح لدور المركز، ذكر هدفين اللي هو تعزيز ممارسات سلامة المرضى، وأيضا تحسين التوعية أو التوعية بسلامة المرضى. هذا بالنسبة لنا في المركز يعني التوعية وهي العلم، جانب العلم، والممارسات وهي جانب العمل. وهذا يتناغم تماما مع ما ذكر في شعار المؤتمر من التوعية إلى التنفيذ، لأن الاستغراق فقط في موضوع التوعية والعلم بدون عمل لا يؤدي هذا الغرض. تحقيقا لهذه الهدفين الرئيسيين كان في يعني تكليف للمركز بعدة مهام، من ضمنها وضع وتنفيذ الاستراتيجية الوطنية لسلامة المرضى وهي في مرحلها الأخيرة، أيضا عقد لقاءات ومؤتمرات علمية ودراسات علمية وأبحاث، إنشاء المنصة الوطنية لسلامة المرضى التي تعنى بجمع كل البيانات المتعلقة بالأحداث التي تحصل على مستوى العالم، والهدف الرئيسي من هذا الجمع هو اتخاذها كمرحلة تحسين وتعلم. احنا نسميه النظام أو المنظمة المتعلمة، نتعلم من أخطائنا حتى لا تتكرر في المستقبل. التدريب، ونحن نؤمن أن تدريب الممارسين الصحيين مهم جدا لإعطائهم المهارات اللازمة والمعلومات التي يحتاجونها حتى يكونون قادرين على مجابهة الأخطار التي قد تؤثر على سلامة المرضى وتمكين المرضى. نؤمن في المركز أن المريض الممكن عنصر فاعل ومهم جدا في تحسين سلامته هو، وأن يكون عضو فاعل في المنظومة الصحية بشكل عام.
أستاذ أيمن، حضرتك مدير عام الشؤون الصحية بمنطقة القصيم. وزارة الصحة وش تسوي في هذا الموضوع تحديدا، موضوع سلامة المرضى؟
حياك الله أول شيء بمنطقة القصيم ومؤتمرنا ومؤتمر الزملاء اللي تبناه سمو الأمير الله يحفظه. وزارة الصحة تعنى بشكل كامل في كل ما يتعلق بسلامة المريض والخدمات اللي تقدم له. اليوم وزارة الصحة لديها إدارة عامة تعنى أو مسماها الجودة وسلامة المرضى. هذه الإدارة اليوم تعمل بالتكامل مع الزملاء في مركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى لإقامة السياسات والبروتوكولات التي تقوم فروع وزارة الصحة في مراجعة ومتابعة مقدمين الخدمات الصحية في المؤسستين العامة والخاصة لهذه البروتوكولات، وترفع بمشاريع التحسين التي تؤدي أو نضمن من خلالها سلامة المريض في المنشأة الصحية. وكذلك تعمل بالشراكة مع عدد من الجهات الأخرى من مثلا زي سباهي اللي هي المركز السعودي لاعتماد المنشآت، وكذلك بعض الجهات الأخرى التي نضمن من خلالها تقديم أو سلامة تقديم الخدمات الصحية.
سمو الأمير، كيف تقييمك لمنظومة الخدمات الصحية في منطقة القصيم؟ راضي طال عمرك ولا ما أنت براضي؟
الحقيقة يعني تقييمي للمنظومة الصحية الحقيقة رائدة ومتميزة. وجود التخصصات والله الحمد لدينا، وجود المراكز يعني المتخصصة. خذ على سبيل المثال مستشفى الملك فهد التخصصي، في تخصص القلب، في تخصص العقم، في تخصص السمنة، في تخصص الكلى، في تخصص عدة أمور كثيرة ولله الحمد. ويعني المستشفيات الأخرى يعني تتبع لمستشفى الملك فهد التخصصي أو تحيل له جميع الحالات التي تحتاج إلى يعني علاج دقيق وتشخيص دقيق. يعملون الزملاء حقيقة بكل جدارة وبكل مهنية، وهذا الذي أطالب الحقيقة. يعني أنا أعتقد بأنه والله الحمد لدينا جميع الإمكانيات، لدينا جميع التخصصات. السنوات الماضية دعم القيادة الرشيدة، اهتمام أصحاب المعالي وزراء الصحة، كل الحقيقة يعني آتى ثماره والله الحمد. المنطقة دعني أقول كلمة في غاية الأهمية، لا تخدم نفسها أو أهاليها. المنطقة سبقا ذكرت لأصحاب المعالي الوزراء وكثير من الضيوف لدينا، المنطقة تخدم جميع المناطق المجاورة. قدرنا أن نكون منطقة لوجستية، منطقة متوسطة للمملكة العربية السعودية، ووسائل المواصلات لدينا سهلة، والطيران سهل، محطة القطار، الطرق السريعة الهايويز، قرب المحلات سواء منطقة الرياض العاصمة أو منطقة المدينة المنورة أو منطقة حائل أو جميع المناطق. يعني المنطقة تخدم كل من حولها من المحافظات. ولذلك إذا كان هناك من تطوير للقطاع الصحي في المنطقة فلا يحسب فقط على أهالي المنطقة، لأنه يخدم جميع من حولها من المناطق الأخرى والمحافظات الأخرى لتكتمل المنظومة الصحية لعموم الوطن، إضافة إلى أنه يمر عبر طريق يعني المدينة المنورة كثير من الزوار والمعتمرين والزوار ويتلقون خدمات صحية من المنطقة. فهذا الحقيقة يعني يشكل فخر وشرف لنا بأننا نقدم خدمات صحية، وهذا يؤتمن عليه جميع الزملاء في القطاع الصحي. فأبشرك الحمد لله لدينا يعني تخصصات ومستشفيات على أعلى مستوى تحظى بمتابعة الحقيقة من معالي الوزير والتجمع الصحي دكتور منصور والإخوان والزملاء كلهم يحظون الحقيقة. ولدينا زملائنا الأستاذ أيمن والدكتور موسى والجميع الحقيقة يقومون بجهود عظيمة، مدراء المستشفيات، الجميع يتحمل مسؤولية وهم يؤدون دورهم بأمانة، لأن الخدمة هي إنسانية قبل أن تكون مهنية. هي خدمة إنسانية، أنت تقدم الخدمة. المرض ليس محصورا على جنسية معينة، المرض هو خدمة إنسانية يقدمها الطبيب للمريض أيا كان جنسيته وأيا كان دينه وأيا كان لونه أو غيره. هذا جانب إنساني يجب أن يستشعره الطبيب أو الممارس الصحي بكل ما تعنيه الكلمة. وبشرك إن حنا قائمين على هذا الأمر في المنطقة، والجميع لديهم وعي بهذا الأمر.
يعني ماذا تحتاج المنطقة لتتطور أكثر في المنظومة الصحية؟
لعلي الحقيقة أعود إلى يعني بعض الحقيقة مثل ما يقولون الكشكول اللي أنا أقول يا طول العمر، أولاً المهم في أن حنا نكون مهنيين في أعمالنا. يجب أن نكون يا طول العمر لا نركز على الشكل وإنما نركز على المضمون. أعطيك على سبيل المثال يعني شيء شفتها أنا بعيني. في الثمانينات كنت مرافقاً لمريض في مستشفى كليفلاند في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. إذا جيت المستشفى شكله من برا تحس إنه من المستشفيات في السبعينات أو الستينات، ولكن في داخل المستشفى كفاءات، أطباء متمرسين مهنيين على أعلى مستوى. القضية ليست على الشكل وإنما القضية على المضمون. أنا بإمكاني أشتري أجهزة، أشتري لي جهاز أشعة ب10 مليون ب5 مليون 30 مليون، لكن هذا ليس هو المهم. المهم هو من يدير هذا الجهاز. هذا الجهاز يجب أن يدير إنسان بروفيشنال محترف. وعلى فكرة في فرق بين المهنية وبين الوظيفة. المهنية هي العلم الذي تدرسه وتعمله ويعني تكافح من أجله، أما الوظيفة هي شيء بسيط، أي شيء تعمله. المهن قصدي الوظائف العادية اليومية هذه يعني تعتبر وظيفة لكسب الرزق. المهنية لا، الطب مهنة، الصيدلة مهنة، التقنية مهنة، الطيران مهنة، الدقة في البحوث والدراسات هذه مهنة ليست بالأمر السهل. فالمهنة تختلف عن الوظيفة تماماً. يعني هذا يجب أن يعيه الجميع، هذا جانب مهني. فأنا الحقيقة يعني أتمنى أن يكون الأطباء والاستشاريين لدينا ولدى غيرنا مهنيين وليسوا موظفين. المهني هو الذي يحرص على أنه يصل إلى النتيجة، وبشرط أنا اللي أعرفه وأشوفه يتشاور مع التخصصات الأخرى. المشكلة في القلب يتشاور مع تخصصات على سبيل المثال في الكبد، يتشاور مع تخصصات في السكر، أو اللي مع حساسية، أو اللي مع شيء. هذا هو الحقيقة النجاح في المهنية. فأنا أكمل على يعني الأجهزة اللي أنا شفتها والذين يديرون الأجهزة. أنا أقولها وأكررها في كل مجال. سهل أنك تأتي بالجهاز، تشتري جهاز من أي دولة في العالم، بإمكاني أكون ثري وأشتري هالجهاز، لكن هذا هو بالطموح وليس المنجز. المنجز من يعمل على هذا الجهاز. ولذلك التدريب في غاية الأهمية، أن يكون هناك تدريب على أعلى مستوى لأطباء ومهنيين وممرضين وممارسين لكي يحققوا البروز والطموح والتميز العلمي. احنا نعرف أطباء الآن استشاريين على مستوى أعمارهم فوق 60 سنة ولا زالوا يأخذون دورات في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وفي كندا وفي بريطانيا، ويأتون بعد مؤتمرات ببحوث ودراسات. العلم لا يتوقف. العلم في الطب بالذات وغيره من العلوم لا يتوقف. لا يقول والله أنا وصلت إلى هالسن هذا خلاص أنا عالم. وهذه مشكلتنا عندما نتكامل، نقول والله حنا نعرف كل شيء. يعني التكامل هو يعني أنا أسميه بداية النقص. ما ينقص الإنسان إلا من حس نفسه أنه كامل. مدعي الكمال ناقص بكل ما تعنيه الكلمة. وهذه قاعدة يجب أن يعلمها الجميع من أطباء ممارسين وموظفين وعامة الناس كلهم. فأنا طموحي الحقيقة أنه يكون لدينا مهنيين في الطب من أخطر وأدق المهن يعني على وجه الأرض كلها، سواء لدينا في المملكة أو خارجها. أتمنى أنه يكون هناك مهنيين على مستوى. أتمنى في يوم من الأيام أن تكون مثلا مستشفى الملك فهد التخصص يكون مدينة طبية، لدينا كل التخصصات، كما ذكرت لك. أتمنى أن يكون هناك الحقيقة يعني أذن صاغية من الجميع، من أكبر منصب إلى أصغر منصب، أن يستمع للآخرين، يستمع. إذا جاءه من يريد أن ينصحه يقول حب وكرامة، أعطني ما لديك، أنت خذ ما لديه، إذا يمكن تحقيقه بها ونعمت، إذا ما يمكن تحقيقه أنت على فعلك، وقل شكرا ما قصرت، وحنا عندنا الشيء اللي نسير عليه. فهذا الحقيقة يعني جانب مهم. يعني هذه الحقيقة كثيرا من أنا ذكرتها الحقيقة بالنسبة للأجهزة وبالنسبة للممارسين وبالنسبة للحقيقة.
لكن سؤال سمو الأمير، ليش أنت تريد تحويل مستشفى الملك فهد التخصصي إلى مدينة طبية؟ لأن
فيه جميع التخصصات، لأن فيه تخصص القلب وفيه الكبد وفيه وللأورام وللسمنة وللعقم وللكلى، يعني فيه عدة تخصصات ومرجعية، وفيه والله الحمد كفاءات، فيه كفاءات وأطباء، ونريد أن نستقطب الأكثر والأكثر بإذن الله تعالى ليكون يعني مرجعية ليس للمنطقة وإنما لمنطقة الشمال وغيرنا من المناطق كلها، ويكون الحقيقة حاضنا للأبحاث والدراسات والتجارب كما هو تميز يعني فيما مضى، نريد أن يتميز أكثر وأكثر. هذا كله في غاية الأهمية.
دكتور علي، اسمح لي على هذا السؤال. ممكن يجي واحد من الحضور يقول يعني أنتم مجتهدين بس ما يحتاج مركز، ماذا لو لم يكن مركز؟ الأخوان في وزارة الصحة ولا في الشؤون الصحية يهتمون بالمرضى والأمور زينة، وشو له حنا نعقد المسائل ونحط إلا مركز؟ أقنعني بأنه يجب أن يكون مركز، أو بطريقة أخرى ماذا لو لم يكن مركز؟ هل سيكون هناك مشكلة؟
شكرا على السؤال. وجود مركز هو إضافة للنظام الصحي. طيب ما كان يحصل قبل المركز في اهتمام لا شك من القطاعات الصحية، لكن وجود المركز هو بيت خبرة.
وش اللي بيغير؟
بيغير أنه بيكون في مرجعية في البيانات، لأنه الآن قطاعات مجتهدة لكن ما عندنا مجال لقياس على مستوى البلد، يعني كل قطاع يعمل بطريقة مستقلة. وجود جهة مرجعية كالمركز من ناحية البيانات تحديداً تسهل أولاً يكون فيه استقراء على مستوى البلد بدل ما يكون على مستوى القطاع. المقارنات فيما بين القطاعات الصحية تدعم التحسين، لأنه القطاع ألف متميز، القطاع باء أقل، أنا أستفيد من تجربة هذا القطاع. لكن إذا أنا أعمل كقطاع مستقل تماماً، حتى لو عندي خطأ ما أعرف هل أنا ماشي في طريق صحيح أو طريق خطأ، فهذه ميزة. الأمر الآخر هو مثل هذه الملتقيات. ميزة المركز لما يكون على مستوى وطني، فأنت من السهل أنك تجمع كل المهتمين تحت مظلة واحدة. يعني بعض القطاعات لا يستطيع أن يتواصل مع جهة أخرى، بينما نحن في المركز نتواصل مع كل القطاعات بموجب التنظيم الذي يعطي لنا من مقام مجلس الوزراء. فيعطي الميزة الثانية هو يعطي صبغة وطنية والوصول لكل المهتمين كأفراد وكمنشآت وقطاعات وكمؤسسات صحية سهل. الأمر الآخر التحسين بيكون على مستوى وطني. أضرب لك مثال، الاستراتيجية الوطنية لسلامة المرضى ليست استراتيجية قطاعية، استراتيجية وطنية لا يمكن بناءها إلا بوجود بيانات على مستوى وطني، تحديات على مستوى وطني، عمل مشترك على مستوى وطني. يعني احنا الآن نعمل مع بعض الجهات في التحول اللي كان سابقا يعني يعملون بجهة مستقلة أو بجهود مستقلة تماما. فهذه الميزة الأخرى، أن التحسين سيكون على مستوى البلد وليس على مستوى القطاع، وهذا يساهم في الإمباكت أو الأثر يكون أعلى. وأيضا بدل ما القطاع الفلاني يعمل هذه المبادرة، القطاع الفلاني يعمل نفس المبادرة ويستخدم نفس الريسورسز أو يعني الموارد، لما تسويه بشكل وطني فأنت توفر في الموارد أيضا. ففي عدة ميزات لوجود مركز مرجعي في هذا الموضوع.
في قلق أنا بحوله لك، إنه قد يكون في ازدواجية، أنتم تسوون نفس الشيء، أو في اتكال في منطقة لا أنتم ولا هم يسوونه، أو هم يشرعون ويغردون في مكان وأنتم أصلاً ما أنتم معبرينهم، ولا في قلق من التكامل، من أنه يكون هذا المركز له فائدة، لأنه إذا ما تعاونتم أنتم معهم، أنتم شايفين أصلاً أنه هذا مركز مفيد تبي تتعاون معه؟ تعليقك.
حياك الله. بداية لو ما في تعاون ما جلسنا اليوم.
يمكن الأمير يجي معكم ما ندري.
لكن اليوم أبو أستاذ عبد الله نعيش مرحلة تحولية. المرحلة التحولية هي إعادة هيكلة للمنظومة الصحية بمجملها، سواء ما هو تحت مظلة وزارة الصحة أو القطاعات الأخرى. اليوم هي إعادة توزيع أدوار. الوزارة لديها من المهام الكثيرة اللي راح توكلها لجهات اختصاص، أولها صدور قرار المقام السامي بإنشاء الشركة القابضة. اليوم الوزارة جالسة تستعد لتسليم تقديم الخدمات الطبية للشركة القابضة بناء على القرارات السامية الصادرة قريبا. اليوم إنشاء جزء من المديريات، ويمكن يشهد معنا عدد من الزملاء مدراء العموم بمناطق المملكة للشؤون الصحية ومدراء الشؤون الصحية في بعض المحافظات. التحول اللي حاصل لدينا احنا بالمناطق اننا انتقلنا للادوار الرقابيه، من نراقب على الجهات الحكوميه في المؤسسات الصحيه العامه، وايضا على القطاع الخاص في القطاع التجاري. ناخذ التشريعات اللي ترد من الجهات المختصة وننزل على الميدان ونراقب مستوى تطبيق هذا الجهات. في بعدها لجان تحكيمية وخلافه من الأمور. وهذا اليوم ملخص للسؤال اللي أنت تفضلت به، اللي هي أن وزارة الصحة تعيد هيكلة القطاع الصحي وتعيد توزيع الأدوار ما بين الجهات المختصة.
يعني في خوف الصراحة أنه ما يصير في تفاعل مع موضوع سلامة المرضى وتؤخذ بحساسية ثم ما يكون له أثر، لأن ممارسة جديدة، طريقة جديدة في الإبلاغ، في أنه يعني بشكل للممارسين سواء أو أصحاب المنشآت الصحية. الثقافة العميقة اللي موجودة في وزارة الصحة قد تكون ما هي بيئة حاضنة لهذه الفكرة الجديدة، في قلق. كيف ممكن تنجح هذه القصة؟
بالعكس يمكن تجاوزنا هذا. لو أنت سائلا قبل 3 سنوات يمكن أقول لك القلق.
احنا ما ندري، احنا نسأل.
لكن علشان كذا أنا أقول لك اليوم الجهات الشقيقة من مركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى، المركز السعودي لاعتماد المنشآت الصحية، هيئة وقاية وخلافه من الهيئات الأخرى، هيئة الغذاء والدواء. اليوم الأدوار ما بيننا وبينهم أدوار تكاملية. معالي وزير الصحة يرأس أغلب مجالس إدارات هذه الجهات لعملية التنسيق فيما بينها. هناك لقاءات دورية ما بين هذه الجهات وقياديين وزارة الصحة، ويمكن زملاء كثير من الموجودين معنا بالمحفل حضروا العام الأول هذه المحافل.
جميل. سمو الأمير، هناك يعني خليني أطلع من الموضوع الصحي شوي. هناك يعني حراك هائل وغير مسبوق في المملكة اليوم. طبعا المحرك الأول هو الرؤية بدعم سمو ولي العهد. منطقة القصيم أين دورها؟ ما هو الدور الذي تلعبه في هذا الحراك الكبير؟
الحقيقة يعني كما أسلفت المنطقة ولله الحمد يعني مساهمة بشكل كبير من فضل الله جل وعلا. أهم مساهمات المنطقة في الطاقة البشرية. يعني على سبيل المثال الكثير من القيادات في وزارات، في قطاعات حكومية، في جهات عليا، معظمهم يكونون من تجربة المنطقة. هذا جانب لا يخفى على الجميع. يعني تخصص المنطقة زراعيا، تخصص المنطقة لوجستيا، تخصص المنطقة قبلها ذكرت الحقيقة الموارد البشرية، وتخصص المنطقة تعديليا. لدينا بفضل الله جل وعلا منجبين مهمين. تخصص المنطقة الحقيقة تعليميا، لدينا على سبيل المثال جامعتين أهلية مع جامعة القصيم، وهي من أكبر الجامعات، وأنا أسميها جامعات في جامعة. لدينا كل الإمكانيات بحكم موقعنا الجغرافي المتوسط لجميع مناطق المملكة. استثماريا كل من يرغب في الاستثمار الحقيقة يعني كل الفرص واعدة وكلها مطروحة للمستثمرين، والأبواب والقلوب قبل الأبواب مفتوحة الحقيقة للجميع كلهم للاستثمار والعمل في المنطقة، وهي الحقيقة كما ذكرت منطقة هب أو منطقة لوجستية لاحتضان جميع من يريد أن يعني يستثمر فيها أو يعمل فيها. في جانب الحقيقة نسيت أني أقوله وهو في غاية الأهمية، التمريض وما أدراك ما التمريض. وأنا أتوقع أن هذه المشكلة ليست محصورة على المملكة، وإنما تعاني منها دول كثيرة. نقص طواقم التمريض الذي هو ربما يعاني منه الكثير من المستشفيات ونعاني منه لدينا في المنطقة، أرى بأنه يجب أن يؤخذ مأخذ الجد، ويكون هناك حقيقة يعني دراسة لهذا الجانب، تقديم امتيازات لمن يتخصصون هذا التخصص، تحفيزهم، الدورات التدريبية، المساهمة في جذبهم لهذا القطاع ويعني تشجيعهم على هذا الجانب. لكن فيه يعني جانب واحد ذكرته في محافل أخرى، زملائي وإخواني وأبنائي أطباء وممارسين صحيين السعوديين، أريد أن أقول هذه الكلمة: البقاء للأفضل، وصحة الإنسان ليست مجالاً للتوطين من غير التوطين. أنا لا يمكنني أحط لي طبيب السعودي استشاري وهو غير يعني كفء في مهنته على حساب طبيب آخر من دولة أخرى. هذا أنا أقول يجب أن لا يكون هناك مجاملة فيه. صحة المريض ليست قابلة لاجتهادات، هذا والله مواطن ولا ما هو مواطن، أنا يهمني صحة المريض والنتيجة. سبقا ذكرت في إحدى تخرجات الكليات الصحية وقلت يا أبنائي لا تؤكدون عنور، ليش هذا غير سعودي وهذا سعودي؟ أنا إذا شفت الكفؤ علي منها، أنا المهم الكفؤ الذي يعالج هذا الأمر. البقاء للأصلح، وأنا أشكر الحقيقة من يتناغم أو من يتفاعل مع هذا الجانب، ولكن لا نريد أن الحقيقة نخطئ أو تأخذنا العواطف على حساب صحة المريض. خلنا نأخذ جانب آخر، سواء يعني المسلمين أو غير المسلمين، صحة المريض غالية عند الناس، هذه بيسألك الله سبحانه وتعالى عنها. أنت إذا أخطأت خطأ طبي وراح فيها هالمريض سوف تسأل عنها يوم الدين، أنت كأنك قتلت نفس. فلذلك الإنسان يحتسب الأجر ويفكر مليون مرة قبل ما يقرر أو يشخص مرض وهو تشخيص غير سليم، ويتشاور. وأنا شفت الأطباء الحقيقة في عشرات المرات إذا رأى شيء لا يتخذ القرار لوحده، وإنما يعود إلى غرفة الاجتماعات ويجتمع ب10 تخصصات 8 تخصصات ويتشاورون في هذا هل هو يصلح لهذا المرض ولا يضر بالمرض الثاني، أو يرفع الضغط، أو يعمل كذا، أو مثلا يسبب حساسية أو غير. فلذلك في دراسة دقيقة جدا. وأرجع وأقول العبرة والمعيار ليست بالأجهزة أو السرير المتكامل أو جهاز الأشعة المتكامل، وإنما بمن يدير هذه الأجهزة.
جميل سمو الأمير. دكتور علي، في كلمتك قبل قليل وحتى حديثك الآن تتكلم عن موضوع تمكين المرضى وتمكين المريض. الحين المريض متلقي خدمة، مكنه شو يسوي يعني؟ ما هو الدور الذي ممكن أن يلعبه المريض نفسه في مسار سلامة المريض أو سلامة المرضى بشكل عام وسلامته بشكل خاص؟
جميل. لسنوات طويلة كان يعني المتعارف عليه في النظام الصحي أن المريض متلقي زي ما تفضلت الرعاية فقط، يعني ما يقرره الفريق الطبي سواء الطبيب أو الطاقم الطبي بشكل عام يتلقى المريض وينفذ. أثبت هذا النموذج في العمل أنه غير ناجح. ليش؟ لأن المريض الممكن هو المريض الواعي بالمرض، عارف للتفاصيل المرض، كيف يتعامل مع المرض، كيف يتعايش مع المرض، كيف يتجنب مضاعفات المرض، كيف يكون داعم للفريق الطبي في الحصول على النتائج المطلوبة. وهذه هي نقاط الالتقاء بين أهداف النظام الصحي وأهداف المريض، الشفاء والتحسن أو على الأقل تجنب المضاعفات إذا كان مرض مزمن. سابقا كان المريض خارج المعادلة وبالتالي لم ينجح هذا النموذج وحصل كثير من التأخر في تقديم أو تحسين الرعاية الصحية. جربت قضية تجربة المريض وسلامة المريض في قطاعات معينة بإشراك المريض، تمكين المريض، إعطاء المعلومات، الوقت الكافي من الشرح في الرحلة التشخيصية العلاجية، متابعة الحالة حتى خارج إطار المستشفى. أثبت هذا النموذج نجاح وبدأ تبنيه بشكل كبير. مثال سريع ويمكن أنا عايشت هذه الحالات، يخرج المريض من الطوارئ طبعا في مجال الأطفال، الأب أحيانا تجده غير حريص على معرفة تفاصيل الأدوية ومتى تعطى وكذا، بالتالي يجي المريض بعد فترة، تكلم عن بعض الأمراض المزمنة، المرض ما زال نشط لأن الأهل لا يعرفون كيف يتعاملون مع الأدوية، وخاصة لما يكون أكثر من علاج المرض مزمن، يتنوم المريض عدة مرات، لا يتم التحكم في المرض بكل آثارها اللي تؤثر على المريض. نفس المرض في عائلة أخرى، مريض ممكن، الأهل يسألون، يعطون يعني يأخذون الوقت الكافي لفهم المرض، يعرفون الأدوية كيفية التعامل معها، وفي وسائل تواصل أيضا مع القطاع الصحي. تجد هذا المرض يمكن الطفل هذا، أنا عندي أطفال مرضى سنوات ما يتنومون في المستشفى، فقط يجي الصيدلية حتى حين موعد عن بعد، نفس المرض هنا وهنا لكن يمارس حياته بشكل عام. هذا مثال واضح على أن التمكين بشكله الصحيح يؤثر بشكل إيجابي على حياة المريض ويحقق الأهداف اللي نسعى لها جميعا.
أنت ذكرت في كلمتك أمثلة عالمية على أنه الفاقد من عدم الاهتمام بسلامة المرضى هي عدد هذه الحالات في هذه التخصصات. لو صغرنا الدائرة على مستوى المملكة، الفاقد في عدم الاهتمام بسلامة المرضى وين موجود؟ وين إحنا ندفع فاتورة أسوأ في أي مكان بالضبط؟
احنا جزء من العالم وبالتالي ما ينطبق على العالم ينطبق علينا. طبعا عندنا يمكن في السعودية ما زلنا نعمل على كثير من الدراسات اللي راح تعطينا أرقام بدقة، لكن بشكل عام من خلال استقرارنا في المركز، وأنا حقيقة يعني أشيد بما ذكر سمو الأمير في قضية دقة التشخيص، لأن تمثل فاقد كبير جدا موضوع دقة التشخيص. المريض إذا صار فيه تأخير في التشخيص بيجيك بمضاعفات، بيجيك في حالة متأخرة سواء سرطان أو مرض قلب، بخلاف لما يجيك في مرحلة متقدمة ممكن تعطيه العلاج المناسب في الوقت المناسب ويرجع للحياة ممارس بشكل طبيعي. فعندنا إشكاليات في تأخر التشخيص، بالتالي دقة التشخيص ما زالت مشكلة قائمة. وأنا حقيقة يعني كنا في اجتماع قبل يومين مع منظمة الصحة العالمية وهناك شبه اتفاق سموكم على أن يكون الثيم لليوم العالمي لسلامة المرضى عام 2024 ودقة التشخيص.
جدا، ليش لا؟
لأنه فعلا على مستوى العالم ملاحظ أن هذه إشكالية كبيرة
جدا، وحنا أول من هو مستعد للمساهمة في اليوم العالمي.
يشرفنا ذلك طال عمرك، يشرفنا ذلك.
في أحد موجود من منظمة الصحة العالمية هنا؟
عندنا الدكتورة نيلم، هل هي موجودة حاليا؟ وصلت يمكن متأخرة اليوم رحلتها، لكن حاليا ما هي موجودة، لكن هي قائدة سلامة المرضى في منظمة الصحة العالمية.
لكن إلى الآن ما وصلنا للجواب، وين الفاقد الأكبر في المملكة؟
دقة التشخيص ومشاكل متعلقة بالتشخيص، السلامة الدوائية عندنا ما زال فيها إشكالية، عندنا بعض حوادث سلامة الأمهات الحوامل أثناء الولادة ما زالت مشكلة عالمية، قضية وفيات الأمهات.
عندنا أرقام مقلقة في السعودية في هذا الموضوع تحديدا؟
عندنا أرقام ليست مقلقة وليست خفيفة، يعني احنا في متوسط الدول، فهي مشكلة ما زالت قائمة تحتاج إلى عمل. مقلق بمعنى أن خارج السياق، لسنا خارج السياق ولسنا من أفضل الدول، هناك كثير من العمل الذي نحتاج أن نعمل عليه. مشاكل الجراحية، أحيانا مضاعفات جراحية أو يعني عمل جراحة بطريقة قد تكون في
يعني الآن تقدمنا في المؤشرات. قبل كنا نقول الأرقام العالمية، اليوم اللغة الجديدة في المملكة تقول لك في متوسط دول ال20. أنا وين مكاني في سلامة المرضى؟
كبناء مركز ومرجعية احنا من أوائل الدول، في الدول الخمس الأولى.
هذه في البناء،
في البناء وفي وجود والاهتمام ويعني عمل جهات تكاملية في هذا المجال. كأرقام ما زال أمامنا كثير من العمل، وضعا في الاعتبار أن المركز
يعني احنا أقل من المتوسط.
في المتوسط يعني إذا قلنا 20 دولة احنا يمكن رقم 10 و11 في بعض المؤشرات، ونطمح إن شاء الله أن يكونوا هذه في خطتنا الاستراتيجية، أن نكون ضمن الخمس الدول في ال3 سنوات القادمة إن شاء الله.
وعلي، السؤال على التحول الصحي في القصيم. أول شيء وش شكل هالتحول هذا؟ هل هو تحول شكلي ولا تحول حقيقي؟ في القصيم وين وصلتوا في هذه الرحلة؟
معنا الدكتور موسى.
أنت لا بلشت لا تحل أحد.
أنا وياه وشركة تحولنا. يمكن أشكرك أول شيء على هذا السؤال. هو سؤال مهم، ويمكن تواجد الزملاء ما بين مدراء عموم ورؤساء تنفيذيين لبعض التجمعات الصحية. اليوم الحمد لله مثال القصيم هو مثال يحتذى فيه بأغلب المناطق، وهذا فضل من الله وبتوجيهات القيادات اللي نحن نعمل تحت مظلتهم. الحمد لله نموذج القصيم يعمل بشكل كامل بنسبة 100%. الأدوار الرقابية اللي مناطة لنسخ المديريات العامة للشؤون الصحية بالنسخة الحديثة RHD 2.0 منطقة القصيم مطبقة في ما يفوق 95% منها الحمد لله، وهذا فضل من الله. اليوم العملية التحولية كانت تعمل على القطاع الحكومي كانت تعمل الأدوار الرقابية تطبق فقط على القطاع الخاص. اليوم لا، نعمل على القطاع الخاص أيضا على القطاع الحكومي.
هنا سؤال مهم. هل سيكون تجمعات هذه أو الشركة القابضة لها نظام أو شكل من نظام الحماية؟ يعني هذه إذا أخطأ الحبيب بيصير السيف عليها أشد من السيف على هذه حقتنا، لا تسودون عليها.
ما أعتقد. اليوم حنا دولة نعمل على نظام ووفق أنظمة وهذه الأنظمة طالعة من جهات تشريعية. اليوم النظام الصحي كله داخل بعملية تطوير. هناك استحداث للأنظمة وهناك دمج لبعض الأنظمة الأخرى فيما بينه للخروج بنموذج موحد للجميع بحول الله. اليوم عندنا تجربة تحولية في على مستوى المملكة وليست فقط على مستوى منطقة القصيم. العملية التحولية في القطاع الصحي هي برنامج متكامل، أخذت عدة تجارب من عدة دول وأخذ منها الأفضل.
وش البنش مارك حقنا؟ وين حنا أخذنا التجربة ذي؟
معلش
يعني
سؤالك
يعني ليش ما هو المعيار؟ احنا اخذنا تجربة التحول من اي بلد؟
من عدة دول. وكل دولة وش تميزت فيه. يعني اليوم عندنا التجربة فيما يخص عملية الرقابة، وعندنا تجربة فيما يخص عملية الاستثمار، وعندنا وخلافه من المشاريع التحولية في القطاع الصحي.
في موضوع الاستثمار الصحي التبادلي ايش اللي قاعد تسوونه في المنطقة؟
طبعا هو إدارة مركزية عشان نكون واضحين. اليوم هو الهدف من عملية الاستثمار الصحي إيجاد التنافس الشريف ما بين مقدمين الخدمات الصحية سواء كتجمعات أو مستثمرين أجانب أو مستثمرين.
أعطني مثال عشان أفهم أكثر.
يعني ابتهجنا قبل فترة بسيطة بعملية ترسية مشروع مستشفى الأنصار بالمدينة المنورة على شركة ويكدون لزملاء أعتقد أنها شركة أجنبية. فهذه وجود شركة أجنبية مع شركة حكومية اللي هي التجمعات راح يحدث التنافس، لأنه مركز التأمين الوطني راح يعمل على شراء الخدمة من أحد الجهتين اللي تقدم الخدمة للمواطن.
يعني أنا ممكن أجي أشتري عدد معين من العمليات من قطاع خاص في الشركة
وهذا معمول فيها
الآن
معمول فيها. وزارة الصحة تشتري خدمة العناية
لا، أنا أتكلم
المركزة.
الشركة نفسها، الشركة الصحية.
هذه عند الشركة الصحية. أنا اليوم
مشرع. هل نختبر الحوكمة ولا شاطر؟
يمكن الزملاء ومعالي الدكتور منصور.
وين اللي يخوفك؟ معالي الدكتور منصور، وأنا أحكي معه قبل الجلسة سألته معلش احنا سوف نفشي جزءا من هذه الأسرار. قلت وين اللي يقلق؟ قال كلمة مهمة، قال السيطرة على التكلفة.
صحيح.
كيف ستسيطرون على التكلفة؟
هذه ما هي من اختصاص وزارة
كيف
الصحة.
هل ترى أنه من الممكن السيطرة على التكلفة؟ أنت من البيئة، أنت عارف الوضع.
من السهل إذا وجدت الممكنات. اليوم عندنا مثال حي بالقطاع الخاص، يعطي لك الكوست أو التكلفة الحقيقية لعملية معينة تجرى داخل مؤسسته، رغم وجود إضافات قد تطرأ مستقبلية على الإجراء نفسه. وهذا العمل موجود. من السهل عملية نقله وتكليفه أو تطبيقه داخل المؤسسات الصحية الأخرى، سواء الحكومية أو القطاع الخاص. لكن اليوم في مشروع كبير أيضا عند الزملاء حسب اطلاعي المبدئي، العملية قياس التكلفة كم. الزملاء الآن يشتغلون عليها بحيث أن تقدر هذه الأعمال بشكل منطقي.
انتهى وقت هذه الجلسة. شكرا لك سمو الأمير، شكرا لك دكتور علي، شكرا لك أستاذ
طيب أنا
أيمن.
ما سألتني وش أتمنى.
ماذا تتمنى سمو الأمير؟
أتمنى بأنه يكون الأخطاء الطبية عالميا ووطنيا صفر. هذه أول أمنية. الأمنية الثانية أن تكتمل مشاريعنا في المنطقة. أنا عندي مستشفى شمال بريدة، عندي مستشفى الولادة والأطفال في عنيزة، عندي مستشفى الولادة والأطفال في الرس، عندي عدة مشاريع لا زالت الحقيقة مسيرها بطيء في التنفيذ. هذه الحقيقة هو اللي أتمناها، وأتمنى بإذن الله تعالى أن تكون إن شاء الله المنطقة مرجعية لجميع التخصصات الطبية، ليس الحقيقة لأهاليها فقط وإنما لكل من حولها من المناطق الأخرى.
جميل. تفضل دكتور.
تفضل طعمك. الله
حقيقة كلمة سمو الأمير يعني هيجت مشاعري يوم قال الأخطاء الطبية صفر.
أتمنى
سموك احنا عندنا في طبعا زيرو هارم، او انه لا يكون في ضرر في الرعايه الصحيه، ننظر له كنورث ستار او كخطوه بعيده المنال، ولكن نسعى له. وهذا يتوافق مع ما ذكر سموكم. انا يعني باسمي واسم الزملاء في المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى والزميلات، اولا نشكركم على الدعم سموكم الكريم. الامر الاخر ننظر للمؤتمر كبداية عمل، وليست أنه خلاص بعد ما نقفل المؤتمر بكرة.
أنا أتمنى كل سنة يعقد مرتين.
يشرفنا ذلك طال عمرك. احنا سنعمل إن شاء الله مع الزملاء جميع القطاعات الصحية التعليمية الرياضية وكلها حتى تكون منطقة القصيم مثال يحتذى في موضوع سلامة المرضى. وسننطلق منها إن شاء الله، وستنطلق منها إن شاء الله كثير من المبادرات اللي إن شاء الله ستعمم على مستوى.
يكون في جائزة يا دكتور، ليش ما يكون في جائزة في المركز اللي أقل منطقة في الأخطاء الطبية وتدعمونه بجائزة سنوية على مستوى الوطن؟
سموك عندنا جائزة الوطنية لسلامة المرضى، لكن إذا استحسستم الفكرة ممكن جائزة القصيم، جائزة سمو الأمير
احنا جاهزين،
دكتور فيصل.
زملائنا هذا هم يسمعوني الآن جاهزين.
يشرفنا ذلك.
الله يسلمك ويبارك فيك. الحقيقة لا يسعني في نهاية يعني مثل هاللقاء إلا أن أشكر جميع زملائي اللي كانوا الجنود المجهولون خلف هذا المؤتمر ويعملون، على رأسهم الدكتور موسى، الأستاذ أيمن، جميع الزملاء في القطاع الصحي، أبطال الصحة. احنا نفتخر أن نسميهم أبطال الصحة من أيام كورونا، وهم أبطال الصحة حقيقة. فيعني أشكرهم على جهودهم وأعمالهم ليلا ونهارا حتى توصلنا إلى مثل هذه النتيجة، وبوجود ضيوفنا الكرام الذين نرحب فيهم من جميع أنحاء العالم.
جميل. أستاذ أيمن، تبي تعلق على تأخر المستشفيات ولا ما عندك تعليق؟
والله سمو الأمير ما أعطانا فرصة.
لا نعطيك فرصة، تفضل.
الصحة والعافية. لا سمو الأمير الله يعطيه الصحة والعافية، متابع لصيق لهذه المشاريع التنموية. يمكن كنا بزيارة قبل أسبوعين أو 3 أسابيع.
عندنا لجنة متخصصة على الجانب.
صحيح.
بيوم أبديتنج.
قبل أقل من شهر كنا في زيارة لمحافظة الرس، وكان على رأس الفريق الزيارة سمو الأمير الله يعطيه الصحة والعافية. أيضا ما اكتفى سمو الأمير بهذا الأمر، وتواصلنا مع قيادات الوزارة، وحضر الوكيل المساعد للشؤون الهندسية، أطلع سمو الأمير الله يحفظه على المشاريع ومدى سيرها، وإن شاء الله أننا مستبشرين خير بمتابعة سمو الأمير، وأيضا توصياته لإنجاز هذه المشاريع بأقرب فرصة.
نتطلع إلى غد أفضل بكل تأكيد، ولا أنبل من أن تكون ممارساً صحياً. تحياتي.
شكرا لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير الدكتور فيصل بن مشعل بن سعود بن عبد العزيز. اليوم اجتمعنا بفضل الله ثم مبادرتك الكريمة، كنت حريصا وموجها ومبادرا على أن يكون في القصيم مثل هذا المؤتمر وهذا الاجتماع العلمي، وكنت داعما للنجاح كعادتك في كل المناشط والمشاريع في منطقة القصيم. اليوم بفضل الله ثم فضل هذه المبادرة الكريمة توقع اتفاقيات ما بين عدد من الجهات على جنبات هذا المؤتمر العلمي الدولي الرابع لسلامة المرضى. أولاً اتفاقية تفاهم وتعاون بين المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى والمديرية العامة للشؤون الصحية بمنطقة القصيم. كذلك اتفاقية تفاهم وتعاون ما بين المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى وتجمع القصيم الصحي، يمثل الدكتور المدير الرئيس التنفيذي الدكتور موسى محمد الحربي. دكتور موسى، دكتور علي. هذه الاتفاقية الثانية توقع بين المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى وتجمع القصيم الصحي. كذلك اتفاقية بين المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى والمدينة الطبية بجامعة القصيم الدكتور خالد الحصيص. الدكتور خالد المدير التنفيذي للمدينة الطبية بجامعة القصيم. الاتفاقية الرابعة المديرية العامة للشؤون الصحية بمنطقة القصيم وجامعة سليمان الراجحي، ومثلها الدكتور محمد بن عبد الله المحيميد. ونسعد في القصيم بأن نشهد اتفاقية ما بين المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى وهيئة الصحة وقاية، يمثلهما الدكتور يحيى الجدران من المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى والدكتور سميح غزال. خلي جبل خلنا نصار يشيلون واحدة نصار شيل واحدة درع. صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير الدكتور فيصل بن مشعل بن سعود بن عبد العزيز أمير منطقة القصيم، على طريقك اعتدنا دائما بأن نقدم الشكر والعرفان والتقدير لكل من يبادر ويدعم مثل هذه المؤتمرات. أبدأ أولا برئيس مجلس إدارة الغرفة التجارية في منطقة القصيم الأستاذ عبد العزيز بن عبد الله أحمد، وبالنيابة عنه الأستاذ محمد الحنايا. تكريم للعثيم للتنمية يستلمه الأستاذ سليمان بن عبد الرحمن الفايز. الراعي الرئيسي اسمنت القصيم يستلمه الرئيس التنفيذي المهندس عمر بن عبد الله العمر. عيادات فجن يستلمها الأستاذ صالح البراك. ودافيتا كير السعودية يستلمها الأستاذ محمد عبد الكريم العقيلي. تكريم أيضا لشركة خبرة شباب يتسلمها الرئيس التنفيذي محمد بن مرزوق الشاطري. كذلك باسم المؤتمر الدولي الرابع لسلامة المرضى تكريم لرئيس اللجنة التنظيمية الأستاذ صالح بن عبد العزيز الحجيلان، ورئيس اللجنة العلمية الدكتور محمد الوادعي. الدكتور محمد. درع الأمير للأمير. وتكريم من قبل المديرية العامة للشؤون الصحية بمنطقة القصيم والمركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير الدكتور فيصل بن مشعل بن سعود بن عبد العزيز أمير منطقة القصيم، صاحب المبادرة لهذا المؤتمر وهذا اللقاء العلمي. في هذه الأثناء يتشرف المتحدثين المشاركين بالسلام على صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير الدكتور فيصل بن مشعل بن سعود بن عبد العزيز أمير منطقة القصيم. أدعو سموكم الكريم لزيارة المعرض المصاحب للمؤتمر الدولي الرابع لسلامة المرضى، والتي تشارك فيه أكثر من 35 جهة، ويحوي العديد من ورق علمية في هذا المؤتمر.
انتظرنا. يلا 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 يلا. اي علي الخثمي جاي. طيب دكتور علي الخثمي. دكتور علي. بروف علي الخثمي. ما في بريك ما في the culture, leadership, and governance are independent and influential factors in shaping the safety of healthcare delivery. Understanding and effectively managing these elements are essential for fostering positive organizational development, promoting patient safety, and achieving collective goals. We'll start our first session with Professor Ryan Maines, in his lecture titled Prevention of Harm and Risk Reduction Through a Safety Culture, and in that we will hear from Prof. Jan Mains. Prof. Jan Mains, he's a professor of health services research at Aalborg University Hospital, Psychiatry Center of Clinical Health Services Research. He is Executive Director of Psychiatry in Region North Denmark. He is affiliated professor at University of Southern Denmark. Jan Mains is a Danish representative in the OECD Working Party on Quality and Outcomes since 2002. He's a former project manager, and he has been responsible for establishment of the Danish National Indicator Project and development of indicators and measurement. He was chairman of the Nordic Minister Council project on indicators monitoring in the 6 Nordic countries, which are Sweden, Norway, Finland, Iceland, Greenland, and Denmark. Please join me in welcoming Prof. Jan Mains. He's with us online. He could not make it. Prof. Jan, are you with us? Prof. Jan, are you with us? لو سمحت في محاضرة الله يرضى عليك، في محاضرة الله يرضى عليك. في تكنيكال ايشو. اوكي. دكتور علي موجود؟ Okay, so until we solve the technical issue, can we start then with Dr. Dina Al-Ismail? So Dr. Dina is the Executive Director of Healthcare Leadership Academy at the Saudi Commission for Health Specialties with more than 20 years of experience in the field of learning and development. Dr. Dina holds a degree in optometry and a degree in ophthalmic medical technology, in addition to masters in medical informatics. She completed her executive leadership degree from NSED Business School and MISC 2030 Leaders Program. Dina is passionate in supporting leaders to overcome challenges, discover their blind spots, and become the best version of themselves. She is certified executive coach by International Coaching Federation. Dear guests, please welcome Dr. Dina.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. بث الله يعطيك العافية. Through emotional intelligence. بداية emotional intelligence أو الذكاء العاطفي, it's one of the important topics we always talk about in management and in leadership. And quite a number of research has been published in this term. So research by Stanford Research Institute International with the Carnegie Mellon Foundation found that 75% of your work success is dependent on emotional intelligence, while only 25% is towards your technical expertise. This is in general. However, if we want to talk about patient safety to be exact, well, this question has been pondered by a group that they published on the American Journal of Nursing, the research about could emotional intelligence make patient safety, make patients safer. And this is what I will try to tackle within this presentation. So we'll quickly define emotional intelligence. We'll talk about the building blocks and the competencies of emotional intelligence and how to foster emotional intelligence within your work environment. So emotional intelligence defined, the definition is the ability to recognize and label your own feelings and managing those feelings. It's also your ability to recognize the emotions of others and manage your relationships with others. Professor Daniel Goleman, he's the guru of emotional intelligence worldwide, and he's from Harvard University. He authored many books. Some of these books, and the multitude of these books, are translated in Arabic if you're interested, available in Jarir. So he's done quite a number of research, and I'll base this presentation based on the recent research that he published in 2017. So emotional intelligence is based on 4 domains: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship management. These are the 4 blocks. Nested within these 4 blocks are 12 competencies. The competencies are self-awareness. Self-management has emotional balance, adaptability, achievement orientation, positive outlook. Social awareness has empathy and organizational awareness. And lastly, relationship management has 5 competencies: influence, coach and mentor, conflict management, teamwork, and inspirational leadership. However, due to the time, I'll just focus on 6 out of these 12 competencies and see how can they affect patient safety. So let us take the first one, which is social awareness. So social awareness, explained, is your capacity to understand your feelings and how they affect you, how they affect others, and how they affect your performance. A healthcare provider that has high self-awareness is better equipped to contribute to a safer and more effective healthcare environment. So how does it impact patient safety when you are self-aware? Well, first of all, it affects patient safety by the healthcare provider will recognize their limitation. So they know that their knowledge is limited. They know that their capacity, their expertise is limited. Also, their privileges is limited. So that can prevent a lot of patient safety problems happening within the healthcare environment. A lot of people, a lot of healthcare providers will make decisions thinking that I am capable of doing anything. But realizing and being aware of your own limitation can help make patients safer. Also, it develops continuous learning. So these healthcare providers that are very self-aware, they will continually learn, develop, base their knowledge on evidence-based practices, always seeking new knowledge. The second competency that I would like to talk about under self-management is adaptability, or التكيف. Emotional balance, adaptability. Emotional balance is defined as your ability to keep your disruptive and negative emotion, impulses in check and maintain effectiveness under stressful and hostile conditions. قدرة الشخص على أن يتحكم في مشاعره under hostile conditions. It's an ability that a person can acquire and train themselves and become more aware of it. Self-control or self-management or emotional balance is a critical skill that plays a significant role in ensuring patient safety. How does it directly impact? Well, it impacts communication. Effective communication is the second international safety goal. So a person who can manage their emotion, control their emotion, they will communicate better under stress, under challenging condition. Also, they are able to manage disruptive behavior. And we could have a look here that poor communication results in 55% of medication error that happens in the healthcare environment. Also, poor communication can play a role in 65% of sentinel events. And this is according to the Joint Commission 2002 report. The recent report in 22, it was stated that when analyzing the root cause of sentinel events, communication breakdowns continue to be the leading cause and factor contributing to sentinel events. So effective communication is extremely important. And we know that healthcare is a stressful environment. People can be in stressful situations, so being able to communicate effectively during those moments is very important. 70% of medical errors are results of a poor communication, and this is also according to a research from 2016. In terms of disruptive behaviors, being able to manage that disruptive behavior, and disruptive behavior is an umbrella term for many things that could consider bullying, harassment, negative behavior towards colleagues. So that's what we call disruptive behavior. In research published in 2008 by the Joint Commission, they found that 77% have witnessed disruptive behavior by physicians, and mostly those were nurses. Also, 65% witnessed disruptive behavior from nurses. And this statistics majority comes from nurses and also physicians. So how do we foster better emotional balance within the healthcare environment? Well, standardizing the communication tool. So if we have standardized communication tools that are used like SPAR or the different communication tools adapted and taught within the organization, it will help standardize that mode of communication. Also offering training and coaching to the employees, so everybody is speaking the same language of the organization. Also committing to a culture of zero tolerance of disruptive behavior, and developing policies and processes to define inappropriate standards. This needs to be done within the organization, so the standard is very well known for all the providers and all of the workers within the organization. And finally, hold staff accountable of their action. So a lot of places I've previously worked in, I could see that if the person is a famous consultant, a very well-known consultant, they will accept a lot of the disruptive behavior. However, the organization and the leadership of the organization should hold people accountable, even if they are high in the ranks of the organization. The second competency I would like to talk about in self-management is adaptability or التكيف. So adaptability is the flexibility and handling changes and juggling multiple demands, adapting to new situations with new ideas and innovative approaches. Healthcare professionals who are adaptable can respond effectively to changes, uncertainties, challenges, and ultimately contributing to a safer and more resilient healthcare sector. We know since post-COVID, we know that we live in a VUCA world. VUCA, it's a term that we always use in healthcare leadership and management, and it's a word that's used from the American military, أو الأدبيات الحربية. VUCA stands for 4 words, so V for volatility, so we live in a volatile environment, we live with uncertainty, we live with complexity, and the healthcare system is very complex. And finally, with a lot of ambiguity. Ambiguity اللي هو غموض. So this is what we mean by VUCA. So the healthcare environment is a dynamic and complex environment, and we face a lot of uncertainty. We give medication, we're not 100% certain that the medication will work. We're plagued with that uncertainty. So a healthcare provider who is adaptable and has that ability to adapt with changes around him or her can make patients safer. How? Well, responding to changes, to changing condition. They do not get stuck. They are capable to change. So, for example, when we had COVID, a lot of healthcare providers had to switch to telemedicine and telecare of their patients. So those who adapted very fast, they were able to change and adapt. Also, when we started the electronic medical record, a lot of physicians resisted that change. However, with time, some of them, they were champions, and they started the adaptation very fast. So being able to adapt is working well under changing condition and regulatory compliance as well. So healthcare providers who are adaptable can work with the changes in the regulations, and we know any hospital that is accredited by any body, they know that regulation keeps changing. And their ability to adapt to these changes, to these new protocols, to these new standards, will contribute to a better, safe environment. We have social awareness, our third block, and we'll focus about empathy. And empathy, there is abundance of research about empathy in healthcare. So empathy is the ability to sense others' feelings and how to see things through their eyes. There is abundance of research that showcase that higher healthcare practitioners' empathy is associated with low mortality rates in diabetic patients. Also, there is research about the higher the empathy of the healthcare provider, the lower the rates of their burnouts. So they are more resilient. They are adaptable to the changes around them, which reduces their burnout, which eventually help make the environment that we provide care in more safer for our patients. So the impact of empathy is how we communicate empathetically with our patients and building trust. So there is abundance of research says that when healthcare providers are trusted, it grows the teamwork capabilities among the team. It grows the trust between the healthcare provider and the patient. So the patient is more compliant to the instruction. It builds that relationship even with the family, making the whole treatment journey more safer. Then we have relationship management. And relationship management is the last competency I'll be talking about, اللي هي conflict management. So in conflict management, it's when we are able to manage conflict أو النزاع أو الخلافات في المنظمة, it's the ability to help others through emotional tense situations to tactfully bring disagreements into the open and to define solutions that everyone can endorse. So our ability لحل المشكلات فيما بيننا كفريق عمل. Research by the Center of Psychology Press in 2008 found that employees spend 2.1 hours per week dealing with conflict. يحلون مشاكل 2 hours per week. And the main reasons for that organization conflict, well, the top 3 are personality and ego clashing. So, and we have that a lot in our healthcare sector. Number 2 is due to stress. And the number 3 cause of conflict at work is the heavy workload and the inadequate resources within the organization. And this we face every day in our healthcare environment. And this is a reason for people to clash among one another, to have that conflict one another. 4 out of 10 conflicts among the team had potential to patient care quality and safety. And this is from 2019 Mayo Clinic proceedings. when they found that when there's conflict within their teams, it could rise the rate of patient, having errors and affecting the quality and the safety of the patients. So what is the impact of conflict on patient safety? Well, it can, if we are able to manage conflict better, it will create a better psychological safe organization, a better psychological safe for the team, and the people are able later on to raise and blow whistle if we have something that's going wrong in the system. If we have an event that could happen, a near miss, they are not afraid to talk about it. Also, it could promote a just culture within the organization if people can manage that conflict. So if I speak out, people will not rule out against me. They can manage those negative feelings that they will have. And finally, we will talk about teamwork. And everybody knows the importance of teamwork. And in healthcare, we work with a multitude of teams within the healthcare system. So being able to have that teamwork spirit is the ability to work with others towards shared goals, participating actively, sharing responsibility and rewards, and contributing to the capability of the team. Teamwork initiative, this was a research done by one of the organizations in 2002 where they measured the errors before team training and after team training. And they found that teamwork initiatives have decreased their clinical error rate from 30.9% to 4.4%. And you could see a dramatic drop where they built the team spirit among the team and they helped develop their team work within the organization. They also found that 50% reduction in adverse outcomes after team training, and this is also another study from 2006, which shows the impact of having that team spirit can help in the quality of the care that is given to the patients. So teamwork affects and impacts the patient safety by the coordinated care. And you know, we have teams of teams. So that coordination of care during crossover and transfer of the patient, handover of the patient, all of this can help building that team spirit can lead to a safer environment. Also, shared knowledge and expertise. So people are mentoring, coaching, sharing knowledge. They're not keeping knowledge to themselves. They're sharing their knowledge and people are very acceptable in that, with a team spirit to accept that knowledge. So, back to the question I initially asked. Could emotional intelligence make patients safer? Of course, yes. Adapting emotional intelligence can make patients safer, can build the teams, can create a better just culture within the organization, improve communication, which is the second international safety goal within the organization. So takeaway message and how to foster that patient's emotional intelligence within the organization. Well, it's a critical component of patient safety. Emotional intelligence can be cultivated within the organization through training programs, through role modeling, and I mean role modeling from seniors to juniors, from healthcare providers to interns and students. So that role modeling is a very important element that we have here in the healthcare sector, and it's very important that we ensure that we have true role models within your team. Also, feedback and reflection. We need to have that open communication where we talk and reflect and handle situations instead of escalating situation. Coaching and guiding our team. And using evidence-based tools and resources to improve communication and teamwork. As I mentioned, ASPAR is one of the tools. Also, we have different team development that could help develop your team and strengthen the initiative within the team. And finally, interprofessional team building activities. If you're planning to do any team activities, training, coaching, make sure to make it interprofessional. You want to create that environment and create that spirit among your team. And with that, I'll leave you with the quote from Daniel Goleman: by teaching people to tune into their emotions with intelligence and expand their circle of caring, we can transform organizations from the inside out and make a positive difference in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dina.
Allah يعطيك العافية.
Thank you so much. It is a very informative lecture, and emotional intelligence regarding the leadership part is an integral characteristic of each leader in the healthcare system and outside of the healthcare system. Thank you so much. So we can get back in touch with Prof. Yan. So, as we said, Prof. Yan is a professor of health services research at Aalborg University Hospital, Psychiatry Center for Clinical Health Services Research. He's executive director of psychiatry in Region North Denmark. He's affiliated professor of University of Southern Denmark. He's a former project manager, which in one of our big aims, which is unifying the measurement in the region. Please join me in welcoming Professor Yan Mains. Professor, are you with us? Professor Yan?
Hello?
Hello there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Glad that you joined us. How's everything?
Hello.
Hello. So we've just gave a brief bio about yourself, and we're ready to start the lecture titled Prevention of Harm and Risk Reduction Through a Safety Culture. The mic is yours, Prof.
Excellent. Can you hear me? Still hear me? I apologize. I can't hear you, the audience. I think you have to open your mic. Otherwise, I can't hear you, and it seems that
we can hear you.
Slides are placed differently.
We can hear you, Prof. You can start your talk, and we have the slides open.
My slides are turned around. I'm sorry, I can't.
Can we bring up the slides, please?
I can't hear you, and I can't. Now I see my slides.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
now it is clear.
Can you see my picture?
Can we bring up the slides, please?
You can start, Prof. Jan.
I can't hear you, and I can't. Now I see my slides.
Yeah. And now it is clear.
Can
I can't hear you, and I can't.
Thank you very much. I hope you hear me. I can't hear you. I apologize for this. Can I have the previous slide, the first slide, please? Can you shift to the previous slide? I will. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I apologize for the technical problems. I would like to thank for the invitation, and I am honored and delighted to participate in this important conference. And I also want to thank for putting this important topic on the agenda. I regret that I can't attend this important conference physically, but hope to get that opportunity at a later stage. I will look forward to further collaboration. In my presentation, I will share with you some of our experiences from Denmark and from my presidency of the OECD Working Party on Healthcare Quality and Outcome. On this slide, basically you see a little bit of my biography. As already mentioned, I'm Professor of Health Services Research at Aalborg University, CEO in psychiatry, and then also President of the OECD Working Party on Quality and Outcomes. And I was on the panel of the WHO Strategic Planning Group that published a paper on definitions and terminology, which I will refer to later on in my presentation. I apologize, I can't hear you, but hopefully you can hear me. And then I will ask, send me a short message during WhatsApp if you want me to respond. I was born and I live in Denmark, which is a small kingdom. Next slide, please. It's a small kingdom in the northern part of Europe, on the very top of Europe. Next slide, please. With approximately 6 million inhabitants. So it's actually smaller than Massachusetts in the United States and half the amount of citizens compared to London. Next slide, please. The topic that we should talk about, I have defined my presentation today that I will, of course, I start setting the scene. What is the international situation with regard to patient safety in Europe and among the OECD countries? I will also speak about the importance of culture, but also infrastructure. The previous speaker underlined the 12 important competences for creating a patient safety culture, and also focused to some extent on the transparency and accountability of patient safety as the basis of a patient safety culture. So I will not go into details with regard to this, but I will focus very much on the importance of infrastructure when we focus on quality and patient safety. This slide actually indicates that this topic is not new. Next slide, please. So patient harm has actually been part of healthcare as long as healthcare has been practiced. So the extent of it has been measured and quantified more systematically in recent times, leading to calls for more leadership and action. And that's actually what you do in this conference here in Saudi Arabia. Next slide, please. The fundamental case for improving patient safety is actually a moral and ethical one. Patient harm exerts a burden on people, their families and loved ones, and the community. Maximizing safety is therefore a fundamental responsibility of individual healthcare providers and healthcare systems. Next slide, please. I think it's very important to consider patient safety as part of quality, which is also done in this publication published by the WHO, the World Bank, and the OECD. Next slide, please. So actually, patient safety is a very important element of what we could call the quality of care, together with the effectiveness of care in terms of evidence-based healthcare, people-centeredness, timeliness, equity, integration, and efficiency. Next slide, please. We know from a series of studies of adverse events that the adverse event rates are very high in more or less all healthcare systems, here approximately 10%. On this slide you see some of the experiences from the US, Australia, UK, Denmark, Canada, and also from Spain. And there are a lot of other studies with this indication as well. Next slide, please. The most common types of adverse events emphasize medication errors, which was also mentioned by the previous speaker, but also healthcare-associated infections, patient falls, pressure ulcers, venous thromboembolism, diagnostics error, and also death during interventions in healthcare. Next slide, please. 1 in 10 hospitalizations in the OECD countries may be caused by medication-related events. And 1 in 5 inpatients experience medication-related harms during hospitalization. And almost half of all patients receive prescriptions for medications that do not meet their clinical needs. And estimates suggest that half of all medicines, those prescribed, purchased, dispensed, are not taken appropriately. So this suboptimal use of healthcare resources is accompanied by out-of-pocket costs for consumers and high costs for health working professionals. Next slide, please. So, and we know that adverse events can occur at any point of a patient care pathway in terms of primary care, hospital care, and also long-term care. The type of adverse event varies between settings, but similar causative factors can be attributed to most types of harms. Next slide, please. And here you actually see how different types of adverse events can be expressed in primary care, in long-term care, and also hospital care. And if we look into the general drivers of adverse events, that was also mentioned by the previous speaker, then we know that specifically lack of communication and information, lack of skills, knowledge, inadequate organizational culture, and also misaligned incentives are some of the general drivers of adverse events, independent of the level of care. Next slide. The cost of harm to patients, healthcare systems, and societies are almost unbelievable high. Patient harm is estimated to be the 14th leading cause of the global disease burden. And this is actually comparable to diseases such as tuberculosis and malaria. And in some OECD countries, the burden of patient harm is similar to that of chronic diseases as multiple sclerosis and also some types of cancer. And we know from the OECD findings that approximately 15% of hospital expenditure and activity in the OECD countries is attributed to safety failures, and significant harm in primary care and ambulatory care has also been documented. Next slide, please. The question is then, how can we measure the quality of care and also the patient safety? Next slide. I will share a few slides from my own healthcare system, the Danish healthcare system. Next slide, please. We have a few values in the Danish healthcare systems. An important element is that we do have universal healthcare coverage. We have free and equal access to healthcare, and healthcare in Denmark is fine. Denmark has a public healthcare system. It's financed by general taxes. The private sector is actually, we have a very, very small private healthcare sector in the Danish healthcare system. And we also have a very high degree of decentralization. Next slide, please. But Denmark has unique opportunities for quality measurement and benchmarking, which actually refers to my thoughts about the importance of infrastructure. Please click again. So we do have well-developed health and national quality registries. Click again, please. And Denmark has unique personal identifier, meaning that we can, on the individual patient level, collect data. Next slide. This is a Danish civil personal register number. Each inhabitant in Denmark has his or she's individual personal register number, meaning that we can collect individual data on all episodes of care in our healthcare system. Next slide, please. And we do have in our healthcare system 130 registers in healthcare. On the right of this picture, you can see the Danish National Patient Registry. You can see the Registry of Causes of Death. You can see the National Prescription Database, and so on. In total, it sums up to 130 registers in healthcare. Next slide. And to this adds actually 85 clinical quality registers. We have 85 clinical quality registers that actually measure the quality of care for 85 different diseases or clinical conditions in the Danish healthcare system. Next slide, please. It's mandated by law, and there is a mandatory national coverage, meaning that all patients, for example, treated for stroke or for schizophrenia or for any cancer disease, will the record, the indicators related to the specific episode of care will go into clinical quality registers. So it does contain information about individual patients. It fulfills national criteria. There is a clinical ownership of and responsibility for the content. It's financed by the 5 Danish regions, and we do use the information for surveillance and improvement of quality and patient safety. Because it's actually, in this way, it's possible to get a national picture of the state of the art of patient safety, but also for the quality of care. So it can, and we do publish all the data that we actually have. So it provides transparency and also accountability for our healthcare system. Next slide, please. As I said, the total number of clinical quality registers is 85. We have 24 cancer registers. We have chronic diseases in terms of diabetes, chronic obstructive lung disease, asthma, MI, but also registries related to psychiatry in terms of schizophrenia, detection and response to health security threats through focused attention for learning, and also to establish and sustain a health professional workforce with the capacity and capability to meet the demands and the needs of the population for high quality of care. Next slide, please. But the WHO, OECD, and the World Bank also underline the importance of promoting the culture, systems, and practices that will reduce harm to patients. Also, that we are able to talk about patient safety issues, that we implement evidence-based interventions that demonstrate improvement, and that we take the opportunity also to benchmark against similar systems that are delivering the best performance, and that we actually try to learn from the best performers. Next slide, please. And then there's actually also a call to all citizens and patients to be empowered, to actively engaged in healthcare, to optimize the health status, and also play a leading role in the design of new models of care. So I think it's important that we invite patients and citizens to co-create our healthcare system and to receive support, information, and skills to manage their own long-term conditions. Next slide, please. And then also with regard to the health workers to participate in quality measurement, be active in improvement activities with their patients, embrace a practice philosophy of teamwork that was also touched by the previous speaker, see the patients as partners in the delivery of care, and have a commitment to providing and using data to demonstrate the effectiveness and safety of care. Next slide, please. I will end my presentation by quoting one of the real heroes of patient safety and the quality of care, Ernest Cutman from Boston, who had this quotation in 1917, and I think it reminds us that we have to keep developing the patient safety culture, patient safety in our healthcare system and focusing on the quality of care. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for the attention. And again, I can't hear you. I hope that will be possible soon. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Prof. Jan. He's one of the leaders in unifying the patient safety indicators in the Denmark and surrounding region. Our next and last talk of the day is by Professor Ali Al-Khathami. He will talk to us about leadership challenges in healthcare safety, what works and what doesn't. Professor Ali Al-Khathami, he's an Executive Director of Quality and Patient Safety and Neurologist at King Abdulaziz Medical City, Ministry of National Guard and Health Affairs in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. He's a Professor of Neurology at the College of Medicine, King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences in Riyadh. He pioneered the establishment of state-of-the-art comprehensive stroke program in the Ministry of National Guard Health Affairs in 2008, which is currently running and will be accredited by the Joint Commission International, which centered around providing advanced care for stroke patients. Please welcome Dr. Ali Al-Khathami.
السلام عليكم، مساكم الله بالخير. تسمعوني؟ Great. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. It's long day, right? And I can't see you because of the light, but it sounds to me that excellent. شكرا. Again, thank you for staying. It's been a very hectic and long day, and I don't know if you have enough energy to follow my presentation. And I see a couple of faces very familiar from National Guard. Thank you for being around, being loyal. You had enough of me, so I don't know why you are here for this presentation. So many of you know why we are here today, because in healthcare system, we kill about 3 million people around the world. As simple as that. So that's basically why we are here. And interestingly enough, the medication error and unsafe care is becoming a very growing public health issue. And we are not an exception in Saudi Arabia. And there was a discussion in the last couple of years in the United States, especially coming from the group in Hopkins, that actually the third leading cause of death is medical error in the United States, coming after cancer and cardiovascular disease. But we don't call it that way, which is very interesting. And this is one of the challenges, that we don't call things by its name. So in the medical profession and the healthcare industry, people realized a long time ago that we have a growing issue with patient safety. And if you go back into the modern literature, you could see some publications since 1950s and 1960s in New England Journal of Medicine about patient safety and harm. However, it was until late 1990s and early 2000, everyone know the noise that was created by the famous publication from Institute of Medicine in the United States that indicated that healthcare system kills about 100,000 each year. And at that time, people, different stakeholders from different sectors, regulators, payers, providers, policymakers sat together and tried to focus on the patient safety. And since that time, there have been a lot of progress, a lot of growing science, methodology, accreditation, standards, tools, analytics, reflections. And the current evidence indicate that there is some progress. there is some reduction in medication error, some reduction in hospital-acquired conditions, and many others. But people who are working directly with patient safety and see the harm every day have some skepticism around this. And I received the harm report from my team from all over the system. I work for National Guard Health Affairs, and we have a big system. 8:30 to 90, I receive the harm, and I see things happening over and over. And I always wonder, are we heading to the right direction? Are we actually missing the boat? Did patient safety movement fail? And this concern has been shared by many people recently. If you see the last patient safety movement in the United States conference room, there was some concern about the slowness and the challenges that patient safety is facing. And if you look into the recent shocking publication from the United States by David Bates in New England Journal of Medicine, and you could see the numbers. 1 in every 4 patients admitted get harmed. The same data that we had in 1999. This is a very interesting data. And definitely, I wasn't surprised when I saw this, because I see what's happening in our system, despite that we have a very robust stroke system that capture harm, and we work continuously to improve this. But that's a very interesting. And by the way, this data came from a very good hospitals, not a rural, hospital in the United States. And the question is that, are we really missing the targets? And I wanted to ask you, and I don't see you all, but how many of you actually dealing with patient safety management directly? Hands up. Okay, so many of you don't see the numbers of the harms. But do you think that we're not in the right direction? Hands up. Who thinks that we're not in the right direction? I share with you this concern. And I have to say with this, I see all these presentations, and I see all of this methodology and these publications, and we see things happening all the time, the same thing. We do this, the RCAs for the same problem over and over the years. We're talking about learning system, and it didn't happen. And the question is why? And I'm going to share with you some of the challenges of patient safety. And I did not want to take you to the literature and share with you the theory of leadership. I didn't want to do that. What I've done before, when I received this kind invitations to present, I sent our executives and leadership in WhatsApp. Tell me, what are the top 5 things that you face to move forward the patient safety agenda? Some of them picked the phone and called me again, and some of them were excited. I had weird responses, and I tried to collect those in a informal way, and I wanted to summarize it to you. So the patient safety is challenging because it's a product, it's an end product of a very complex system that is unpredictable, that is, interdependent, and if something happens in this interdependent system, interlinked, something happen here, you expect that it will impact the outcome. So for example, if you have a problem with your recruitment department becoming lousy and recruiting lousy people, incompetent staff, you will have problem with patient safety. If you have a problem with supply chain management department, and out of sudden you get those sudden interruption of life-saving medications, you get patient safety. If you have downtime of IT, you have patient safety. If you have incompetent doctors, training and development, and so on and so forth. So it's the entire system. And it doesn't happen overnight. These are decades of investments. This is why some organizations are called have a brand. I'm sorry, he wants us to leave earlier, and I know that. So, and it's a very independent system, and if you think that we could buy a magic solution overnight, it wouldn't happen. But the challenge number one is that we do have problem to bring the science of patient safety into the organization or into the leadership or into the departments of the clinical units. One of our executives just called me and say, patient safety science is not less important than cardiology and neurology and internal medicine and should be treated that way. And if you see all the organizations, we don't invest much in patient safety as a science. Different leadership have different approach. Some of the leaders elect to address the patient safety concern in a more of a traditional way, random, maybe non-scientific, up to my best judgment kind of things. But some leaders and some organizations have elected to invest heavily in this and approach the science as a science, and this is very, very important. So bringing the science to the organization, not only the knowledge, but the skills, the behavior, and the attitude that's reflected with the frontline staff and the people who lead the quality is very challenging for us in Saudi Arabia. The reason for that, because you could see down there that the frontline staff, doctors, nurses, allied health, and many others who deal with patients need a lot of non-technical skills. I have done 2 residences, one internal medicine and one neurology, my fellowship, and I never heard about patient safety. And guess what? I've done my residency in one of the most prestigious institutions in North America. And I did not hear patient safety, patient experience measures, and all of this. And the same here in Saudi Arabia. So I think the product, they always say, Allah yakrimkum, it's a very hard to teach an old dog new tricks. We interfere too late. لما الواحد يكون خلاص well established, صار consultant, ولا صار senior nurse or physiotherapist, and we try to tell them that what he has been doing all the way is not right. We need to redesign your work. What do you think they react? They say, sorry, I did not learn this in medical school. So I think there is a huge need to transform and reform our medical education, to look into this. The other things is that the people who are actually leading quality need a lot of expertise. We need patient safety scientists. We need patient safety innovator. We need to have, system engineers, system redesigners, not only, not only technical people who do RCA or, collect data or all of this. And the source of this expertise is not existing in the country. Even the limited institutions that graduate quality, they are actually challenging. And the other things is the value market. We don't value this expertise, right? You have difficulty to attract people. You have difficulty to retain them. The salary scale is very difficult to bring these people in. It's a major issue that we need to look at it as a nation. I'm not going to take long, but also the patient safety science itself has a lot of issues, right? If you look into the definition of patient safety, it's actually a negative definition. It's not positive. It's not tangible things. It's a lack of medical error. So if you wanted to define a good car, what do you say? سيارة اللي ما تبنشر? Would be very interesting, right? What is harm? If we agree, all of us, and sit on the table and say, what is harm? We have different definition. It's a very interesting when the National Quality Index came, led by Dr. Aisha Sghayr, a couple of months ago. All of us has a different standard, different definitions, different scales, and all of this. This is why we're not in the right direction. And the other things is the tools that we use. All the RCA that the hundreds of them that we do, it's all about, you know, simplification of things. Our current tools did not or does not or do not address the complexity of patient safety as a science, as a system. What is the challenge number 2? Is really to have very supportive IT infrastructure. When we established our safety reporting system 15 years ago, and we updated it last year with a, you know, part for quality and patient safety, mortality and morbidity, for improvement science, IT platform, and many of this, we've seen a lot of improvement. We've seen a lot of great things happen in the system. So, and working on standards and on measurements. You know, many people, they depends on a safety reporting system, which is a voluntary reporting. That depends on transparency. That depends on the culture, the shame culture. If I don't report myself because I want it to look good. And that's has a major issues. Recently, in the last 2 years, the group, National Guard, implemented more than 100 automated trigger tools. And guess what? The harm went up. We were able to detect it. We were able to measure it. So it's a very, very important. Creating a learning and improvement is another thing. What kind of improvement we do? Is it tweaking? Is it a big change? Is it redesigning the system? Is it another challenge? إن الله لا يزع بالسلطان ما لا يزع بالقرآن. If you have the mind, the leaders that have a mindset, and I hope إنه كان في إطلاق مبادرة القصيم بلا أخطاء طبية, it would be very, very important, and I wanted to suggest that, but I was away from the group. But I think having the leadership mindset that are focused and bring everyone in the board, every leadership, the front line, and align them towards zero harm is very, very crucial. If you do not have that mindset, very tough. And you will never have, as a leader, mindset unless you educate yourself, become very comfortable with science, to negotiate the agenda, to look into the data, to analyze them, to make sense of them, to bring solutions, to negotiate the agenda with the frontliners. And if you're not comfortable with that, you will never be able to create the mindset. That's a very, very important. Communication. And everyone in the executives and the directors of quality mentioned this. And it's not communication between the team when they do, you know, procedure. No. It's a communication between the leadership, all levels, and the frontline staff. Leaders are created as an output only, no input. We think as leaders that we always have to have the answer. We tell people. So when we communicate, typically the communication is unilateral, one-sided, and it's not about why. It's all about what and how. You tell people what to do. It's a very, very important. If you want to communicate with people, to push the agenda, the frontliner people, especially senior doctors, you need to listen to them. You need to have effective communication and connecting. And connection is a mental process that requires further mental engagement and emotional engagement in the business. Engaging, this is a very tricky one. So engaging is tough one. When you go and talk to the front line, and I lead the Quality and Patient Safety in National Guard. So I travel around and I see teams on the front line. It's very, very tricky. Some of the meetings and engagement conference can actually fire back on you. Sometimes you do all the exercise and you know, if you go to engage with people, right? Not engaging through flyers and emails and distributions and sitting on the stage and telling people like what I do now. No, it's actually sitting around the table and discussing the concern of these people. And the last meeting I went to Jeddah and I wanted to engage with a big department there. And they everyone came from nursing, from the chairman of the department, and from all the allied health, patient experience, staff experience, and all of this quality. And in the plane, I promised to put myself on the listening mood. And I went there, and guess what happened? I gave 90% of the conversation. It's hard hard to listen, hard to feel people, and hard to engage with them. The other tricky things, if you go and engage with people and you do not respond to their people as a leader, you lose trust. That's another thing. So it's another thing that's very, very tricky. Trying also to create in any organization a body, parallel body to the clinical services or the clinical people as a quality department or patient experience department. It's their business. It's, they do everything. Remote management of patient safety from offices, from the administration, that's a big no for quality. And I think if you want to improve patient safety, bring the quality from administrative offices to the bedside. Let people in the front line own it and do it and design it, and that's a very important. Creating a blame-free patient safety culture and psychological safety while maintaining accountability. I think this is very important. I think there is some mix-up between accountability and just culture. I have noticed this, and I always tell people that you should be very careful about letting go people doing bad stuff without saying you're accountable. The other things is that the more you become transparent and you share data with people and the more you discuss it, the more you communicate about it, the culture is created. However, the patient safety culture is more complex than just no shame, no blame. It's everything we do during the business, starting from, pushing the patient to the scan or to the OR, to do the housekeeping, to do the kitchen, to do, the CLAPSI bundle, to do neurosurgical procedure or cardiac transplant. It is very, very complex things. I'm not going to spend time on that, but I can share with you one story. Before I came to the quality and patient safety, sometimes in 2008, I reported myself with safety reporting system because I sent a patient to MRI with cochlear implant. I've done the screening sheet and my patient during admission, and I wanted to have a follow-up images on him 6 months ago, 6 months down the road. And interestingly, they called me, one of my friends in radiology called me in the weekend, Friday time, and say, come right now to the hospital. Your patient was put in the magnet and he has severe headache because he has cochlear implant. I was so terrified. So I went there. Alhamdulillah, things went well. We brought the ENT. They looked into the cochlear implant and it was okay. There is no issue. Patient was fine. And I reported myself. I don't know what happened. We wanted to fix it. So there was a lady who came to me 2 weeks later, and she was investigating my incident. And she insulted me. And I said, I reported myself. I just wanted to work with you to improve. And no, and that conversation went so bad. And I realized what is the meaning of no shame, no blame culture. And I stopped reporting until this point of time. So I tell people to report, but I don't report myself. The last but not the least, we always ask staff to do stuff, to take care of patients, to take care of the organizations, to chase down the KPI, to do reporting, to fix things. But one day I was in one of our organizations and I wanted to launch the patient experience program 2 years ago. It's a very fancy program and we wanted to push the agenda of patient experience. And the group like you was the end of the day, and they were tired, and I had this senior nurse sitting in the back. And at the end of my presentation, like I was giving a TEDS-like presentations, inspiring, and I thought I did very well. I think I did very well, but she stood and she converted the conversation into very inflammatory conversation. And she asked me, we take care of patients, but who is taking care of us? And I didn't have an answer at that time what to tell her. But I went back and we established a comprehensive staff experience program that is very parallel to patient safety, medication safety, patient experience. And it is now almost 1 year old. It's working very well, and we realize that we have a lot of things. So please do not forget these people. You could do all of stuff. You might have the best leadership skills. You might be the most communicator on earth. You could use the most sophisticated methodology, but it doesn't work. At that time, you have to face the difficult conversation. I think this is about the leadership. If you need to engage in a difficult conversation, please do, and take a big leap. Make a major change. And I think I am a believer that chronic problems in the system need complete radical change. And that doesn't happen without the power of data, science, leadership, and leadership. And thank you so much.